I'ma fit in where I go at. Boss talk like I'm Boaz. Why fit in when you know you can stand out still? They remember you more when you hand out deals. Let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Don't box me in. I do my own thing. Spirit is right within. I got my own way. Violent is not within. Look at the way that I do my ops again. Oh, better let me loose. You know that I got the juice. Everything I got to do. Words that I speak out my mouth, I gotta move. Oh, we can't fit in your box. You're too cold and you know. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Thank you, Ben, for coming out tonight. My name is Son of Augustus. Let's go.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. now that we've reached the halfway point of the league stage of PMPL EU Spring 2023, how do you feel about the overall level of play in this lobby?
Мы играем против достаточно хороших команд. Есть, конечно, исключения. Команды, которые играют довольно-таки странно, делают странные мовы и доставляют некие неудобства моментами нам. А если сравнивать с прошлыми сезонами PMPL, как СНГ, которого сейчас нету, и европейского, я думаю, этот сезон не самый сложный.
What would you say would be your goals as a team that you set for yourself going into 2023?
Выигрывать все, что только можно.
Okay, well, very simple indeed, but hopefully you'll be able to take as many W's as you want. But as always, I like to end these interviews. What would you like to say to the fans that are supporting you this scrim and also the MUERTE throughout this season?
Продолжайте болеть за нас, следить за нашими выступлениями. Спасибо вам за поддержку.
You heard it here, guys. Keep doing the things. Well, thank you very much, Discrim, for this interview, and best of luck for the rest of the PMPL season.
Hello everyone and welcome to the final day of PMPL EU Spring 2023. I'm Ginny, this is Max, and we're going to work on breaking down what you can be expecting today and what we've been seeing over the last couple of phases. But before we're going to jump into that, let's head over to our socials. Make sure to give it a follow, a couple of interactions, because Max, as usual, you're being a very kind-hearted human being. And you're doing a thing called a giveaway.
I love how this is the only time on every show that you're nice to me, and then it goes like back to harsh reality. But yeah, if you guys want to get one of those cool little skins down there, feel free to head on over to Instagram at Esports PUBGM EU. And the pinned post is asking you which team you think might become the champion. So right now you have until after the show to pick your team. I would say picking Major Pride might be a smart idea if you want to win something. You know, just a tip from me to you. There you go, for free.
Yeah, but like your predictions haven't been going the best now, have they?
Don't have to predict the obvious, Colin.
All right, fair, that's a good point. There's also a survey. This is kind of like just to gather your guys' feedback on what you're thinking and improvements you might like to see. So make sure to fill it out because we would love to hear. But going back to that predictions talk, Max, let's see how we have been doing, all of us, over the last couple of weeks. Now, I myself got 69, nice, and I'm literally just gonna sit there because I don't see a point in changing that great number.
Just pick Avalanche the entire day. You'll be safe. You'll be able to keep that perfect point amount. But my average has been going down. So so Kalaris has been able to overtake me because that's the thing. Kalaris overtakes me without being here, which I don't know how I feel about that. But John and Blank, especially Blank, has been catching up. So I'm a bit. I don't feel very comfortable right now. I feel a bit spooked out.
Yeah, Blank has been thinking really hard, and that is definitely paying off. That's why his picture's like that, because it's just like a reconstruction of what he's looking like behind a casting desk when he's casting the games and thinking about what.
Just casting like that the entire game.
Yeah,
it's like,
he's just like casting like that, like thinking really hard about. Okay, so I need to cast, and I need to use my other brain cell for the prediction, and it looks like it's going really well for him. You know.
Yes, unfortunately.
6 maps though.
Yeah, I need to start thinking like Blank. I don't know if I can do that though. Yeah.
You need to just do the same pose while we're watching the game. But we have 6 maps, so you have 6 chances max to catch up. But that is if Blank makes a mistake, and that's a big if because he's been on fire lately. We're going to be starting off with Miramar today, up into Sanhok, and then Erangel, and it's going to be a rotation after that from Miramar, Sanhok, and Erangel as well. Now, these are the last 6 maps that we're going to be seeing in PMPL EU Spring 2023. So that is a little bit of a bittersweet ending coming into this. But because we still have 6 maps, it is going to be quite an interesting one.
Yeah, I mean, there can still be a lot of movement in those 6 matches. Of course, 6 matches means that the teams that are in the top 8, especially the bottom half of that top 8, can be completely different at the end of today. And 6 games also means there is maybe a chance that Major Pride do not remain on top. That 6 matches in the grand scope of things is still a pretty hefty amount of games. So Major Pride, sure, with those 207 points, are looking very comfortable, Janiro, but Gladiators and MADBULLS are hot on their heels, and I can tell you, if they have a bad day, Gladiators and MADBULLS will be the first to strike them down, and especially after the interview with Kitsune yesterday, he's aiming for 10 elims a game. This might be the most aggressive iteration of Gladiators we have seen this entire tournament yet, if that is something they are willing to achieve today.
Yeah, but also that's a big if, because Major Pride has been quite consistent over the last couple of phases, so you know, expecting their downfall whilst the other teams are picking up pace. It's going to be something interesting to see whether or not that actually does take place. But I'm looking more towards the bottom 8, of the rankings, because when we're looking at the difference between NEXUS Gaming, the MUERTE, even your ARR Esports, if they have one good game, or even 2, because it's 6 maps in total today, they are very likely looking at that opportunity to just push themselves up into that top 8 position, which is a scary one to be in, because you're absolutely right. It's going to be coming down to that final last map and how teams perform there, because before we can conclusively say which teams are in the top 8.
Yeah, I mean, even if you're looking at this graphic right now, you can see that between 8th and 9th, there's only 1 point separating KONINA Power and NEXUS Gaming. And really, the thing is, for all of these teams on the second half of the graphic on the right, NEXUS Gaming, MUERTE, ARR Esport, this is 100% something that is possible for them to achieve in these 6 matches. They could easily reach the extra points that they currently need to get above KONINA Power, and we see KONINA Power can be a bit inconsistent from time to time. So there is that room to make it happen, but it's down to the wire here, Janiro. You need to perform today, and if you don't, you might be missing out on the championship and your one opportunity to qualify for PMWI.
Yeah, it is a little bit of a rough one, but again, as we said, it's going to be coming down to the last map to decide which teams are going to be heading over, but also to give a bit more of a look in the grand scheme of things, because we're currently looking at EU, but also there are other regions out there that are competing. One of them is a region that we're continuously shouting out, and that's Turkey, because of the amount of talent that that region has. And when we're comparing Major Pride up against FUT Esports, Major Pride at the moment seems to be doing quite well when it comes to the average limbs, when it comes to the average damage that they're dealing, but it does bring a kind of question of how competitive the lobby is within the Turkey region for FUT Esports to be getting these points.
Yeah, I think that when you're looking at the Turkish region as a whole, I think the best way to describe it is a very homogenous region where a lot of the teams are at a very similar skill level, especially when it comes to the aggressive playstyle that Turkish teams love. They love the breaches, they love the compound crashes, they love being just fighting all the time, right? That's the Turkish playstyle. Doesn't have to be smart play and rotations if you're dead, pretty much. And FUTBALLS in particular has been very impressive, a team that I think people were expecting as S2G, but FUTBALLS really came in strong for the Turkish region. And I'm wondering, Major Pride sure has better stats. Would these stats remain heading into the championship? That's a very big question, which every championship is pretty hard to answer because there's meta changes. Now with the DBS being so strong, would that be enough for like all the teams and the players that perfected the use of the DBS in Europe to maybe go toe-to-toe with the Turkish behemoth right now that is going to be over there? So there's a lot of interesting questions I'm really hyped to see. We still got today to go through of the finals, but the championship is already set up, in my opinion, to be one of the best, if not the single best championship we've ever had in Europe.
Yeah, and that's going to be a lot of questions as well in terms of how these teams are going to be competing on the international stage. I mean, looking at your Major Pride, that consistency, that aggression is something that they are very comfortable with. Even your MADBULLS, your Gladiators being stepping up as well a little bit in that regards. But then we're looking at the other side of the coin, and we're looking at teams like the MUERTE, who do have a really good start, but then they struggle to refine that consistency. They struggle to refine their way of playing, their way of getting some of these elim on the board, and in an international stage, that could potentially be an issue for some of these teams.
Yeah, inconsistency is going to be a big issue for these guys. If you're just not able to just remain and show your best every single match, I think that you will struggle heading into the championship. And I mean, the thing is, we see what teams, like you taking MUERTE as an example, can do at their peak. Phase 1 MUERTE was absolutely golden. And I'd like to see them play the way they did back then, but we haven't seen them get even remotely close back to that play style. But if they do, and this can be like their new normal, chances are if they go in the championship, they could perform there, right? But it's just inconsistency is your biggest foe when it comes to PUBG Mobile esports and really any Battle Royale esports. So it is rough for them, but it's still room to improve on this last day, hopefully, for these teams.
Yeah, the last day for some of these teams. But another team that we would really like to highlight is going to be MADBULLS coming into this, specifically how they have been performing over the last couple of phases. It seems to be staying very consistent. They started off incredibly strong in phase 1 with 5.52 average limbs per map that they've played. It kind of stays consistent, but it then dropped to 4.25 here in the final. So we could be expecting more from them, but it does bring the question of phase 2 and phase 3 were a little less consistent than phase 1, a bit more lackluster. So is this the real MADBULLS? Were they just on a hot streak coming in with a lot of great confidence, and did they kind of like dwindle throughout the tournament?
I feel like there was a lot more training potentially. I don't know how the scrims went down, but I feel like the team synergy was there from the get-go when you compare it, for example, to Major Pride. And we were talking about this quite a lot with Kalaris and Janira. I don't know if you were watching, but at the time, there was definitely some issues with the synergy of the teams, right? And that was definitely something that we had a big issue with for Major Pride, is that the synergy was not present. But over the weeks, and especially entering into phase 2, especially phase 3, that synergy was already built up to a really high standard. And I feel like, sure, MADBULLS started off really hot, but the thing is, teams around you are going to be improving every single week. That's so cool. The so cool part of these long tournaments, these month-and-a-half long events, is that you're going to see teams making these adaptations, making these evolution plays every single step of the way to the point where they reach the finals, which normally should be their peak. This should be their best performance yet, which we have now seen is the case for Major Pride.
Yeah, and when we're looking as well at Dark Project, that's a team that actually has consistently improved over time. So we're looking at a good start in phase 1. So phase 2, a little bit lackluster. Then they're coming back into phase 3. But then you get into the finals, and it's just pedal to the metal. They do not want to slow down. 4.17 average limbs. They're on the heels of MADBULLS at this point.
Yeah, really strong eliminations here coming out from them. And especially the thing is, the clutch factor is present. We keep talking about how important it is for each team to have like 1 to 2 players that can just frag out big time and really be impressive. We saw Ivaneska and Madness do really well. But every game, I have the impression John and Blank mentioned in some way, shape or form, Wait from Dark Product has just become such a strong player throughout the entirety of the season pretty much, and he can clutch things out. Look at Wait here. One-handedly almost defending versus Major Pride and just able to make sure they cannot cross that riverside. So he's just such a strong player, hyper aware of his surroundings at pretty much any point in time in these matches. And no, I don't think he's going to be the MVP of the season. I feel like it's close between two other players right now. But if I had to pick like a newcomer that has impressed and potentially like the newcomer MVP of the tournament, I feel like Wait might be the player I would pick right now.
Okay. Well, I mean, Wade has had a really good performance yesterday, just so single-handedly ensuring some of the chicken dinner for the team, and Dark Product in general has had a great showing in the last couple of days. So today is that final day. I mean, they need to show up today as well.
POV breaching with the boys. Let's go.
Absolutely love it. It's these moments as well that Dark Project kind of I don't want to say consistency, but quite often does bring out, which is a great one to say indeed. Excuse Me, however, is another team that on phase 3 really stepped up, and they were able to get themselves chicken dinners consistently. It feels like here in the finals, though, Max, that pressure has kind of gotten to them. It feels like they're second-guessing themselves a little. A couple of rotations, maybe not what we're expecting from them. And even the aggression and the confidence that we've seen in phase 3 didn't seem to be carrying over into the finals.
I have a theory, and this is something we were talking about quite a lot during the third phase, is that teams were maybe trying things a little bit more. We saw Gladiators try some splits, Major Pride maybe trying different positions and how they want to play the circle at the end game. And I feel like that allowed other teams that were middle of the pack, like Excuse Me, to maybe reach those late games a little bit more consistently because teams are trying things out. But now every single team is playing at the best of their potential. They just not been able to play even remotely close to what they've been able to showcase in the second and especially the third phase, which is weird because individually speaking, Havlik was doing really great. Furia had insane nade plays. Black with the DBS was a super scary player. But now, if you're looking at all of these finals, their best game in terms of placement points was game 1 of these entire finals on day 1, and it was a 3rd place. They might get a few eliminations here and there, like elimination heavy games, but they would never get to that late game after match 1, which eliminations, we know with the point system, is hyper important, but you still need to get those placement points. So we've seen like similarities between actually the side of Excuse Me and Game Lord that get the elims, but you need placement points still if you want to contest for top 8.
Yeah, and when it comes to those placement points and securing them, I think that's also something we've seen from KASIK team. I mean, they have had 1 chicken dinner on the board, so that's not something to be too worried about. But those podium finishes seems to be a consistency that a lot of these teams at the moment are struggling with. So in that regard, Max, what are your main expectations for today to be able to actually get some of these placement finishes?
I would say you got to be careful about teams splitting. I feel like that's something that teams are trying to do a lot more, is control those late game finishes. So do not give any room to other teams. I feel like you can take the example versus Gladiators. They like to, as we saw in the interview yesterday with Kitsune, said, we love to have control of the terrain. If you spot a team that is very spread, if you can like crash a single player as a 3 or 4-man team, you will just gain a lot more space and just reduce the firepower of the opposing team relatively quickly. So that would be a strategy. Just be aware of teams' positions and be willing to make sure you control them as much as possible. Do not give them any space, because otherwise, like on the last game of Erangel yesterday, give just a little bit of space to Major Pride, and like 5 seconds later, they got control of like 90% of the circle, and you're just cornered against the blue zone. So you don't want to give that space to some of the top teams, because otherwise you're going to get punished for it.
Yeah, that is a little bit of a scary situation to be in. But today as well, Max, is the finals. So in terms of teams that you are expecting or at least hoping to be showing up today, to be closing out the spring season of 2023 with a bang, are there any teams in particular that you're going to be looking forward to in the 6 maps that we have in total?
I'm going to put my blank thinking face on right now. No, really, if there's teams I'd like to see do a little bit better is Nexus Gaming. I also don't know where they went recently. They still got a few eliminations here and there pretty decently, like Kapahala. Octavian was doing better. But they might be in a position where they could miss out on the championship. But at the end, like, there's so many teams in the middle of the pack that we see could do absolute greatness. So that's why I got my popcorn right now for today. You know, it's going to be a hype day.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I'm ready to go. Okay, it's going to be a good day.
Yeah, Octavian has definitely been showing up for the side of Team Nexus, but it feels like some names, Max, are consistently coming up when it comes to that MVP. I mean, we've had Arfect, we have Monkey, we have Zerg, we have Octavian. It feels like Major Pride has the majority of these names, but then when we're looking at today, when we're looking at the pressure building, I mean, we spoke to Kitsune yesterday as well, saying, yeah, I want to get 10 limbs. How realistic is that going to be? Because that is a very impressive goal to have for yourself as an individual. But then it comes down to being able to translate that and actually having it pay off on some of these maps.
I would say reaching 10 limbs per game for all these matches today, I think that isn't possible. I would love to be proven wrong. Okay, I don't think they're going to reach it. But even if he gets close, if they get like 7, 8, 9 limbs, and that keeps happening every single match, I'll be like, okay, that is close enough, because that's something that seems achievable for me compared to 10 limbs a game. That's like 60 limbs on the day. That's impressive. I don't expect that to happen, but if it does, would that be a record? I don't recall a team getting like that. That would be really, really nuts if that happens.
Yeah, it does also bring the question of when it comes to the pressure here today, because teams are aware that these are going to be the final few maps. Are we thinking this could impact them in some way, shape, or form?
Yes, you want to be careful. The top teams are going to be out fragging out pretty heavily, so you want to make sure you're ready for a fight. And the thing is, now teams at the bottom are in that situation now where if a team is willing to take a fight for you, don't take it as like you maybe losing a fight or something. Maybe this is a golden opportunity for you to like clear some space in the circle, get extra eliminations. So you got to be really good on those breach defenses. So yeah, anyone can really make it happen here. Anyone even at the bottom can have a jump at the top, but you must not be scared to take fights, because you know how important these eliminations actually are, and you just can't miss out on opportunities to get some elims when they come your way.
Yeah, well, wise words from Max. Thank you for those, and thank you, Monster, for sponsoring PMPL EU. We're going to be heading over to our first map of today, and it's going to be Blank and John.
The final day is upon us, Blank. We are at the end of our journey, as are all of these teams, and we've subtly coordinated our outfits once more. It was hoodies yesterday. Today it's open shirt with underlayer. We're going into this one as a unit, as a team. Looking forward to today's games.
Absolutely, man. I mean, this is going to be a bit of a hard day for some of these teams, especially towards that top side. Catching up with Major Pride is going to be very difficult. That is for sure. 207 points right now. Second place team, 168. It is a long, long lead that they have ahead of many of these other squads in the lobby. Now, Major Pride did have quite an unreal day yesterday. 3 chicken dinners total was nigh on crazy for me. I don't think we see that kind of thing happen very often, especially in the finals where the pressure is on. You can certainly see certain teams suffering to that. I mean, Excuse Me, definitely one of them, currently in 10th place. I personally like to see Excuse Me getting towards that top 8, so they would go through to the regional championships, just because of how much of an improvement they've had. And I know they can do better here in these finals. However, there are some teams towards that top side, like KASIK team, Sly Europe, Dark Project, who've really put in the work this finals to be where they are currently, and it's hard to take that away from them.
Yeah, everybody here has earned that spot, has earned the right to write their name on the tables, no matter where it does fall. But right now, a lot of focus sits at the top there with Major Pride. But after that, you've got Gladiators and MADBULLS duking it out in 2nd place, and that 8th place bubble, all important here to see who's going to move forward to the regional championships. Plane path from La Coberia down towards Miramar on the southwest side, a little bit away from Impala.
Yeah, quite a far jump for an Impala to Puerto Paradiso way. So you're looking over towards El Pozo to be a MADBULLS drop here alongside with Dark Project. See if anything too crazy happens in that location. Obviously, when we're looking at this one, John, you are thinking about Dark Project in this same arena as MADBULLS, because Dark Project want to hold on to this position in 6th place, where it is very volatile currently. 123 points down to 115 in 10th place. That is just from 6th down to 10th, which is pretty insane. So Dark Project don't want to lose members early versus MADBULLS, and equally MADBULLS would love to get a full squad wipe here and start their day off strong with 4 eliminations, as they are currently in 3rd place, looking to jump ahead of Gladiators.
That's what they'll be looking to do. Plane path out to the west. The circle pops to Los Leones. Nobody there just yet, but KONINA Power look like they're on the road that way. Should be breaking out to the largest city in the game fairly soon. That southeast shift not going to favor teams like the MADBULLS that you're talking about, or the Gladiators, who are in a similar position.
towards La Copa. Luckily, everyone else is in a similar story right now. Obviously, some teams have headed further down towards that southeast side, like you were saying there. KONINA Power have made their way out towards Los Leones, like to play on that northern edge, get themselves a little bit of loot going on in that area, and then continue from there. VIRTUS.PRO down towards that southwest side, currently in 14th place, have started to rack up some points, but it will be again another tough task for them to get towards that middling area of the pack to actually head towards the regional championships. Now, if VIRTUS.PRO actually make it through the regional championships, it will be one hell of an underdog story coming through from them, but that requires them to have a couple of good games here, maybe map 1 and map 2. If they have some decent matches there, some good points, then we'll reconsider them later in the day.
Still a very much a tall order, certainly in this lobby. KASIK team, I've enjoyed watching their development. I mean, particularly obviously Striker's position as a massive powerhouse in these finals for the roster. KASIK, I mean, they started off in Picado hot dropping. I think it was Excuse Me that was hot dropping with them a while ago. That's now redeveloped with Excuse Me repositioning down to Valle de Mar. And in general, Excuse Me took fewer hot drops because they were dropping pretty much everywhere at that stage. KASIK team have been afforded that position, and I feel like they've done pretty well. I think they've outperformed probably my expectations in this lobby.
Yeah, they have done fairly decently. I think for KASIK team in particular, it's one of those positions where, you know, there is some star players on that squad, but I think the rest of the team has rallied around Striker in a very good way to kind of support him, make sure he can do what he can do. And I think they realize that, you know, he is that star player in their midst, and they've done a very good job to, you know, not try and hold him back as best as they can. At least it does often end up with him as a solo player in those last circles, but KASIK team certainly can try and hold on to this 7th place as long as possible. This is Excuse Me, once again, a 23-minute survival time on Miramar is fairly decent, but again, that is where you're reaching, you know, stage, I think they're around stage 6, stage 7. And that is just before we see a lot of teams go out. And at that point in time, you're probably getting a 7th or an 8th place, which is good, but doesn't give you the big money in terms of those placement points. And that is the large issue for a lot of these teams. NEXUS as well, not having the best time here on Miramar so far. As you can see, their average eliminations down to 2. They have slipped down from their 4th place spot. And I think once upon a time, they were in 3rd right at the beginning of this tournament, at least in finals. So for NEXUS, this has been a real fall from grace for them. You can see Tavian not performing as well as he did in Phase 3. Exo Machiners, the really big drop-off, in my opinion, from that team you saw over on the desk. I think he was getting around about 87 damage average per game, which is fairly horrendous, I'm not going to lie, especially for Exo, who had such a breakout performance early in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking a lot about, you know, the substitution between Exo and Doran and sometimes some of the other players on this NEXUS roster, but you're right, it's just a little bit of underperformance coming through in these final situations, and it's the worst time for it to happen, right? I mean, it's absolutely devastating to not see NEXUS go forwards after their tournament that they've had. I feel like might be a little bit of a slip. I mean, it is a slip up, right? But the question is, whose spot do they take right now? Because I don't think anyone in the top 8 currently wouldn't deserve a spot forwards.
Yeah, I think maybe they could pick up KONINA Power's position, possibly KASIK's. They're not far behind right now, 118 points, 2 points behind that 7th place position with KASIK team. And I think for NEXUS, you can kind of see just from who they're fielding today, like what the problems are, what the issues are on that team. Because right now, I think that they're currently running with Kappa, Harlock, Tavian, Keme, and Doran. And that's a difficult decision to make because realistically, you want the dream team of Doran and Exo Machina and not Keme in. But with both Doran and Exo starting to make some really big mistakes late into the tournament, it's like you're forced to try and just take people out who are underperforming. Then you get someone else in who's also not doing so great. It's a really awkward decision, and this is where you really want everyone to be playing at their peak of level. So a frustrating experience it must be right now for NEXUS trying to figure that one out. But I'm still glad that they're not afraid to make these switches in and out, whatever benefits them best.
It sometimes just needs that little bit of confidence in these calls. Gladiators on the road on the north side, coming down south from La Coperia, just a little bit ahead of Unicorns of Love, who are a little bit slower on the uptake for the rotate. San Martin currently occupied by Game Lords, with Hacienda looking a little bit empty right now. Gladiators rotating 3 and 1 with Tixi far out to the west, just about to leave Crater Fields, so very much behind this, and potentially waiting to establish a third party off angle against anyone who crashes into their rotation path.
Yeah, I think for Tixi it's always a little bit harder for him to rotate off from that position. Remember, he plays on that high ground, gets that scouting done early. So for Tixi, it is slightly more rough for him to get off that mountainside, to get into a position where the buggy is not perhaps on its back. The rest of the team is just going to make the move now, though. I think they realize that waiting any longer for maybe Tixi to get into position is going to be a mistake. So what they have to do is just hope that the position that they've just cleared earlier on is still free, and Tixi can rotate through there. In the meantime, Unicorns will up towards that northern side.
We'll just be on that north edge of the Gladiators rotation. Major Pride, southwest, spotting out. Excuse me, Furia wanting shots over towards Nomi, but backed off behind the truck again, back into the buggy. I don't think Excuse Me are going to want to go fully in for this fight, but Major Pride are split 2-2 right now. We've seen some bold splits pay off in the past couple of days. We'll see if this 2-2, although I wouldn't call it bold, will have an impact on holding out Excuse Me further to the south, corralling them south of Los Leones.
Yeah, I think Major Pride is starting to take a way more aggressive approach in these games. Like, the amount of space that they are maintaining is pretty godly, I won't lie. It's quite difficult to deal with, and the fact that they're so confident in their 2-2s as well, to hold them out, is really causing a lot of problems for these other teams in the lobby. Next circle does shift up towards that northern side. Los Leones will no longer be that big focal point for a lot of teams, and we'll be heading up towards La Bandita. So a small pock will be removed out of the circle there, unfortunately, from La Bandita. Certainly a position that you can head into. I think we've had circles finish in La Bandita before, but most teams will be avoiding that position like the plague as much as they can. Most of the teams, though, will be heading down from San Martin through that valley side and looking for some of these high priority compounds, which there is a few.
I mean, you say no one's going to send into the La Bandita crater, but we didn't expect KASIK team yesterday to send into prison so early into the game when they had other options and other choices. So maybe for a team like KASIK, you just go in and try and pick up frags from the eastern side. That is, if you can get there, because at the moment they're stanchioned out on the west side and the Gladiators are bearing down upon them from the north. Dueling across the ridgelines, though. I don't think there's a full crash on the cards. You can see Tixi repositioning away. Gladiators looking like they want to just disengage here.
Yeah, nice and quick rotate into this position, looking for a central spot. I think they can head further down this ridge side. Kitsune on the backside does get a nice cheeky knock, which is good for them. Yeah, I mean, La Bandita, I really still don't think there's going to be many teams heading in there early. You essentially just blocking off all your sightlines. It's a place you want to send later on when you have other teams that are around you and the circle looks like it's going that way. It's a last-ditch resort. And I think for KASIK team heading towards prison when it's on that edge side, there's a lot of other teams that have to pass through that area, right? But for La Bandita, I think it's fairly avoidable.
Nexus will surround the crater, holding out on the edge of it. I think that's a little bit smarter than just sequestering on the inside, so we'll see how efficacious they can be from that position. A lot of teams to guard out to their south, actually, in fact, so potential for a couple of pickups there. Teams are starting to lose players. KONINA Power suffering the brunt of that damage. Dagestan also just about to lead Shifu, so lose Shifu, so just 2 players remain on both of those rosters. VIRTUS.PRO have lost 1 on the southeast side, but everyone's kind of in this next circle already, so not too much movement in the next 2 minutes.
Yeah, not much so far. On those ridge sides, La Bandita looking outwards. Nexus getting some scouting done. AAR on that northern edge towards Junkyard. Again, a lot of little areas to just tuck yourself into on this map. And I think that especially with this particular circle, it's a little bit more difficult to play center because there's not many compounds towards this center side, which means you're going to be folding yourself into a lot of engagements early on. You can play on the edge quite easily with this circle, and that's purely because there is so many little compounds to be playing around with. So for a lot of these teams towards the center side, this is a bit of a bold decision, looking for a priority position towards that end game. Circle down towards that southeast side, though, means that a lot of the good work that Gladiators got done will now be undone as they have to move further down towards that southeast side, towards SHOCKWAVE, who currently have a very strong spot in the circle.
SHOCKWAVE's being slap bang, you're right. It is very, very powerful now. See if anyone can step to from the northern hills of Los Leones, or indeed from any other location. NEXUS, they're getting caught up in this one. ARR, Tapok putting the nade in towards Kapahala, forcing him out the door, but he's already taken half his health bar. And just has to fade away. Having already lost a teammate to a knock, it's really not the fight that you want to take. Nice nade over the top there from Tapok. Perfectly cooked to explode immediately as it crosses the eaves on the far side of the building. And NEXUS are going to be down to 2 from their La Bandita position.
Yeah, it's why I hate this spot, man. It's like you get yourself inside here, but what is the real point unless the circle's coming this way? And I think going for an early push like this just leaves you so exposed to any team that's going to head towards those ridge sides. You clear off one of the scouters, there it's done. Most of the buildings here have the roofs basically clean ripped off, as you can see. So very easy to just look down and get some pickoffs. So NEXUS lose 2 of their players from a safety play, which I think was more risky than anything. Now moving down towards that southwest side, but AR can now quite comfortably just stroll across La Bandita, find themselves on the outer ridges towards that west side, start taking some pot shots down towards these teams on the south. Sly Europe in a good position to move up towards KONINA Power on that roadside. Currently they only have 2 players, so could easily be pushed off from there. And excuse me, a tight-knit 4 unit looking to push from that south side. So we do have a lot of 4-man teams still in the lobby. SHOCKWAVE, I think, most likely with again, the strongest position right now.
Yeah, it's really nice and positioned on that high ground. Close by, Major Pride and KASIK don't have terrible positions either. And in fact, KONINA Power, if they had more players, might be in a good spot as well. The high ground from Gladiators, very much playable as well. From that northwest side, Dark Project looking to make it a little bit less playable, but the blue zone will not afford them that opportunity. They'll have to reposition in stage 3, so it's not devastating, but the blue zone will definitely be a very prescient factor.
Yeah, I mean, pushing Dark Project in from this position, it makes it so easy for Gladiators to identify the movements that they're going to make. Kitsune's got a lot of grenades, and I think they're just about in nade range. Ooh. A little bit far out. We'll have to push further in. But in a very strong spot. Tixi right now taking that risky play. Doesn't always work out, but when it does, it is properly magical. And right now, Kitsune, all he has to do is just maintain control over these players. I think a couple of shots did come back Kitsune's way there. Dagestan losing, I think, their final 2 members here to AR.
And ARR staying alive as 4 as well. They can res Elementrix with the circle shifting out that way. It's good news. Meanwhile, on the northwest side, back with the Gladiators. Wait has been spotted out. Rob's potential for a third party onto Tixi's position, so definitely needed to be careful. There's actually Matic stepping forward to the rest of Game Lord. A fight on 3 teams right now, as Meku and Kitsune are very sparsely positioned compared to Matic and Tixi. They just are not in the good spot to back each other up. And there's Robs with the off angle, trying to treat Gladiators to a taste of their own medicine. The Tixi treatment from Robs.
I mean, being on this sideline, it's very difficult for Gladiators to now figure out a strong move away from this, because I think no matter where they move, they don't have a lot of information of what's clear and what's not. They know that Dark Project's still moving in. They will have rezzed that player now. Meku will be flushed out. And I think Gladiators, this is going to be a game they'll have to play on as 3, but even so, it is such treacherous terrain in front of them. The best they can do is try and push Game Lord over towards Dark Project, but Dark Project is very happy to just allow this one to happen as long as possible.
ARR in pretty solid spot now as well. If they can get rid of NEXUS on the position south of La Bandita, those hills can afford them a lot of cover. The question is who's going to have those sightlines under control out towards them. The south side has its own battles to be fought out, and that west edge that we've been following for the last while is definitely going to be fraught as well. You can see Game Lord yet to crest that ridgeline.
This was the smart move coming through from Gladiators. Try and push all these teams into one another, but now MADBULLS also moving their way up. KASIK team smokes off, very nicely done, but moving up towards this building, English is right in the middle of it and will be quickly cut down by a 1-2 punch from 2 players from Major Pride.
And the flush comes through very, very quickly. 3 players active now, but they are up close and personal, and you can't count them out. Striker has that DBS, has that level 3 helmet, spots a player moving into the door. Dino, I don't think he saw it, but the nade is good onto Unicorn. Nomi and Effect are going to fall. Sorry, Dino and Effect are going to fall. Another nade in from Striker on the off angle. 2 players now active for Major Pride. Nomi eats a lot of damage there. A beautiful nade in through the window. Is it going to spot Monkey? Reposition everyone with that Molotov as well, and KASIK's going to try and follow up, pushing on into the ground floor. Nomi wants to respond, as now it is just Monkey and Nomi alive. Nomi holding down for the rest of his team, and all of a sudden it's topsy-turvy. KASIK look good, and there's a third party coming through right over the ridgeline, and that's Major Pride down in a devastating position. KASIK team stay alive, and Blank, we didn't think it was possible today, but if Major Pride have bad games for the majority of this day, it is possible to close that gap for Gladiators and for MADBULLS.
Yes, again, it's a very nice little play coming through from KASIK team, but again, it is still Striker at the forefront once more. Gets a killer nade through the window, takes down 2 of them, and then quickly with a nade up top side, Molotov on the back window, meaning there's really nowhere to go in that situation without taking some damage or a hit, which ultimately leads to their 3rd knock of the engagement, and Nomi's just locked down. So again, very well done there from Striker. The rest of his team, eagar supporting him very well in terms of like being that entry fragger, just got in there and he provided space, and that was his main job. It was difficult to do, but you have to set up that vehicle alongside that door so they can't just peek out against the rest of your teammates. So he sacrificed himself for a good cause.
Hopefully. I mean, you'd imagine, right? Like, that's what you're going to be trying to do. Spend your chips where you can. Game Lord getting punished right now by Unicorns of Love, but neither of them are strong into this next circle, all of whom are going to have to push past Shockwave on their compound that they've been holding for a long time. It's now right on the edge of the circle, but it's still a very solid position for them. Sly Europe on the south of those hills, just already across the road. It's going to afford them a lot of power as well, Blank.
Yeah, it's going to afford them a ton of presence within the lobby, right? And I think that is the main thing to be paying attention to, is they can start to control a lot more. They do have 4 players still alive. Game Lord right now, 3 eliminations, looking to remove the final players from Unicorns of Love. Mickey, incredibly low, will go down to Robs now, and Akashi, Victor both pushing over the side, go for the refrag, will work out perfectly. Victor not losing his life in the process is a really big thing. Now Swave has to push around, but it's rolled to the DBS.
Oh, he's going to be able to handle that. 0 falls down. 3 players now move in for Game Lord. The Shockwave are looking to hold out the MADBULLS from the western side. KASIK have skirted underneath, and you can see just how open this push is. The MADBULLS really have their work cut out.
Yeah, I mean, for MADBULLS pushing along this side, it's so difficult to make happen, and the blue is going to push them even more towards this circle. I think that realistically, what you'd hope is the circle was a little bit further towards that western edge, which means that MADBULLS can play on this for a little bit longer, wait for next circle, hope that Shockwave has to make that tricky decision of having to move or not. Now finally start to swing through the mist, through the smoke, up towards the building. This is one hell of a difficult push. Frozen's already through, and the rest of the team needs to back him up off the back of this one.
This is their tournament test almost, Blank, because they've been given this opportunity with Major Pride going down early, but unfortunately it is just such a hard push. You could see, yeah, these nades, I mean, they get it open onto Terminus, and if Seiko gets spotted by Zerich here, it is tradable, but the smoke clears, and that's going to be easy lineup for SnowX to get 1-2 flushes there. Sure, they're getting plinked away at from the off angle, but it's really not going to matter too much. Fleek now solo for MADBULLS on the west coast.
Yeah, Fleek is in a giga struggle right now. I don't know how he's going to make his way in. We're going for 3 AAR predictions here. Maxman's going for Sly Europe. I respect that. I think they are in a good spot. I think AAR is probably the safe pick to go for, not necessarily the chicken dinner. KASIK team, along the way, taking some decent shots too. I think they're down to 3 players now, if I'm not mistaken, as they lost English early on.
They got flushed out there in their engagement with Major Pride. So our top 3 teams are out of this one, and Game Lord are still trucking, which is an opportunity for them to maybe ladder up just that little bit. 8th place team KONINA Power also out of the mix, so excuse me, NEXUS, all with an opportunity to try and take that from them. And ARR, in the spot that they hold currently, could have a little bit of strength for it as well. The circle on the center is going to keep that La Bandita lip inside of the next phase.
Yeah, I think the issue right now for AR is that they have 2 players within. La Bandita. However, those players on the western edge of Game Lord can have pretty good broadsides down towards Becca and Tapok. And now with Aces and Elementrix starting to make their rotate through, it's just a matter of time before Robs, as well as Victor, might just step up here. Is this a difficult scenario for AAR? We'll have to wait and see, really.
This is the fight that concluded between Dark Project and Gladiators. That western side claimed many a team, and we're now down to 9 of them. South side, MUERTE gonna have to push across the road and into Sly. Most likely just gonna have to send for a crash here. They might be able to skirt down to the west, but excuse me, and KASIK team are just gonna take shots. Instead, they're gonna head out to the east and probably into a slightly easier fight against VIRTUS.PRO on their rotational path on the hillside.
MUERTE. Malloy checking his angles at the moment. Sly Europe will have a tough task ahead of them. Gonna have to hold off against VIRTUS.PRO as well as MUERTE as they crest this roadside. VIRTUS.PRO, luckily for Sly Europe, taking shots up towards MUERTE early. And I think this is a problem for VIRTUS.PRO that happens quite often, is that they are not the best at picking their fights, but I'm glad that they are at least picking their fights now. Excuse me, we'll take down one player from KASIK team, but not before Black hits the ground.
A knock gone both ways here. Black is really out in the open. Havlik and Beck both trying to ride on up. It's only Beck who gets there, I would say unscathed, but that's not entirely true. With 2 players active, it's going to be pretty difficult for Excuse Me to hold down this position. Striker and KASIK now, last standing for the squads and are outside of this next zone. They'll need to make a bid for some sort of position, but if they don't have a vehicle, it's going to be pretty much impossible here. Furia looks to regroup. MUERTE not able to control, so if Striker can light this up, then maybe they can just move in on foot and take the buggies from them.
Excuse me, down the hill. Horrible position to be in. Most likely will be going down soon, but KASIK have to push out into the open. This is where Excuse Me has to step up, hit some shots, but it's Terminus along the way, the 4-player squad. In the meantime, AAR did lose 1 player, and they have been far too passive over towards La Bandita, falling into the same trap as Nexus earlier on. Now they start to push up towards Game Lord, and this will be a big test for them. But Game Lord coming on a hot streak this game, might be looking for some more eliminations of their own as AAR finally make their way up towards this ridge side.
They are really very close now, and Game Lord not only on a hot streak this game, on this tournament as well. They have really started to resurge, but unfortunately Akashi is going to be handled. Nice opening pick and a second to follow it up for Robs on that northeast side. In the meantime, on the south ramps, you've got Mandarin spraying uphill, MUERTE suffering, Sly Europe suffering as well. Mandarin last standing for the roster, Disco and Malloy playing as 2. These reses are there, but it's right on the edge of the circle.
Right now, Game Lord crumbling. Sly Europe equally so, just Mandarin left alive, and MUERTE have had a difficult push up towards this position, but assaulted by VP on the way up here the entire time, but use these smokes to just disable that angle down from that south side. Slowly eke their way in. Of Haze, though, has a good spray over towards Milky Way, and he just remains in the vehicle. Could not get the seatbelt off in time before Of Haze quickly jumps him out the window.
There is always a catch. Malloy trading off to Folly, but not really landing as much as they'd like. Neither of these 2 players really landing as much as they'd like. These sprays at this range, I mean, they're a little bit tougher to hit, but you've got to imagine they were looking for more value than that on the bullets that they expended there. Of Haze on 29 in the back for that M4. Not ideal ammo count.
Tapok now taking shots down towards Victor. Aces in the backside. That will be Game Lord now out, and AAR, after losing Elementrix, which they're not going to be too happy about, do manage to solve the scenario up towards that northern side. Sly Europe got 2 players back up on their feet, which is fairly impressive considering they were down to just Mandarin at the end of the day, but there goes Mandarin himself, finally hitting the deck. Tenshik desperately fighting off against the remaining players from MUERTE and Malloy, as well as Discrim. 2 players that have shown us some real good performances in the past towards phase 1.
Becca establishing a forward outpost for ARR, but under pressure from Seiko, could potentially be in nade range there. I think they're just about. Malloy in the smokes, just trying to stay alive right now. The blue zone will pressure them down this slope. 3 players alive for Sly Europe, but with Mandarin down, it's only the 2. Malloy, Discrim trying to play off one another, but both of them are taken out with a 1-2 punch. MUERTE fall to Sly Europe, but they still have to move further in, and Excuse Me has started to encroach on this ground.
A gorgeous little play there. coming through from Sly Europe actually versus MUERTE. The fact that stun grenade goes through the smoke, blinds both of them, really delays their push down that hillside, which is actually the killer for them. Excuse me, 3 players still alive. Furia, the lead singer of the group right now, pushing forward, looks over towards the players in Sly Europe, takes down one, realizes the team now has to think about moving across. As they're clumped up towards that northeast side, but excuse me, now have taken a little bit of a different approach to their end games, go for a bit of a wider split here, trying to retain as much high ground as possible, control as much of the lobby as possible, but they will have to move forward and down off this ridge.
All they're waiting for is Reflect. He's got a Groza, but not a lot of ammo to back it up. Moves over to the vehicles, but spotted. Yeah, that's easy pickup for excuse me. Now they can start to move forward. Seiko under pressure at this stage.
VIRTUS.PRO, XL Machina and Nexus with Octavian still inside the building. This would be good for their placement point count, that's for sure. Right now, excuse me, is in a godly position.
It's nasty.
This oversight is disgusting, and 8 eliminations is what we talked about at the start of the day. We want to see, excuse me, pump up some of those numbers, especially on that final day. They got nothing left to lose here. They have to try and get into that top 8. They had a great turn up in phase 3. It's time to transition that.
This is in general a resurgence game. All 5 of these teams are teams that have been lackluster in these finals. A lot of them getting it late. ARR, 7 eliminations. Shockwave with 7 as well. Excuse me, as you just highlighted, on 8. 3 for Nexus and 3 for VIRTUS.PRO, but still getting this late into the game is really good news for these teams who have been underperforming so far. ARR seem to have managed to find themselves a little bit of safety up on the north side. The next zone will just fully close straight into the center. So it is going to be a descent for excuse me on the cards. If ARR can just hold out for the time being, they might have a little bit better luck. But if excuse me still have vehicles, there's mobility there.
Yeah, I think AR realize that they need to go for the long game play right now. Understanding that position up on high is so unbelievably good. They just need to not peak. And they've slowed things down massively. You saw, excuse me, looking for any angles that they could find, anyone to just peek their head out, but everyone was refusing to do so. Luckily, they'll be able to get an easy couple of eliminations over towards Nexus as they leave the building. A lot of smokes go down here. Excuse me, look to make their push.
Furia seemingly... Oh no, they've seen him. Seiko goes down, so Shockwave are out of it. I imagine it's only a matter of time before VIRTUS.PRO start to fall. Into the bus. Okay, this is really last-ditch effort here. Coming through from excuse me. Furia wants to just try and suppress this ridgeline. Tapok out and spraying the van. Needs to eat a couple of bullets in response. Volley is there and may be able to do a little bit of damage to excuse me. We'll find some, bring them down to half HP, and now it's a 3 versus 3.
This is a really good position from excuse me. Getting 2 players off to the side like this really crunches AR into an awkward position in nade range. Fortunately, Beck doesn't have HE on him. Neither does the other player from excuse me. But with 2 angles to work with now, they have to split one off, take down Fury as he pushes through. Beautiful pick off from Becker. Now just 2 players to deal with.
That's exactly what they needed to find. Black needs value, but into the blue, you're taking too much damage. They're fading away. They might have just given up the ghost here, excuse me. Falling back, Beck consumed by it as well, and ARR are just going to take it down. Excuse me, give up the ghost.
I mean, excuse me doesn't want to give anyone else in this lobby any points right now. Anything that they've picked up is a score bank towards their 8th place finish. They've realized it's so close and on the line that it's just not worth it. They know they're in a losing position. Send out into the blue zone. Take your own life, essentially. Don't give off those elimination points. But yeah, a really smart decision at the end there. And I think for excuse me, they did the best they could. Fury essentially had to live from his position for that to be a game-winning play. And already it was looking very dire as soon as the circle starts to close in. But AR take a very, very safe spot over towards that northern side, push out. It looked a bit dicey with Game Lord, but again, a very chilled out game, I'd say, for AR.
A redemption game for our top 5 performers. Excellent stuff. A lot of points accrued for them as well. So hopefully we've got an exciting final day on our hands. It's already started off pretty well. Let's head back over to the desk.
What a way to start off the finals, Max. I mean, maybe not.
Don't look at that. Don't look.
Actually, no. I want to look at that. I want to look at the prediction because Sly, again, was in a really good position. They had that opportunity to potentially even get that chicken dinner, but they fell short. So what exactly happened that just made them not get that podium finish.
So they had actually a really good dip to play from that was just north of the road, and my game plan was, okay, they're going to make sure that MUERTE and VP cannot pose a threat. They're not able to cross, especially MUERTE. But then they just move downhill a little bit and allow MUERTE to just flood in that position in the south, and then Slide just get overwhelmed because they don't have the high ground position. They can't really find any coverage. So it's just, yeah, they gave a small opportunity and then MUERTE took it, which is good from MUERTE. We said was a little bit silent, so they do get a few eliminations here. But what a comeback from ARR on this game. And I got to say, the position and the reason why you guys all picked ARR makes also a lot of sense because from the northern side, not many teams were there. La Bandita outskirts allows you to get a lot of information on where teams are positioned for the late game. So, and also a really good fight versus Game Lord, I have to add to that. So yeah, ARR, no, also a very solid prediction. And in this case, the execution was almost flawless on their end. And 10 eliminations for this match, you know, off to a good start for this final day.
Yeah. Yeah, and excuse me, one of the teams that we highlighted as well, saying that coming into the finals, they really didn't get those elimination points or those podium finishes, but they've actually stepped up on this first map that we've already seen. 10 eliminations coming through from excuse me, which sets them off to a good, successful potential final day. I mean, Furia getting 50% of those, that is not something to not be proud of, because Kitsune said he wanted 10 elims. We said, you know, if we're looking at 7, 8 elims on a day, that per game, that's actually impressive. And Furia's off to a good start with 5.
Yeah, maybe he was predicting the eliminations per game of excuse me. No, the redemption's on. I'm not too sure, but a great game. I am so shocked that excuse me were able to get away with as much as they have this game. At one point, they're across the road against KASIK team. I think there was MUERTE that was looking at them. There was also SHOCKWAVE.
Yep.
And they just push in the field and are allowed to get a res back as a 3-man team. KASIK die around them. SHOCKWAVE lose 3 players. MUERTE are focused onto Sly and VP at that time. And they just get access to the best position in that late game circle. Of course, they have to leave, so ARR do get it. But it was the high risk, high reward situation where the fact that they were left alive and to make it in that spot allows them to get then a second place with so many eliminations where you could not escape their gaze. So, excuse me, we said it at the start of the day, right, Janiro? We want to see podium finishes, and that's what we got in the first game. So that's a good way to kick off your final day.
Yeah, let's talk about NEXUS as well, Max. It's one of the teams that we talked about that we are expecting to be showing up today because they're a little bit at that cutoff point. From what we've seen from them in this first map, are we feeling confident on how they're going to be performing today?
Actually, I'm looking back on their rotation right now. The thing is, they were in that position upon phase 3, where the game pretty much ended. They were there for phase 3, so there was very minimal movement. And they were making sure no clearance space, taking shots at teams around them. So that's good to see that they're trying to be aggressive as much as they can. But I do have to echo a point that John and Blank made during the cast too, is that it's weird that we're not having Doran on and that Kime is playing. I think that it's been proven that that roster would be just a little bit more efficient in these matches when it comes to taking those aggressive fights. So we'll see. And also Exo Machina not playing at the standard we expected after how he popped off during phase 2 and phase 3. So I feel like the potential is still there, but I need to see a little bit more after this game because I feel like this was a little bit of a given.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, we're looking at the damage coming out from ARR, excuse me, the team that we highlighted coming into the saying, okay, we want them to show up Gladiators. I mean, they have 8 elims. Even though maybe, you know, that's not the 10 elims that they were looking forward to, it's still something to not take away from them. SHOCKWAVE has woken up as well. That's a team kind of that has been flying under the radar, Max. And it feels like having 7 elims, it's a good start of today. Yeah. And it gives me hope that they are really pushing for finishing in top 8.
Yeah, and I'm actually going to bounce this point over to another point, which is in this game, we actually saw Gladiators die early. We saw MADBULLS die early. We saw Major Pride die early. What does that do? That offers a huge opportunity for the teams on the first page to maybe close that gap with the top 3, maybe even overtake their positions if this is something that keeps happening throughout today. And not only that, that allows more points to be spread throughout the bottom teams to potentially also climb their way higher up and maybe reach the top 8 for the very first time. So this is huge. This was a huge opportunity for teams to try and climb up as much as they could. And in this case, ARR and excuse me were the one to just get as many points as they possibly could. So if this happens again, no top 3 might not be as clear cut as we initially expected.
Absolutely, but also having the awareness and the confidence to be able to take advantage of these opportunities that are given to you is something as well that I'm happy to see these teams take advantage of. Because if you're not too sure, you're waiting maybe a couple of seconds before you move in, that does kind of mess up the tempo. So happy to see that that happened. But we're not going to be heading into Sanhok. That is the second map of today. And historically, there are a couple teams that have performed very well here. So you got your Gladiators, Major Pride, your Dark Project, KONINA Power, and MADBULLS. I think KONINA Power here, Max, is one of those teams that we consistently mention that, yes, it's Sanhok. We are expecting them to perform well simply because of their drop location. But now that it's the finals day, are we expecting any teams to be interrupting that?
Gladiators could be an issue. I'm looking also at your Major Pride, which are really good at defending those bridge/river crosses locations. So I like to see if that's going to go. Though, going back to your KONINA Power, I want to see KONINA Power have a good game when the circle goes to the west. Every time it goes to the east, they tend to make it into that late game. It's pretty much a given because, as you said, their drop location and they rotate pretty quickly in a central position. I want to see them get a podium finish or at least even a top 5 when the circle goes hard to the west and they're able to make those crosses against teams that are strong, like your Gladiators, like your Major Pride, also potentially your MADBULLS and SHOCKWAVE. So yeah, KONINA Power, I want to see a little bit more here because you can't just expect the circle to always come your way. Sure, there's a little bit of luck factor in PUBG Mobile, but you also make your own luck to some extent, and I feel like that's KONINA Power. Can try and work on things on how they approach the western circles.
Yeah, create your own luck. But we also have the overall standings in terms of where we're currently situated when it comes to the teams and the points that they have been gathering over the course of the finals. Major Pride breaking that 200-point barrier, sitting at 208 in total. But as we said it earlier, when we're looking at team 2 to 8, it's already very close. I mean, you get a couple of good games, you can completely change up the rankings. And with the game that we've just seen come out of, excuse me, they've already pushed themselves up a little further.
Yeah, it's not as safe anymore. Game Lord, if they just get himself a chicken dinner potentially on the next game, which they've struggled, only 15 placement points.
Yeah.
For 59 limbs, that's not a good ratio. It's fair to say. Okay, Game Lord, we need to see them get to that late game. But right now, one chicken dinner would do just that. It would push you up in the top 3 and you could contest against it. So yeah, we'll see how things are going to be panning out. Though to the second page, KASIK team has fallen off. ARR. One other game like this, no even just a podium finish, they're on the top page. And ARR, this would be the clutch we need from them on this final day.
Absolutely. And Sanhok, this is the first, but also the penultimate Sanhok that we're going to be seeing in spring 2023. We have, once again, our lovely casters ready to walk you through all the action that we're going to be seeing. So John and Blank, take it away.
We do only have 2 more Sanhoks left, Blank. I know, it's very sad. We'll see it again, don't worry, I'm sure, in future tournaments. So, you know what? Let's make it a good one. Let's make it a good penultimate Sanhok. We've still got 1 more today as well.
Yeah, this has to be a Northwest finish, 100%. It has to be, otherwise I'll be extremely sad overall. But yeah, heading over towards Sanhok now. There's a lot of teams that have done fairly well on Sanhok so far. We saw the map performance breakdown beforehand. You know, Major Pride, MADBULLS, Gladiators, Dark Project, KONINA Power. I would say the usual suspects to see here. KONINA Power and Dark Project typically have had I think KONINA Power at least have had very good games on Sanhok throughout the entirety of the tournament. On the other hand, Dark Project has had a bit of a resurgence here on Sanhok in the finals, but Major Pride, Gladiators and MADBULLS all just really trying to push as hard as they can towards that top side. We have a bit of a leftover from my previous telestration, but that works out actually. DSL. That works out absolutely fine for us because this is that's exactly where Gladiators are going to go, just like that. But yeah, a little bit of a difficult jump over towards this side of the map. Obviously, the Kawi Kampong, I think for Sly Europe heading down towards docks is going to be a little bit more difficult as well, and getting reflect over towards that western quarry building maybe a little bit more dangerous, as VIRTUS.PRO can drop quite quickly in towards that position, and they will have to worry about perhaps KASIK team dropping slightly early alongside them, but overall should be okay for most teams. I think we'll just have a bit more of a crunch towards this eastern side, as a lot of teams will have to take some time to get towards their spots, and then obviously more time to loot up.
A little bit more mobility afforded to them. No one really getting too hot with it. I mean, maybe Octavian close to Palucci from KONINA Power in the northeast, but they look like they are diverging. It's not Northwest Blank, but that is a nasty circle up to the north.
Yeah, pretty disgusting overall. I mean, a lot of these teams won't be too happy with this, especially teams like MADBULLS, Major Pride, who have been afforded some really good games off the back of a lot of these southern circles, so this is going to be a long journey for some of these guys. Shockwave up towards that northern edge, towards Hattin, not to go towards the secondary drop spot, over towards where AR are playing. Obviously, it didn't go well for them yesterday. Don't opt to do it again because it went very badly. And obviously, Nexus love to get involved on that third party when it comes through. But we will expect Nexus to remain around KAO and Tapmok, mainly because there will be a fair few teams trying to go for this western bridge rotate up towards that northwest side. And they love to get involved. As soon as they hear those shots, they zoom over towards the ridge side on towards those paddy fields and then look down towards a lot of these engagements. And it works out very well for them usually. They've been a lot more cautious with ARR. Goodness me, that name has caused me problems throughout the entirety of the tournament. But yeah, that has caused them problems before in terms of not being cautious enough, and ARR taking some very aggressive rotations over their way. I feel like I sound like Optimus Prime transforming. Exactly.
Yeah, I get it. From like the 90s cartoon version rather than the Shia LaBeouf's phase of their history. Striker might be history in and of himself. Shifu will spot him, take him down. Maybe a little bit of an answer here, but immediately behind cover.
KASIK team down towards that south side in Kampong. Obviously, this is what we kind of expected to happen, which is a lot of these teams on the eastern side taking a long time to rotate across, a long time to drop in, a long time to loot. It was pretty much inevitable that some of these teams would come into close contact with one another. And again, you can see already circles starting to close, and a lot of these teams have only just made it towards their spots where they can get looted up. So utility is going to be a bit of a problem for perhaps some of these teams on the eastern edge. I'm looking at Dark Project, KONINA Power, Dagestan, as well as KASIK team. Sly Europe have opted just to instantly make their rotate upwards. As a VIRTUS.PRO, though, they've gone headed over towards that Confluence compound. Now, I find this a strange rotate, in my opinion, John. I think if they wanted to head up towards that northwestern island, this is a difficult rotation to make versus two very well-seasoned teams of Gladiators and also Shockwave, who've had to make this rotation a lot of times. It takes quite a bit of skill to pull it off naturally without finding yourself caught up in an engagement towards these teams on the eastern side. And with more and more teams all crunching up towards Paris Resort, even harder to work with this one.
You do sort of wonder just where they're going to try and go from there as well. It's not easy. KONINA Power on the east, moving all the way up towards Mongnai Palucci, leading that charge out on the east. Maybe looking to push into the east side of Nexus and KAO and Tapmok. For the time being, though, no one's really stepping too super hard. MADBULLS behind Sly Europe on their rotation up the center of that mainland. Tulika on the back of the bike, trying to see them nice and close to a compound, to a position. The Unicorns of Love leave one player in Paradise Resort.
You know, actually, it's unfortunate that I wasn't paying attention. Goodness me, I hate it when that happens. But MADBULLS make a successful rotate out from Tambang and Ruins, past Painan, up towards that northern side, and actually get ahead of Major Prize. This is a real big changer for MADBULLS, and it looks like they've gone for a bit of a sneak play because Major Prize certainly would not be down this far south unless they'd managed to elude them by heading further north in the MADBULLS. So for Major Pride, they've probably stuck around a little bit, realized that where the hell are the Bulls? And they've decided, you know what, they're far, far away. Unfortunately, Mickey Beast getting a massive amount of damage over their way, already pulling the pin on this one, and Tudika's incredibly low, and MADBULLS just go for the aggressive play, and it was needed.
Does get an answer onto Mihi, close range. Zerich should be resible for the MADBULLS here. Just a little bit further down the ridge line. Does need to be a bit careful for the remaining line of fire. Actually, Zerich very much covered off by Beast's position as he swung out nice and low. We'll be pinging this one away. Smoke necessary here for MADBULLS to go for this res, but they might just be down to 3. It's looking very tricky to go for this.
Yeah, I mean, Beast have a broadside on this. They're going to have to basically pick him up and go, and it's going to be unlikely they'll be able to find this one. So already Frozen sends away. There is one player left behind there. I think that might be Tulika, in fact, it is. So MADBULLS certainly down to 3, but could be down even to 2 going forward. Excuse Me did make their way up. That is from the south side of boot camp. Furia behind a tree, struggling a little bit. Elementrix of the Vector with absolutely no ammo left in the back pocket either.
Just needs a little bit more there Auto shotgun in hand now for Elementrix, but M4 to try and blast a couple of shots over towards Havlik. Neither of the two players go down, but Havlik doesn't take any damage, which is a preferable trade there. Excuse me, maintain position in a fairly central compound on the playable land.
This is a pretty nice spot a lot of times. I actually much prefer this spot to currently where it skews me. I have their split towards that western side. Luckily, they're not all inside that compound, but that one just keeps you out of dodge for a long while, but it also does make your rotation in that end game quite difficult. It's very obvious where you're coming from. You get shot at by teams over towards the western island as well. So difficult to play in that one. Air opts for a bit more of an aggressive approach, a bit more difficult to maintain and hold on to. It's because it has quite a few angles that you can come at it in terms of a crash, but for AR this should be better for their overall performance in the entirety of the match. Now Gladiators moving through, you wonder if they are aware of VIRTUS.PRO's position down towards their south side. Again, this is a bit of a weird decision coming through from VIRTUS.PRO, one that perhaps Gladiators aren't prepared for, but slowly moving through, not too alert, and I think that might be coming back to bite them later on.
The Gladiators, they were just taking Overlook onto the VIRTUS.PRO position. I think they knew the VIRTUS.PRO were hiding out, trying to move in from the south. Yeah, and they're just going to leave VIRTUS.PRO falling backwards. I think they spotted that. Major Pride, they've taken a knock actually here. You know, almost down and will get flushed away by Tenchik. Sly Europe taking the fight to them. It's the second time Major Pride are going to potentially go down early here if they don't clean things up. Zashipa will fall, caught with a nade in hand, and Monkey won't waste any time getting the flush there. Tenchik now with Reflect. Two players active. That nade out through the window looks pretty good, but isn't going to find a knock, not just yet. Pushing through, no me in effect, close to Tenchik here. A 2 versus 1. Tenchik repositions, doesn't shut the door in time, but won't get flushed out immediately. Reflect looks like he just wants to get away from it, but won't be allowed to do so. The trap cinches shut, and Monkey finds the final blow.
Yeah, I think that it's definitely a big misplay on Zashipa's side. I think pulling out the Molotov in close range combat like that is not the play. I think far too many times recently we are starting to see players rely more and more on the DBS, on the auto shotty, on Molotovs and grenades. And although all those things are really good, and I'm glad to see a lot of EU start to utilize them a lot better, I think at the end of the day, we have to understand that we can go back to basics, which is just taking the clear gunfight. And I think that's something that Major Pride does very well, as opposed to a lot of these other teams, as they realize, you know what, we can just fight and go for gun trades, which is absolutely fine. And a lot of times catching people off guard like that with Molotovs in hand, with grenades in hand, it's just a free elimination because there is that delay before you pull your weapon back out of the holster. So Major Pride does that quite decently. That could have been a very, very bad situation for them if Zashipa just holds the angle. Unfortunately doesn't. Sly Europe will run away with that one with 3 eliminations total. They do lose a player though, which will adjust how they'll play this endgame out, as will it do so for MADBULLS, who are also down a player. But Gladiators make it across in that 2-2 split that Casino was talking about yesterday, getting a lot of control over on that western edge, and VIRTUS.PRO just swing back across the river over towards these warehouses on the north side of boot camp.
MUERTE, without Happy J playing as 3, should have pretty good sight lines to VIRTUS.PRO here, but Malloy not going to protect them just yet, instead falling back over that hill, get a little bit closer to the next zone. The circle closing. KASIK have gone for a botation. The question is, where will they find landfall? Because if they try and get all the way around to Kao, Kapahala is that backstop. MADBULLS, look at what they've managed to do. They've gotten all the way to a 2-2 split either side of the road of Tapmark.
2-1 split.
A 2-1 split,
player earlier
right,
on Zerich, which is a little bit unfortunate considering Zerich is one of the best players, right? But yeah, in Lumberyard, the really good position, and the circle moving over their way too. Goodness me, what a good start for them. Fortunately, NEXUS over towards their northern side. Historically, though, NEXUS have not been great at holding on to Lumberyard, honestly. It's been a bit weird, and most times we have seen NEXUS hold on to Lumberyard. It has been a case of them like almost getting the chicken dinner or getting it, but it being very sloppy. So I think for NEXUS, with some of the improvements they've been making recently, this could be a very different change of pace for them over towards Lumberyard. But again, have to play this one cautiously. Make sure they're checking all their angles, holding on to utility for their end game, because that has caught them out a lot of times in the past. Major Pride still racking up those elimination points, though. They realize after that last game, they certainly dropped off just a little bit, and Gladiators with 7 eliminations were able to catch up slightly, but they need to keep going.
Excuse me, lid up on the entrance there. Havlik very, very low. 4 players are alive for them, and they need some answer over towards Aces. Tapok being so close, this is probably an unknown position, it feels like, at this stage. Certainly playing it that way. Furia a little bit closer for comfort. Elementrix sees Palucci from KONINA Power, who's been trying to get across these hills. KONINA Power with only 2 and make that 1, as Fleek is all too happy to take that one down. The South Point position is good. Furia finds 1, and Elementrix gets knocked as well. ARR get turned around on, and excuse me, are holding it down on the junction.
Yeah, doing a good job. They are taking some frags backwards and forwards, but they're getting more of the flushes over towards AR at the moment. Elementrix very low, but should be able to get raised back up again. We're over towards Dark Project with KASIK, Ingush, DBS. Getting some damage over. Strikers out of the game, though, which is now a test for KASIK team.
Oh, doesn't look like they're going to pass this phase either, Blank, because that is 2 very, very quick flushes. KASIK now with a chance, but Madness has that DBS. He's repositioning, doesn't have any teammates. All of these teams in Cal going down gives Nexus a really good spot in Tap Mock. Shockwave might be able to take it from them, but once this concludes, there's very little threat from the northeast.
KASIK looking for that last player. The DBS, it becomes pretty nasty to work with. Keeps ducking, diving, dodging, trying to stay out of the way of these bullets. KASIK is just Kaz now with the UMP, trying to send the bullets in, but that DBS is so devastating at close range. Next circle will be shifting shortly. Excuse me, still yet to get their player back upon his feet as he crawls back to the rest of the squad. Difficult push for them. We'll have to smoke it out.
Ooh. Ivanescu, I think, just about tagged on there. KASIK might not know exactly where they're playing, but that nade is still cooking. Puts it on the inside and makes a little bit of a, I wouldn't say misstep, just doesn't get the read quite right here as Madness gets his teammate back to his feet. Immediately unloads around the corner to fade away. This is very well put back together for the duo for Dark Project, even though they are only 2.
Becker gets knocked out by Tulika, which gives Black a little bit of a saving grace there from Excuse Me, and Nexus continues to take control over towards Lumberyard and Tap Mock.
They're looking pretty good. I mean, we saw Nexus last game in a way that we haven't for a while. Madness, I mean, this is a replay. Really nice setup there. Just able to nail both of those pumps. Very, very nice stuff.
Major Pride's currently taking a lot of punishment down towards Paris as they all try and move through. Game Lord currently at 4, though. Made an early rotation towards this compound. Haven't done much else other than that. Shockwave over towards that northwest side, and Gladiator is now pushing in. A fast push as well over towards Shockwave position. Snowwick's fairly open to a Kitsune off angle here. It's Meku just jumping over the top, scouting, jump spotting.
They should be able to hear him fairly soon. Meku pulls the pin and maybe actually underarming the nade here. If Snowix gets caught out, then disaster. But the nade doesn't quite find him. So no info either on those hit markers. Tixie is now in front of Shockwave on the northwest side. As both of them looking for that little opening, that foot in the door. Meku backed off the ridgeline, does deal some damage back out their way. Snowix footsteps, that will give the close ridge info. I think they were aware of it either way. These 2 teams have been embroiled in this rotation for a while as it comes to a head. Kitsune getting that scouting information.
Snowix now with a nade. Looking to pop that one over the top. Won't find anything though. Again, these teams have to push through one another. Tixie on the off angle with the nade gets a large amount of damage done, and Meku should try and follow up on that one. Snowix just has to send back.
Ooh, so close for Meku. Snowix as well, just looking for this heal. Gladiators have done better work to get closer to this circle, but Aza has a really solid angle against them. That's a big nade. That's the opening that the Gladiators have been looking for, and it might just afford them the chance to rotate straight on through. Yeah, Terminus is now under pressure by the blue zone, and this is the navigational strength of the Gladiators' position to keep everyone going right up and against the wall. Shockwave are going to fall on the northwest side.
Unicorns will love heavy damage to them as well, and they'll go down also. And Kitsune continues to just scout out. 4 players for them. Circle moves down towards that southeast side. Dagestan out as well now. Nexus still remaining towards Lumberyard. In a strong spot as 4. We'll have to move out at some point though, John. Excuse me, down towards the southwest too. Gladiators now moving towards Elementrix's position. All is lonesome. It's going to be difficult to hold this down versus Gladiators. They just start to push through, and they will sweep this western edge as best as possible.
It's going to be very hard, as you say, for Elementrix to slow things down. Shockwave try and move up north, but Dark Project still have a player waiting around. Will spot Seiko. He's now the last player for them. Elementrix on the inside. Gladiators need to be careful, and Elementrix immediately lights one up, tries to go for the flush, and manages just about to get it, which brings Gladiators down to 2, and Matic gets spotted as well. That's excuse me on that southwest side, going to light up the crossfire, and the Gladiators are being pulled apart. You said it was going to be hard to stop them, but right now, you might have to eat your words.
Hard to stop the sweep for sure, yeah. I mean, if they're going to make that kind of play, it is difficult, especially with the sightlines they have down towards the position. Goodness me, I mean, Gladiators are in a whole world of hurt now. Predictions come through. You gone for Nexus?
I have.
I've gone for the wildcard player, MADBULLS, 2 players inside the shack. See what they can get done. Meantime, this is Unicorns Alone versus Dagestan. This fight went wrong for both teams, honestly.
Looks like it went pretty right for Zero. Able to get 1, 2, 3. Is he looking for the 4th as well? I mean, we didn't catch this one, but keep the last standing for Dagestan. Didn't look like he lasted too much longer. Are you having flashbacks to when Nexus lost what should have been a convincing win for them from this position?
I'm having so many flashbacks to when Nexus is unable to get the win from this spot. It should be an easy spot to win from as well. Again, so much cover to work with. Not many sightlines looking over their way right now. So many teams towards the center taking a huge amount of damage, but next circle will be up towards that northern side. So again, Nexus in this one in a really fantastic spot. Leaving it might be slightly difficult as Doran starts to scout out forward, up towards the fence.
Question is, do you need to? Game Lord will be challenging onto top of the tables, Major Pride, and will be able to win that one out. All 4 of them still alive. And now they have that forward position on Robs. They can look to regroup, but it is open and downhill ahead of them on terrain. Abolodoya's right close with them as well. And Single might be able to get a sideswipe third party.
A lot of teams probably stopping dead in their tracks now. You can see where Game Lord is coming from. It is open fields around that area. Abolodoy silent in the grass. With the first time a KONINA power player's gone for a full 1v4 as they just drive straight past him. Completely unnoticed, apparently.
I wonder if they did notice him and he just didn't want to get too busy with it. Meku, last player standing for the Gladiators, moves up to the rooftop, does shimmy across and stays in cover. There we go. Abolodoy is down, but there is still one more player out there. Robs doesn't look like he's scouting out that way. Yeah, he turns the corner. There it is. They're going to know now. And looks for the challenge. DBS around the side of the rock against Robs. It's not even a DBS, the auto shotgun, but it's good enough, especially with Robs as the wielder. And now 4 teams remain.
Yeah, excuse me, we'll have to push in as Robs is just on a mad dash over towards this position.
Oh.
Aimlord so far, I've never really had a strong play over towards Sanhok. And maybe it won't be the chicken dinner, but certainly getting a good amount of work done here. 7 eliminations once again. This is kind of how Game Lord likes to play, is a huge amount of eliminations on their side. Circle pushes down towards that south side. Victor goes down too, so obviously now this becomes an awkward 3-way engagement. It's going to be difficult to get these players flush though. At least one goes down and Robs.
Nexus are going to have to figure out their way across the road, but if they can get rid of Game Lord, that's going to be made so much easier. If they have smokes to get across, yeah, okay, there's already one being dropped on that road to isolate some angles against the MADBULLS. Rez onto Victor. That is forward into the circle. Now Valo does need to shimmy closer, But now Nexus is going to take that opportunity to open those smokes, to move closer to MADBULLS as a duo. A Molotov towards the back. And another nade in hand. Fleek eats some fire there and wants to pop the first aid to get himself nice and healthy already. Kapahala somehow gets across, and now they're in the circle as well. But Narvalo's off angle is being established. This is really big for GameLord to maybe have a shout in here.
Yeah, Dora and Exo Machine around the side. Nade goes through. Good amount of damage coming through from Narvalo. Like he said, has a lovely little off angle on towards his position. Stun grenade, Tulika. More Molotovs coming through, and I think he has to come out the backside now. Tulika goes down. Fleek will have to go for something big. Can't find it though. And now just GameLord and Nexus going toe to toe.
Akashi will spot one and bring it evens now on the numbers. GameLord seemingly having the outside control with Narvalo. It's great news, but there's vehicles still in tow. Octavian is across and manages to get some cover. Will look for the heal as well. Narvalo needs value, but will need to leave this rock as well. And Nexus are not going to be shunted out. GameLord have to move here. Octavian spots the player descending the hill. Victor launching ordnance over the hill. Octavian moves up. The suppressing on the corner is not going to have an effect here because there's no players behind it. Now Nexus need to maintain control as GameLord have crunched a little bit closer.
Yeah, limited sight lines for GameLord to have to control now, so a little bit more of an easy spray for them down towards GameLord and Narvalo. Oh no, being on this corner is really important. Takes a heavy amount of damage though. If Narvalo goes down, the game becomes really difficult for GameLord.
That smoke is huge. Akashi doesn't have any nades. Victor spotted. Octavian has 3 first aids, and there goes Akashi. First blow dealt to the top of the hill position. Octavian gets that heal off. Nexus need to push out. Victor low and spotted. Narvalo now in a 1 versus 3. Is he good for it? No, he's not. And Nexus, finally, from Tapmock, are able to claim a chicken dinner.
Really big win coming through from Nexus. Finally, they're able to make it happen. It has been a long time coming, really, to be honest. It looked a bit dicey there towards the end. I think GameLord had some sightlines that they could have taken. But again, like we said early in that game, there's so little cover to work with as you move forward. I think MADBULLS were slightly weak on their defense there. Or you could say that, you know what, Nexus were very strong on their take. Like the Molotovs through the window were really good. The smoke train across caused some serious panic for MADBULLS inside that building. Difficult to work with overall.
You don't have any mobility at all as your MADBULLS there because you can't push out the back, you can't get those off angles because of GameLord's position, and Nexus can stop them from really doing too much against them. I think that was very well played by Nexus. They seem to have learnt their lesson, but is it too little too late? And will they be able to make it into that top 8 position to get through to the regional finals? Only the next 4 matches will tell. We'll head to a short break and go back over to the desk.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Welcome back to the analyst desk. I'm Jeannie, this is Max, and we're going to be breaking down what we've just seen. Myself and John have done quite an okay job in terms of predicting what team is going to get that chicken dinner. Blank has got a good one himself. But Max, once again, it feels like your predictions
Which team will troll Max? Do you see that?
Which is like really interesting because it did kind of feel like you got trolled a little bit because they had all their players and MADBULLS had only 2, but so the maths is not really mathing.
The max is not mathing. It's not working out. Can we just skip this segment for the next few games? Thank you very much, production. I'd appreciate it. But yeah, Nexus Gaming, and we're talking about the teams that needed to get points right. This is huge for, of course, your Nexus Gaming, because we said it, the top teams not getting as many points as they possibly could. You're not seeing huge games from MADBULLS, from Gladiators, from Major Pride. So this opens up once again 2 games in a row now, the floodgates for some of these teams to close that gap and climb up towards that potential top 8 position, which is the case for Nexus Gaming. And really, Janiro, what a breach that came through from Nexus Gaming. The way they used the Molotovs to block out the windows and the doors so they can't get shut down on their cross above the road. And then they just get even closer. A second molly, you just know exactly where the players are going to be. They're going to be in the corners on top of some furniture to make sure they don't get hit by the molly damage. And it becomes very predictable. You just got to check your angles. So what a game. I feel like they've done so many mistakes in this position before, Janiro, that now they know exactly how to play this game down to the T. And they do get themselves the chicken dinner here with Doran popping off. You know what? Doran is back, baby. We said we wanted to see more Doran, and he's here, and he's bringing the heat.
Yeah, Doran really said, you know what, Max, let me help you out this time around. I'll fulfill one of your wishes. That might not be your prediction, but still one of the things did end up going your way, so that's something to be very happy about. But Nexus had quite an incredible performance this time around. I mean, we said it ourselves. I mean, you said it as well. Just having those mollies spread on the wooden floors, that was an absolute nightmare for MADBULLS.
Look, I'm going to describe the Sanhok meta in 2 words, okay?
Yes.
DBS, Molotov, okay? That's what you want, because it's all about those breaches in the late game. And, you know, if you have that DBS, it's very easy to check those windows, check those doors, check those corners. And it's also very easy to just block out a big portion of these buildings because, as you might know, Sanhok, compared to like your Miramars or your Erangel, a lot of the buildings have wooden floors. And if you put molly on the wooden floor, it spreads. And that's why we want to try and have as many mollies as possible, which is why I think that if Game Lord held on to their mollies just a little bit longer instead of throwing them like in the open ground, which is where they're the least effective on Sanhok, I feel like this would have been a Game Lord win pretty easily, because you just throw it inside the building, it spreads, and it slows down the move out from Nexus Gaming. Potentially even they take damage to the Molotov. So I feel like, no, the mollies were just a very important resource the Game Lord did not keep. Like here, for example, puts the molly, and instantly Tulika forced to move away in a corner. Fleeke cannot go anywhere else because the molly is just shutting down his movement space. And then Nexus just heal up from their wounds, up as a 3 players. And what a bunch of shots that came in from Doran. Absolutely clutch. His first game of the day, and he's clutching it up, securing the win for his team. I want to see him play all of these matches today because he is already looking on fire.
Yeah, he's definitely warmed up and ready to go. 5 elims in total, as we said it. I mean, that is more than 50% of the kills that we've seen Nexus secure this time around. Havli from Excuse Me also stepping up to the plate in terms of doing some damage, in terms of getting those numbers up. But unfortunately for them, that wasn't enough to get that chicken dinner. But they still had a good performance, and it's one of the teams that we highlighted earlier today, Max, saying we want them to perform. And it feels like 2 games now in a row, they have genuinely given it their best shot.
I'm also, Cal caught me catching, drinking my monster. Sorry there. But, excuse me, no, good game. They eliminated my prediction. I don't appreciate that, but it's still doing better. They're still doing way better than what it did in the first 2 days of the finals, which I can appreciate. So good on them, getting some points in. They need it. And I'm really actually interested to see what the leaderboards potentially look like, because the fact that the top team's not been getting as many points, Game Lord getting good points here, Nexus 2, I think we're going to have a way bigger shuffle in the rankings than we initially expected, because we saw the top 3 at the start of the day, Janiro, as like these 3 teams that would be almost impossible to take down. But as how things are going, that gap has closed significantly. Look at Game Lord back in top 4. Nexus Gaming has been pretty much 48 hours since we saw them in the top 5, and now they're back up there. Also, Excuse Me, it's all over the place, and I'm loving it for this last day. It makes it so much more intriguing to see who's going to make it in the championship.
Yeah, absolutely. We said it earlier today. We're like, okay, Major Pride, you know, broke that 200-point mark already. But realistically, if they have a little bit of a slower day alongside Gladiators and MADBULLS, it does allow the remaining teams to fight for the scraps, move up on those ranking tables, and maybe even dethrone them. So far for the last 2 maps, that does seem to be the case. We still have 4 more maps coming your way. Erangel will be that next map. But also another thing that I want to see on the second page is MUERTE specifically, because they're currently standing on 12th, 115 points. So we haven't seen like any pop off out of your mind crazy gameplay from the MUERTE, but we've seen them slowly climbing up, and I feel like with that consistency, potentially we can see them get a chicken dinner, which could push them on to top 8, because it would be a little bit of a sad situation to be in if you've started the season so incredibly strong on phase 1 and then you come into those phase 3, you come into the finals, and you're kind of not really hitting the mark.
I would say for MUERTE, consistency is not going to be enough. We need to see a pop-off game for them, because we said, are they a 12-played team too many times? It's kind of became reality for them. So we need to see a MUERTE chicken dinner. I want to see it happen today.
And I also want to see Max get his prediction right. But Monster, thank you for making it possible for us to go through all these games, because the energy is needed. We're going to be heading into Erangel, the 3rd map of today. It's going to be John and Blank once again covering all the action.
Thank you very much. We are going to be getting into Erangel for the 3rd match of the day. Blank, it has been an absolute treat so far today to see a lot of teams that we've been missing over the last couple of weeks really start to bring it back to Thunder.
Yeah, and I mean, NEXUS there on that last game, that has sent them up the rankings, 146 points now in 5th place, excuse me, also getting far into that game. That brings them to 6th place. So again, now on track to get towards those regional championships. I think NEXUS looking in a much better position to where we expected them to be here. KASIK team did unfortunately drop out though, down towards 9th place, and Dark Project are still in that 8th place position, 128 points. So they need some more points on the day. We only have 4 matches left to go though, as we head into our 3rd of the day, which means we are basically halfway through now.
Yeah, it is very, very much close by. There is only 1 more Miramar. There is only 1 more Sanhok. 2 more Erangels, though, when you include this one. Playing path with an easterly list from Stelba down towards Sosnovka military base. North George, I don't know if Gladiators are going to want to drop out there. Might see them back down towards Ferry Pier, but there's always potential to just jump in and grab some vehicles around that north side of the river, get driving across, but you imagine they're just going to want to play it safe for Gladiators. Stay in that lead, because they're only 5 points ahead of MADBULLS now.
Yeah, I think a drop down towards Ferry Pier is probably ideal for Gladiators here. You know, they can work off the back of the circle from there. Knowing Gladiators, though, they're most likely going to drop in Ferry Pier. We're going to get a northwest circle. They have been done dirty by the circle so many times on their secondary drop spots, forced to drop in a position that they don't usually head towards, and the circle drops on their normal drop spot. It must be frustrating. But again, when you don't drop in North George, again, there's always a possibility that we are going to see Gladiators up towards that way. So more than likely it will be free for some time, which means that Gladiators can head up there if they need to. But we're going to get a eastern circle instead, which is going to support a lot of these teams up towards that northeast side. Game Lord, hopefully, and Yasnaya can continue their performance they hit up on that Sanhok. Still yet to really close down that chicken dinner. It has been a long time. A lot of 2nd places, a lot of 3rd places, but not that chicken dinner coming their way just yet. Lipovka for MUERTE, they have dropped down far now, 12th place. Still need a big game if they want to make it towards that top 8. I think it's going to be difficult for them. And NEXUS, obviously, off the back of that good game, should be feeling fairly decent with themselves. I'm curious to see what the roster is currently. I think they are fielding Kapahala, Octavian, Doran, and EXO, which is, in my opinion, the perfect squad. I think Max was saying it over on the desk there, and this is the one you want to run with. I think that, you know, it might just be a case that, like, you have to threaten Doran with the bench, right? You have to threaten Doran with the bench, otherwise he gets a little bit too aggressive. You know, he takes these crazy off angles. And so they probably said to him, look, man, you're not playing until you start playing with the squad a lot more often. Stop taking these really weird long off angles where you more than likely go down, because we need you. Because he's a great fragger, and we saw that in the end game that he does a lot of work for the team, gets a lot of eliminations, but it's not often we see him in those end games. It's not often that we're able to see NEXUS best of 4 when they do field Doran. So I'm glad that he's come back. You know, he's hung his head in shame just a little bit, but has come back, you know, with his tie done up properly, top button done up. He's looking smart and he's looking ready to do the job professionally.
He's done all his homework. He's doing brilliantly. His parents are so proud. Goodness me.
That's what we need. That's what we
model student coming back in there after being reformed.
Sent to isolation.
Of detention. Game Lord up at the north side. As you said, try to repeat that performance from the Sanhok game. They just got pipped to the post in. I liked some of the rotations from Game Lords. I was a fan of that wide angle from Narvalo. Wasn't a fan of Rob's rolling around in the open and dying. That didn't go well for them.
Yeah, I think he realized he needed to regroup the team just a little bit too late, and by that time, you know, the guys had already from NEXUS started to take control of the MADBULLS position, which gave them just free shots over their way. KASIK moving through right now from Game Lord, getting their second place in our last game. We're on board with them over in Yasnaya. Looking over towards Gladiators now in Ferry Pier as we pass through the trees. Again, this is a very much important map for some of these teams. Obviously, Erangel, consistent points are available here. And I think for a lot of these lads in the lobby at the moment, looking for a big game, especially Major Pride, they obviously are in 215 points, but they've not had the greatest games today so far. It's still very difficult to catch them up with Gladiators not getting as many points as they might have liked in those games where there was that opportunity to ladder up with Major Pride out early. But 174 to 215. If Gladiators are able to get themselves a massive game with a lot of eliminations, as they were speaking about yesterday in the interview with Kitsune, definitely possible. We have seen jump-ups that are absolutely gargantuan of, you know, a 15-point game with eliminations alone on top of the chicken dinner, 25 points. That sits you in striking range. But again, that rests on the back of Major Pride doing badly.
Yeah, when you're sat at 41 points behind, it is very, very tricky to make that work over the course of 4 matches. But they have to start somewhere. And they will start Ferry Pier this time around, so they did drop down towards that south side. Obviously, a big story as well, a big thing that is going to be weighing on the majority of this lobby is that 8th place bubble, because it is so volatile. In terms of progressing through to those regional finals, Dark Project, I mean, you talked about this right at the start, Dark Project 128, KASIK team 125, a 3-point difference here. Teams from actually probably only 4 teams looking fairly safe right now, and even then it is tenuous. Game Lord could very much take that dip all the way down, and I think that probably anyone over to MUERTE in 12th place could take one of these spots. It does need some good performances, but we've seen it from ARR, now we've seen it from NEXUS, we've even seen SHOCKWAVE have their day as well back on Miramar.
It's all up in the air still, which is nice to see, really. A lot of times we get towards the finals and it's decided almost immediately. For Major Pride, they've put in a massive amount of work so far. They've put in the hours, and that's why they remain on top at the moment. But again, if you need to have your breakout in day 2, it's not always ideal having your breakout in day 2, just because then you need to have some good games in day 3, right, to hold on to that position, but it does give you a very nice buffer. And I think those final days, there's a lot of pressure on those final days, right? And if you can come into the final day with a 40-point lead, it takes the ease off. Now, those 2 games that they went down in early, they look at the leaderboards, they're like, that's okay. You know, we don't have to feel too bad about those games. We had a load of really strong matches yesterday, and we still have a lead in the lobby. So they can kind of brush that off the shoulders. But Gladiators and MADBULLS, on the other hand, seeing those games where Major Pride goes down early and then they're not able to convert that into a big win, there's just more pressure off the back of that, and it's frustrating. You've got to remember not to beat yourself up about that type of thing.
Yeah, it's very easy to get in your own head and lock down your mental game for the rest of the day, and it's something that you desperately do not want to do. Gladiators have been kind of fragging out their mind and keeping those numbers ahead of the MADBULLS, despite them going down a little bit earlier. Currently, they are 2nd place on elimination points, only to Major Pride. 70 elimination points found over these 14 matches that they've played so far in the finals. 39 placement points, though, so 31 more elimination points than placements. Major Pride 65 placement points and 74 eliminations. So you can just see where that consistency is coming from.
Yeah, every single game, they're getting a good amount of eliminations and a good amount of placement points. And then they fill that in with some really heavy hitter matches. Especially those 3 chickens yesterday they were able to pick up. Maybe not that last one, I think on Erangel, that was probably one of the easiest chicken dinners we've seen Major Pride being able to pick up, but that was very much a decision that they made, because we know how good they are in third parties, we know how good they are in team fights, but they opted to just kind of push 2 teams together, go to the third party, ride that end game, and just remain out of dodge for the majority of the game, which worked out marvelously for them. Look at the circle that heads up towards that western side, and MADBULLS might be thinking about heading back towards Rozhok. We've seen a lot of Rozhok finishes throughout PMPL EU. It's been fun, it's been enjoyable. It's a difficult position to find yourself the win in. Really enjoyable urban combat though, I would say, as opposed to maybe Yasnaya, which is quite awkward. There's a lot more crashing capability, a lot more opportunity to not just sit in the top of a tower the entire game, which is nice to see. In the meantime, we're seeing a lot of teams rotating in as speedily as possible, but getting shot at in the process. Only lost 1 player though out the entirety of the lobby, and I think that was eagar coming through from KONINA Power.
Yeah, we haven't really talked a lot about that scrap coming through, but it is only 1 casualty that comes through. KASIK team claim that. Sly Europe take up residence in a pretty solid compound just to the east, and will guard out teams like Game Lord. Ruins now should be moved through by ARR. Sunken City being scouted actually by Gladiators. Nobody really there at all. Dark Project yet to move in that way. Excuse me, sequestered to the northwest side of Rozhok. We've seen them here a couple times before.
VIRTUS.PRO heads towards apartments. Gonna hold on to this one. I think this is a decent spot to play it in terms of just monitoring those rotations coming in. It's not always certain this is going to drop towards Rozhok way, and I think a few teams have seen this one head towards Rozhok so many times that they are really very much concerned about making sure that they're on the edge of Rozhok ready to head in. Excuse me, you can see them heading up towards the warehouses on the high ground in Rozhok. In the hill, Unicorn to love. This is actually the shot, so it will be Palucci going down. I think eagar went down first, and Palucci just got taken down by Unicorn on a very aggressive push up towards that position from KASIK.
Hey, if it works, it works. I mean, we saw it happen for VIRTUS.PRO the other day from their Sanhok position, just crunching up towards boot camp, and so a couple of these teams seem to have read pretty deeply into enemy rotations, and this is the time to do it, right? So if you know that you're going to catch something, you might as well sling that net.
Again, you were saying earlier on, it's like 1 point difference between some of these teams, and so just a single elimination can take you slightly closer, and for KASIK team, that's taken them 1 point closer on their 3-point deficit to the guys from Dark Project. Major Pride, though, lost Nomi. This is towards Unicorns of Love. Not an engagement that we'd expect Major Pride to be having such difficulty with. Mickey has to back off, a nade being placed by Monkey. This guy is the king of grenades in the lobby. Hits some absolutely nasty ones throughout the entirety of the time. We've seen some 4-man grenades, 3-man grenades coming through, but I think Monkey, in terms of efficiency, his nades have really set his team up for success.
Nade over the top from SHOCKWAVE, crawling forwards. 4 nades still in the back pocket and a level 3 helmet. Ready and set for this fight. Just needs that go signal from a knock or for something. The res came through, but the shift is far and away from Potato Hill, so this fight needs to conclude for both of these teams' sake.
Yeah, this is a cruel circle, actually, heading up towards the northern side, towards Severny, actually. And Rozhok becomes a really big focus point for a lot of teams. Everyone tunnel visioning onto that one. Could still head up towards that northern side, and AAR, I think, happy to remain on that area. So are SHOCKWAVE. Sly Europe managed to find their way into those southern edges of Rozhok. In the meantime, Dino, Effect, they're all taking a huge amount of damage, and Effect on such low HP manages to clutch things out. Nomi did go down, but it's fine.
Unicorns of Love will be swept aside first, and Major Pride stay up as 4. VIRTUS.PRO duking it out with KASIK in the middle of town, but we've seen what Striker can do in Rozhok with a DBS. Give him the staircase, you're never going to push him. Purple finds out all about it, bringing the pain for Striker. 2 players, it's Ingush and Striker yet again. It feels like this is kind of a 2-man show, or rather a 1-man show plus 1.
Yeah, he's brought his friend to the party with him, that's for sure. Definitely a very good wingman is English for Striker, but down to 2 players now. MADBULLS lose Fleeke to Game Lord. Taking shots from along the way. That's in the Wizard Tower, just to the western side of Yesnaya. They take the opportunity to try and gain some traction up towards that northern side of the map, realizing right now it's going to be incredibly difficult to force your way into Rozhok. All the doors are closed. All of them are locked. A lot of teams are already in this position now.
Ooh, excellent pick there from Shifu on Dagestan. They know this south point is going to be so important to hold. If they can't protect their back flank from school, from apartments, that hill that they hold to the south of Rozhok, their power will diminish significantly because they cannot hold on the ridgelines that they want to. They'll have to expose themselves and reduce their effect from that position. So being able to divert Major Pride away is a massive benefit to them.
Yeah, I think Major Pride is going to have to take a bit of a rest from this engagement for the time being. Figure out their next rotation very carefully. Sly Europe, find a shot over towards Striker there. Peeks his head out for a little bit too long. We know Striker likes to get a little bit aggressive here in Rozhok. Tenchik takes a huge amount of damage. That's from KONINA Power, actually, towards the center of Rozhok itself. You can see them on the map, just towards that western side. Next circle should be shifting soon from Zone 3. Nexus all the way on that northern edge, rotating up from MUERTE Power. Had one of the longest rotations over towards Rozhok, so you can respect them going for the northern rotate, hedging their bets on a northern shift on the circle. But for a lot of these teams in Rozhok, that would be the worst news.
Have to wait, but the Shrink keeps both shorelines in there. ARR have the better position on the north, but there's a lot of teams who might try and take it from them. Excuse me, really in prime real estate position right now. High ground on the northwest of Rozhok, protection from that South Dagestan hill. They can control the river crossings, and they're slap bang in the center of the circle. Blank, excuse me, this is excuse me's game to lose at this point.
Yeah, it's a really strong position up towards Rozhok Hill. You have to be careful though, because there are teams that can come through on that northern side. Find you a couple of pickoffs. We saw how well SHOCKWAVE was able to perform this yesterday on Erangel. Able to slowly sweep up from the coast off those bridge beams. Terminus just has to go for the reverse. Actually makes it as well. Goodness me.
The no you from SHOCKWAVE. Narvalo on the north shore as well. Close to Nexus, close to SHOCKWAVE. Wants to reposition. Octavian will hear this, will know this rotation's coming through. Narvalo gets pretty close, but stays under the ridgeline, stays in cover for Game Lord, and they'll need to plot their path forwards. No one really playing right up into this shoreline on the riverbanks to the south just yet, but it's only a matter of time before these fights conclude, before that presence is felt in Rozhok.
Game Lord Victor finds Nexus from Octavian. Again, this is an engagement that has happened before, though, between Game Lord, Nexus, and SHOCKWAVE, and it has been one hell of a bloodbath on this side of the map. Ooh. All 3 teams getting involved. So many smokes went down last time, and it seems to be a repeat as well. But this time, Narvalo cracks a nasty arc on that grenade.
Revenge from Sanhok here for Narvalo, playing close as a solo for Game Lord, and now the rest of the team can move in to back him up. Absolutely tearing Nexus apart here. Akashi sails on in. Game Lord as 4 want to just put the final nail in the Nexus coffin right here, right now. Doran and Octavian, 2 players left standing. A flush from a roll down for Akashi. Maybe a swap to the backseat of the buggy and a spray over towards Octavian is in order, but would lose you ground on the pursuit. And in fact, you don't really want to chase too long because SHOCKWAVE are close by and ready to pounce.
Yeah, SHOCKWAVE Seiko did actually find a shot over towards Nexus, taking down at least one of their players. Octavian slowly sending the vehicle downhill, but gets out just before it explodes. Akashi retaining that information across. Octavian will hit the deck. Excuse me, though, should have sightlines towards his position as Black seals away that elimination over towards Octavian. This is the power of the Rozhok Hill.
The Nexus uniforms tattered now. They were looking a lot more disciplined over on that Sanhok, but this time around, ripped to shreds. 1 player remains, but Doran holds the bridge that SHOCKWAVE were able to do so much from previously. Game Lord looking to try and do a little bit more from that northeast side. Next circle popping in soon, and I imagine this is really going to decide a lot for these teams already in Rozhok.
You know, Major Pride actually made a significantly good rotation in towards the western edge of Rozhok, just underneath Excuse Me. Practically protected by both KONINA Power and Excuse Me now by Eddie Assault from other teams. So kind of crazy that was allowed to happen. But they have 3 players in Rozhok, and it's certainly doable now. Circle shifts over towards this western side. AAR, Shockwave, as well as Game Lord still have a chance to get across the river, but it is going to be a nasty blender over towards that eastern side of the map now, John.
The question is, how hard do Excuse Me hold on the north, right? Because if ARR try and just swim across, they might be able to get up underneath Excuse Me. You could see that bank providing a lot of cover, but the difficulty is Game Lord and Shockwave will just take these shots if they spot them. Immediately sending in Game Lord, following Doran's example, and actually probably this underbridge crossing is the most viable at this stage, but unfortunately Doran's got a nade or 2 up the sleeve and will pop it right back over towards Narvalo. A little bit of vengeance dealt back for his teammates.
Doran. Decent shots here. Again, I think this is exactly like you're saying where Shockwave was playing last time. Game Lord tries to get up to sharing the bridge. Robs has to hit a good grenade here, but it's unlikely. Gets a smoke across on that top side. Limits a lot of sightlines coming through from Doran. Sends some backwards, but a nade through might get some good damage done here, John.
The stim's already ticking up and Doran won't be able to bandage it away. Unfortunate. The res trying to happen there, but Akashi and Narvalo both very, very low. Not sure where those shots are coming from, but either way, it's going to be a tough break. ARR in the meantime, they've gotten across and, Excuse Me, are not stopping this.
I've just remained fairly quiet, honestly, on this top side. Have a lot of area to control for themselves. It's going to be tough to remove them from this spot. Again, so many teams will just have to crest up towards them, in which case you're exposing yourself to the multitude of teams down towards that southeast side, John. It's become very difficult here on forwards. Doran,
oh no,
massive spray.
1 and 2, but finally falls short. Unfortunately for Game Lord, though, they're going to be slowed down immensely. And with Shockwave moving down from the north side, they are under pressure. They need to get these reses and healed up fast. The MADBULLS might even be able to roll straight on through. And there they go. Another knock over towards Robs, and Game Lord are apart at the seams. The res up the top of the stanchions of the bridge will provide sanctuary for Victor and Akashi. But down below, there's so much more threat to be dealt with.
I mean, they're going to have to come off this bridge at some point, but it's going to be difficult for MADBULLS to find any of these shots over towards Game Lord. They are really well tucked in at the moment, John.
Excuse Me, still hold that central position. It's going to be really difficult for teams to try and crash straight onto it until more of these fights conclude. Shockwave tried to make it work, but seemingly slowing down a little bit too much there. And Game Lord somehow piecing themselves back together, back to full HP. MADBULLS have not been able to stop that, and another knock over towards Akashi. Game Lord really have been through the wars here. A shot towards Aza leaves Terminus on the back foot as Shockwave diminished as they try and get the cross.
Shockwave, it's not going to work out the same way as it did yesterday for them. I think that a lot of teams saw this rotation coming through from yesterday and have analysed it, realised that it was completely free for Shockwave. They should have been allowed across. Shouldn't have been allowed across this easily. Circle shifts back over towards this eastern side, leaving Major Pride and Excuse Me still in prime position. Gladiators all the way on that western edge do take shots down towards Dark Project, making their life very difficult right now.
Such a melee, a brawl in Rozhok, and a lot of the teams are going to have to fight it out even further. Shockwave going down here secures, Excuse Me's northern flank. ARR, probably the only team that is looking to assault on their position right now from that west edge. Nobody else with that as their main path into this next circle. The high ground definitely being controlled right now.
Major Pride goes for another crazy rotate over towards this building, and it's worked. I don't know how it's worked, but it has. And they're in. You can see the vehicle just crashed into the garage, smoking. It should have been blown up on the approach, but again, it's these dangerous rotations that they are loving to make. Nice shot from Gladiators, though. Will take down one of the players from Excuse Me. Immediately, they're going to go for this rotate. Everyone in the vehicles up towards the side. There's 2-2, and this could be it right now.
ARR might be able to third party this. Kitsune's down almost immediately. Black is not re-knocked there. Did eat some damage, and there's knocks and flushes going over to the Gladiators. 2 of them have fallen, and Black's not going to be there. Kitsune flushed. Matic brought very, very low. Furia rolls down the staircase as well. They want to just take this fight head on. Furia cooks the nade. Tixi too close though. DBS needs to be on the swivel, and it's a good knock as well for Furia again. The res is being committed to, and the Gladiators are falling short here. An underarm nade from Furia could be perfectly placed out the window and right on the money. It's a beautiful double knock, and Furia sends Gladiators packing.
That could have been massive. It was a great initial knock there with the sniper over towards Excuse Me, but incredible nades from Excuse Me will just leave them out in the cold. And Excuse Me do a fantastic job to hold on towards this position, man.
ARR are pretty close by to it though. With 3 players, they could definitely push in. Striker down, Inkush. Oh, you know you need to get him back up in these Rozhok finishes. Definitely a pivotal part to play moving forwards. Shockwave taking punishment as Gamelord have survived from this bridge. First it was Shockwave the other day, and now Gamelord have started to motivate themselves and G up from this bridge side position. Tappot goes down to a run over, and Havlik breaks out wide. Aces and Elementrix on this ridgeline. They should know that this approach is on the cards.
It's amusing to me that Havlik would go for this rundown, honestly. And right now, Excuse Me, certainly showing us what they have, looking towards the top side of the tables, not only just to get back into that top 8, but look to get towards that top 5, apparently. They've really pulled out some magnificent performances. And now they're starting to sweep across. Furia taking down vehicles around, looking to stop players from being able to crash on towards this position that a lot of teams realize now it is one of the best spots in the lobby. It was at the start as well.
Has been for a long time. The great news for Excuse Me is that Gladiators just fully sent them a supply drop as well. That is absolutely pivotal for their position. Otherwise, they would be flagging. I mean, come on, right? How much better can you get for Excuse Me on the shift? Gamelord are going to be able to move up on this coastline as well, but the MADBULLS are going to make that harder.
To MUERTE. Still is 3 right now. MADBULLS have not been able to dislodge Gamelord for quite a while. Dagestan down towards the south side of Excuse Me. And if this, I think this circle will just slowly close onto Excuse Me's spot as well. So they really don't have to do anything but hold this. And they're going to continue with their split, which is respectable. I think they're confident to hold it. And like you said, the amount of utility dropped back on towards this position. That first nade from Furia was massive. The fact that he's able to get the shotgun out in time, that swing is just unreal.
That's my favorite nade of the tournament so far. The underarm out the window, perfectly banked, and just the double instant. I love that. That was aesthetically the most pleasing nade I've seen this tournament.
MADBULLS have to get ahead. And they did so much damage towards Gamelord, but now they're the ones that will be holding them out for the remainder of the game. It's like the rest of the team is going to jump towards those vehicles, try and get further in towards this lobby. Meantime, MUERTE realizes there's an assault on their position. Striker and Ingush. Striker has gone down. I think this guy has been on the floor a lot of times, just very much unkillable in this lobby.
Robs, nade, Two-Looker and Frozen. And Gamelord are stopping the MADBULLS from getting any closer. Major Pride still in this with 2, playing on the inside, and over the top they go. Victor has gone down to a nade, but their team is falling fast. Zerich last standing, and Robs has spotted him in the grass. The MADBULLS fall, but now MUERTE take up that mantle and take on the fight. A nade over the top brings Robs low, but he folds back in with the rest of Gamelord, and they move back to this shoreline that has been their sanctuary for so long.
They've done so fantastically from this spot, honestly. Nomi goes down. Dino should fall shortly afterwards. Difficult for him to hold on to this.
Pakistan have been doing really well. They're staying as 4. They've been fighting all the way through Rozhok, and they're going to be left alone potentially as 3 teams duke it out around 1 building. Happy J sprays down the door frames, and 2 players from MUERTE survive. The circle all the way up to that northwest, and it will be Excuse Me yet again with prime position. Aces eats the bullets for him, and is able to get away with that. Excuse Me, I think Havlik got knocked on the out there, so Excuse Me are down to 3.
Losing a player there is real unfortunate. Dagestan looks for the final players coming through from MUERTE. Beck's on a bit of an off angle himself. I think AR is going to be really struggling to keep themselves alive yet, for sure. It's just MUERTE remaining now. Dagestan want to get them out of this game as fast as possible. A couple of supply drops go over towards Game Lord, which is decent. And now, excuse me, tries to find themselves a better position within the lobby.
Uh-oh, self-nade there from Shifu to Limbo Boom. Brings Dagestan's 4-player position to a 3-player rotation necessary, and a lot more time needed to be invested. I wonder if they think Happy J is in here, or if he's just biding his time, steps out and wants the challenge. Happy J, sliver of HP, but Shifu's too quick. But can they get this res on Limbo Boom? He's outside of the zone. They're going to need to pick him up and move forwards. Game Lord have rolled up to the compound now and, excuse me, sequestered themselves on this side. Game Lords do not want to crest this ridge lest they fall into the Dagestan sightlines.
I mean, excuse me, Scott, a really strong spot here with Furia, who's been unreal for the team this game. Him and Beck have done a lot of work, but Furia on that whole practically solo versus Gladiators was something magical, something that you don't see very often at all. Game Lord will have to continue to push a little bit closer. And Shifu gets close. His nades this tournament have been beautiful, finds one and immediately starts pulling the pin on another.
The Game Lord are going to be able to see these pushes come through as well. These fights are very much linearized, and in come Game Lord to take these fights. Limbo Boom goes down, and Furia's high ground is looking great, but Game Lord are unscathed here as of yet. They move in, and they're more central on this next zone that will start to close now. Shifu low, taken out, and it's 3v4.
Excuse me, have to push off their building. Robs puts in the first aid kit. I think Fury is off the top side. Black also needs to leave as they get pushed down into Game Lord's sightlines. 8 eliminations so far for this lad. It's huge. And Black's remaining back as almost a sacrificial player here. Has to get some value from this high ground, though. And down towards the coastal side, they know they're going to get big value off the back of this one. 2 loot crates for Game Lord. They are looking healthy on supplies here, John.
Beck keeping his head down. Black not able to spot out any players right now for Game Lord. Look at these smokes, and Game Lord know it is a waiting game. You stop Black from getting any value here, and you just play that numbers advantage. If Fury can get a lineup, it is great news. Akashi, ooh, just tagged on. No nades for Black, otherwise he would be able to just launch those through. You've got to imagine that, excuse me's nade supplies are going to be dropped down as well. Furia spotted, should be around the edge of the smoke. I think Robs is more preoccupied, and the nades start to come over the top. Back and forth. Akashi puts one over. Doesn't find any damage.
I can't believe Fury's been allowed to crawl up there. He's in prime position for such a good spray down onto several players. They're all lined up on the edge. Narvalo starts to throw the Molotovs, though. Victor stood up. Black takes the first initial shot.
Furia needs to find something now because Black is down. Beck needs to descend to back up the team, but is falling. Now it's all on Furia. Game Lord want to try and close it down, and they will. From the bridge, yet again, it seems like it's just an unstoppable position here. Blank Game Lord resurged from that northern shore, cross the river, and will emerge victorious on the south shore.
Yeah, a really good play from Game Lord, honestly. Not an easy position to play in. Versus Nexus, versus MADBULLS, taking the position ahead of them, getting out of the water, evading all of MADBULLS' grenades as well. The fact they got into that position as a 4 is kind of like the big deal, right? Is that is a position where you get out of it, but you are injured, right? You are limping. But for them, they came out of it smiling roses, honestly. They just got out of the bath. They look great. I got 2 loot crates to, you know, just seal the deal. And I think that overall, awesome play coming through from Game Lord. Excuse me, again, a really strong spot that they were afforded early on, and a bit of circle look in that sense, but you cannot take that game away from Furia, who just was absolutely mashing it. And he has, throughout Phase 3 as well, just been the point man for the team, in the front all the time, making the plays happen.
I mean, we wanted to see more from Excuse Me today, and it feels like we're being treated to it, especially with that finish. But just at the final hurdle, despite the battles that they've been through, they were denied the ultimate victory on Erangel. That glory goes to Game Lord in a very perfectly timed place as well, because they were challenging for those top 3 spots. And with that, they might just be back in the conversation.
And with that, the first Erangel of the last day of the finals concludes, not continues, because we have another one coming later today, but we're going to be breaking that down. Before we do so, just a little reminder to follow us on the socials. The QR code is under Max's head. Yeah, just scan the code, you'll be okay. I don't really know what to say at this point. But also a little reminder that there's a survey that you can fill out to give us feedback in terms of what you've enjoyed and maybe plans for the future. So please do fill those out. We do appreciate it. Let's start off immediately, Max, by the fact that you predicted a team and they didn't get the chicken dinner, but they didn't also die. Yeah,
they didn't die right away as I predicted them. Absolute major W for me. I'll take it. You know, those are rare in the finals, so I better make those point counts while I still can. But what a match coming out from Game Lord, from the brink of death. Janiro, they come back swinging as a 4-man team and they take control of that ridge line. But not only that, like, Robs is an absolute mad lad. Like, can someone stop this guy today? He just doesn't give any... he doesn't give a damn, okay? I was going to say so another way, but he doesn't give a damn. That's a way politer way to say it. But Furia, his nades has been absolutely on point. I think we're going to have a clip to showcase at one point. But Furia, that defense versus Gladiators was chef's kiss. Absolutely beautiful. Yeah, I mean... Excuse Me did manage to get pretty far ahead, but as you said yourself, Game Lord is a little bit of a tight spot, but they still come out on top. And with that, 22 points in total, 12 from the elims, and 10 from the placements. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but that is a pretty high number, one of the highest we've seen in the finals. You are not wrong. You're indeed correct, Juniro. These are really good numbers to have. Wow, you should be analyst. You should swap roles.
Look at that. I mean, thank you.
we talked about it on the pre-show, right, Juniro? We were looking at Game Lord and Excuse Me in a very specific sense that we wanted more placement points coming out from these guys. And what's been happening? They've been getting towards that top 5 podium finish position pretty much every single game, if I'm not mistaken, except one, I believe, for the side of Game Lord and Excuse Me. But they're getting these points in, and we're not seeing these big pop-off games from your Gladiators, from your MADBULLS, from your Major Pride, which means there's still that wiggle room towards the top page that we didn't expect at the start of today. So, as John and Blank were mentioning during the game, it makes today so much more interesting because everything is still moving all over the place. That first place team might be a team that we just didn't expect because the middle of the pack is just popping off so hard today.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a scary position to be in, especially if you've already put your prediction down on the Instagram post. But that's okay because we're going to light up the mood a little bit with a clip that Max would like to highlight.
Yeah, so this is actually the push coming out from Gladiators. They didn't have really too many options here, so they were kind of forced to go for one breach. This position does make sense. If you do win this fight, you're in one of the best, if not the single best position at the time. But the way Furia in particular played this position versus Tixi, he had an nade in hand, the instant Tixi pushes up, switches over to that auto shotty and gets the fight, which that requires some instant reaction time from Furia. Then gets back up and he's like, before going for the res onto Black, little underthrow grenade. And it's the fact that after the underthrow grenade, look, the grenade goes down, he also pushes up with Beck, and instantly that's the strong synergy that's been displayed by the team. During the nade that comes out, if they move away from the grenade explosion, that's when they're vulnerable, because that's when mistakes typically happen to avoid the damage, and Beck was there to just lock down the fight in case they do survive that nade. So I love the communication displayed in that fight from Excuse Me, and I want to see more of it, Janiro. It's been great. Look at that redemption arc today. It's been fantastic.
Yeah, the redemption arc today has really been showing 13 elims so far for them in this game, 12 Game Lords, we have 10 by Dagestan. I mean, Dagestan as well, it's one of the teams that we kind of just left towards the middle of the pack, if not the bottom of it coming into the finals. Where like, we didn't really highlight it. We highlighted Shifu specifically as an individual player, but it didn't feel like Dagestan had what it took to be able to come into the finals and kind of start swinging around. But this game specifically, they put up such a great fight.
Yeah, I think Keep is also a pretty solid player when it comes to the team, but as you said, right now, just having Shifu being the player that we talked about so much is not going to be enough to stand out in the grand scheme of things in this tournament. So you're going to need a little bit more. No, 10 eliminations is definitely going to help achieve the kind of results you need if you want to try and push yourself up in that top 8 position. But look at Robs. He just doesn't care. He just, I feel like he's married to the DBS at this point. Every time I go to his POV, he's like DBS in hand, meaning absolute business. And it works out a lot of the time. So I'm impressed with Robs and how he's been able to perform this season as a whole. And I love this fight in particular because Dagestan were weakened by the fight between them and Excuse Me. And they're like, okay, they're trying to retreat. We're just going to open our loving arms and pick up 3 eliminations pretty much, which allows them to reach the double digits right after that fight, get that last elimination on to Keep also. And I love the team synergy of Game Lord. So really, I would love to see a Game Lord top 3 podium position at the end of today's matches. And with games like this, chances are the French powerhouse might be able to compete for that podium spot.
Ooh, I'm hearing a little bit of French hopium coming through, Max. Is that correct?
Yeah, hopium, big hopium. Hopefully not copium at the end of the day, but it's off to a good start. So my hopes is still alive.
Well, let's have a look at the overall of today in general, just to have a little bit more of a feel on when we're standing, since we are halfway through. Major Pride is still on 221 points. I mean, as much as Major Pride might not have been having those pop-up performances, Max, they're still getting a couple of elimination points, and when your lead was such a big gap between them and the second place at the time, which was MADBULLS, it does make a bit more sense that with a couple of points added, all the Game Lord and Gladiators really have to do is get these pop-off performances. They might be able to catch up, but Major Pride has just gotten themselves such a nice cushion to be able to play around with.
Yeah, I mean, that cushion that they were able to build up in the first 2 days is still heavily present. It's still going to be hard to take them down, but Game Lord now in second place, and we still have 3 matches to go. We thought, Janira, that was the big storyline after the first 2 days. We thought it was going to be Gladiators, MADBULLS, Major Pride in the top 3, and it's going to be a fight for the 5 positions below that to go in the championship, but not anymore. That storyline has been completely chucked out the window, and I'm loving every single minute of it. On the second page, Dark Project, ARR, MUERTE, still potential to go up there. It's a very small point difference, but from what we've seen so far, it will be down to that final game, I do believe, unless one of those teams get a chicken dinner right now.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be the last Miramar of PMPL EU 2023. And who better to cast it than John and Blank?
There's literally no one better, Blank. We're just the perfect candidates, because you know why? Because we're here.
Yeah.
We're available right now to do it.
Right now. Exactly, bro. 100%. Heading over towards Miramar now. Oh, I did the thinking face accidentally.
He did it.
I did it.
Oh, he's giving a secret sign.
I was getting prepared. It's not really working for me right now, but hopefully things change. Yeah, Game Lord second place. First chicken dinner as well. We talked about so many times about that. Can they close down the chicken dinner? How long is it going to take here? Entire tournament up until finals. That's fine. That's fine. They've been really pumping up the elimination points. They're still be getting placement points. And the fact that they've been able to stay towards the top of the tables every single time without like that first place either, it is unreal. It is unreal that is a possibility.
Game Lord are now tied with Major Pride for most eliminations. 79 apiece is their current differential. Those bonus points helping out Major Pride quite nicely, as well as all of those extra placements that they've had from the 4 chicken dinners that they've seen in the 15 games that we've seen in these finals. Plane path, a very nice split for pretty much everybody. So planes, drop spots should be pretty solidified, should be pretty known. It'll be nice to get a good set of rotations to close out our Miramar runs here at the PMPL Europe.
Yeah, there's not really much to illustrate here. I think with this circle being so fair as well, this is pretty much just going to be one of those games where everyone has a very good chance into it. There's not really many exterior disadvantages just coming from the circle and the plane path at the start here, purely because everyone can get exactly where they need to be at the very first minute of the game. So really good stuff for a lot of these teams. This is the type of thing that you'd want to see in terms of back to normality in a way. Maybe a bit unfortunate for MADBULLS though, considering the amount of times that they've had to head towards El Pozo, and this time around they head down to Puerto Paraíso, which is their usual drop spot, and this time around we're going to head over towards the west. I don't think they'll be too put out by this, because going back to a more normal rotational path for them could be decent. Dark Project though, once again, have El Pozo all to themselves finally. Maybe feeling a little bit lonely, but that's okay. Loneliness means that they will have more loot to have.
It's quite nice. And they've got each other as well, you know? That's the main thing. Camaraderie, friendship.
A long tournament.
Yeah. Gotta open the windows sometimes on the UAS. And this is one of the, probably one of the circles we haven't seen it in quite a while on Miramar to my memory. This West Coast road is going to be really important as a rotational path, as it normally is, but on circles like this that cut into the west side of the map, in general, it becomes even more valuable.
Yeah, I think that we've mostly seen over towards the eastern side of Miramar recently, down towards La Bandita, down towards Picado. That's been the general approach to a lot of these circles. So this is going to throw a couple of teams for a loop here as we head back over towards that western side. Major Pride typically do very well on these types of maps and a bit more consistently well. I think for the few of the games that we've seen them actually pick up their chicken dinners, it has been from a position that has been absolutely unruly. Like, they should not have won it in the first place, but it's just that powerhouse of skill coming from that team that ensures they're able to grab that one. MADBULLS and Gladiators both shaking in their boots as they see Game Lord thunder their way up the rankings to second place, and we'll be looking for a good game here. Gladiators, though, I think in the past, Miramar has been one of their most successful maps. Now, with only one last Miramar here to play, they better make it count realistically. It's a lot of good areas around the map to take these 2-2 splits for Gladiators, as they like to go for. Control a lot of space on Miramar and take the win off of the back of that one. And with this circle being on the western side, getting their original drop spot towards La Cobreria, this is a very, very good opportunity for them, and they can't waste it.
You cannot squander any opportunity given to you, but the main thing on the mind is that top 8, and it's really weighing heavily now on the lobby. 3 maps to go, 1 shot at each of the maps in the rotation. Miramar now, Sanhok next, and to cap it all off, of course, it's Erangel. ARR, I mean, we saw a lot from them. We saw those glimmers of hope in the earlier parts of today, but it just hasn't been converted, and they're currently sat down in 10th. However, 8th place is 130 points blank, and that is a very, very closable gap for ARR, who currently sit at 128. There's 2 points right now on the bubble, because 9th place is 128 as well. It is so, so close, and at this stage, it's teams 4th and up that will not drop out here. Everybody from 5th down to 12th, it is still on the cards, although 5th, very unlikely with 160. I would say 6th down to 12th is much more likely.
Yeah, I think it's funny as well, because if we finish the tournament right now, the fact that Excuse Me denied those 2 points, I believe it was, to ARR in that Miramar earlier today, you know, they sat alongside KASIK team in 8th place, which is pretty insane, to say the least. So I think for ARR, a bit of an unfortunate scenario with them getting denied points like that, but they still have a lot more to prove. They are a scrappy team, and as we always know, towards the end of finals, that is as scrappy as it gets. So I want to see a nice, strong performance coming out from AR, maybe towards Erangel, maybe towards Sanhok. Perhaps they can find their way into that top 8 towards those regional championships, because I do think that ARR still has a lot more potential in them. I think there's very good players on that team. Tapok, Aces, as well the Elementrix, all have had their pop-off moments throughout the tournament. Their consistency is left something to be desired, though, sadly. And I think that, you know, if they can really start performing day in, day out at that same top level that we see them turn it up to, you know, they'll be a formidable team. Right now, though, they still have that extra mile to go.
I'm sure we'll be seeing these names on our screens again, even if they don't manage to make that bubble, but we'll see if they can burst it this time around. They have that opportunity. KASIK currently sits in that spot, and they've impressed us as well. Although less KASIK has impressed me personally, and more Striker has really impressed, I think, everyone, especially in these finals. He is, I think, still the MVP of this phase so far, with 7.5k damage, sat in first place on that stat. Second place is Zerich from MADBULLS with 5.7. That is a phenomenal lead. That's 1.7k extra damage that Striker has been able to find.
He's just fury incarnate, really. This guy has done a very, very good job of just hunting down players in the lobby, and I think that Striker maybe gets his team into more trouble than not because he is so hungry for the fight, but then that trouble he also bails them out of because he's able to clutch up in the end. So he's a double-edged sword, 100%, that KASIK is currently wielding. circle on that western side. They're still waiting for stage 2 to come through, but a lot of teams have already made their way out. MADBULLS is making their rotation down to the south side, and right now you've got on your screen KONINA Power, who have rotated on the northern edge of Chumacera. In front of them is Mage Pride, just off towards their western side, picking up Ladriera Hilltops, which is absolutely fine. It's a decent position to find yourself in. I think when you're rotating from Chumacera, you have to take what you can get here on Miramar, because the stage 2 shift can be fairly drastic sometimes, because we could get this heading all the way down towards that south side, and already we do have a very minimal, but you know, it still can be quite impactful amount of the map just cut off. So around about 10% just on that western side of the hills that are just impossible to climb on Miramar. So a little less space to work with, and again, quite treacherous terrain around this area.
Tixi should know that Latte's here. They definitely were there first. The rest of the Gladiators worried. You can see the Dark Project don't really want this fight either, but Unicorns of Love might just sidle into the sightlines of both sides. And that is the hardest east shift possible here. All of those teams on that west edge, VIRTUS.PRO, excuse me, MUERTE, that you were talking about in the hills around Ladriera, that's all gone out the window right there, Blank, because that is a hard shift back over to Picardo.
Oh my, are we going back here? Are you for real right now? I don't want to head back over to Picardo. I enjoyed this area of the map. I wanted to see something a little bit new, but again, this is still kind of new. We're on the western side of Picardo. Usually we're seeing over towards that eastern side a few times. Nexus moving down on the south side of Picardo through those roadsides, mainly just crossing over the sands itself. A KASIK team trying to send over towards that high ground position that they like to play, just towards that south side of Power Grid. And I think this is a position where they found themselves a lot of success from before, of having one player up on that side, just taking pot shots from a pretty tucked away position. Kitsune does spot SHOCKWAVE there, gets a lot of damage through, but instantly traded off from zero. And that is not a good start coming through from Gladiators. Luckily, there is backup, and that was huge from Matic. Very much needed. They need to get their player back up on their feet, but he's already gone down, and that's now Gladiators down to 3 and their IGL out of the game.
They just lost a little bit of tempo there. This rotation from the north was really pinched in by Dark Project and Unicorns of Love. Dark Project kind of just sent away. They didn't want any part of this, and you can see why, because the Unicorns of Love are suffering for their crimes against Gladiators. Will fall down entirely. Tixi can get rezzed here, but you're right. Losing Kitsune is a really bad start to this for the Gladiators, who have, with that engagement, sure picked up 4 points, but they're down to 3 players. They sit now in second place, as Game Lord have yet to find an engagement.
Yeah, and this really means that, you know, I think Matic is a great player. I really love him overall. He has some of the most aggressive plays that have worked out in the past. But at the same time, when you lose Kitsune off the squad, you force now Meku into a very awkward position, because Meku usually is a scouter of the team, likes to play forward, and Kitsune typically plays that off angle and plays that backstop. When you lose Kitsune, Tixi's not going to move off the fragger roll. Matic is unwilling to move off of these aggressive scouts and these aggressive off angles, which means that you technically do lose your scouter, Meku, because he has to shift back towards backstop, playing these off angles when necessary, and that leaves Gladiators in a tough position. And I hope that they can push through from that, but those splits aren't going to be nowhere near as effective as they were in the past.
Still, I do know their Miramar, and they'll have a chance moving forwards with 3. We've seen what they can do with it before. A repeat performance once more, perhaps. The final Miramar of the tournament goes poorly for Unicorns of Love, and that has kind of been the story of the Unicorns of Love throughout this entire tournament. They just haven't really found their feet here, despite having some quite big names on the roster. It just has fallen short for one too many times at this stage.
Yeah, I think Unicorns of Love can try and come back to the next tournament feeling refreshed, revitalized, and then go again. There is some serious improvements that need to be made. Their rotations are often very ill-advised, I would say, and not extremely well thought out, I would say. I think a lot of times they just don't have that similar thing that VIRTUS.PRO's got going on, is that despite VIRTUS.PRO often looking like, oh, they're just sending towards the center, this is the most silly play I've ever seen, you do often see VIRTUS.PRO taking these rotations, specifically this one, in a way that allows them in towards the circle. That requires knowledge, that requires macro play, and it requires them to be doing their research in the background. So yes, they might not have the best gun skill in the lobby. Yes, they might not be the best at throwing the grenades in the lobby, but they certainly have done their homework. And I think that's something that should be admired. And I think Unicorns of Love need to put some work in that area, because getting towards the end of the game is where you get more practice and can start bringing that into the rest of your overall gameplay.
Yeah, you need those later phases to go your way. And in order to do that, you do need to get there first, you're right. So hopefully an adjustment to be found. There's 2 more matches to play, but at this stage, the Unicorns of Love are just too far behind. So there'll be a little bit of a wild card potentially in the rest of today. Striker shots over towards VIRTUS.PRO, but they keep their heads down and keep themselves in cover. Everybody now looking to move around to the east side from their original western positions. And the Gladiators are going to surround the VIRTUS.PRO position as well.
Gladiators have a strong spot. It will be a bullet dive from KONINA Power actually taking down one of Sly Europe's teams, and Gladiators are rotating into a bit of a hot spot right now, a bit of a bee's nest. I'll have to be a bit careful, as they are pinched between 4 separate teams: Dark Project, KONINA Power, VIRTUS.PRO, Sly Europe. They're essentially just going to have to hide this one out, get themselves tucked into some kind of a cave. Major Pride move in towards Excuse Me. Black with the DBS, we know how good this guy can be.
It was a Grozer in the back pocket as well on the hold. I mean, Excuse Me, they fended off a push from the Gladiators. Now they just need to do it again against Major Pride. No Me, nade in, effect down, doesn't want to commit to the res, and in comes the cavalry. Havlik with a beautiful nade out the side window there, perfectly on target, and No Me trades it off onto Furia, who was so pivotal in the hold before against the Gladiators. But Havlik is now just raining terror with this Grozer. Last player, No Me, drops the nade short. Not going to find the value and has to run for the hills.
I mean, Havlik once again just hunting him down. Furia will need to be picked up shortly. Someone's going to go for that res. Means this is technically a 2v1 that Nobi could go for, but Havlik will put him down. Now, Excuse Me, it feels like, you know, their finals performance, it really does reflect the way they played in the tournament whole, right, in the league stage. You know, phase 1, day 1, not so great. Phase 2, day 2, a little bit better. Phase 3, day 3, the finals. Looking absolutely fantastic, really back on form. So I don't know what's going on with Excuse Me. I mean, they just need some time to charge up, and they're on about 25% low power mode in day 1, and now we're fully charged, ready to go on that green bar.
On the Lightning, trying to take all that power away. This central rock is such an important feature that Sly Europe are currently sat on top of. Gladiators are to the southeast of this next circle. The presence that could be felt from this plateau will be huge. Reflect does need to get rezzed, but this forces MUERTE to play down into the west. It's going to force Shockwave around into the north, where they could crash into either Gladiators or VIRTUS.PRO, and Sly are going to have oversight. The difficult part of this will be on the south side of the central road.
Kind of astonished Aces was able to make that push. Elementrix now just sat behind, and Tulika is going to find himself a nasty surprise as he tries to ruin the day of ARR. Drops out of the building, extremely low. Frozen also dropped to the ground. That's from MUERTE. Taking shots over towards Excuse Me. It's actually KASIK who's fighting on towards this position, but Excuse Me, once again, absolutely blast versus the KASIK team.
Playing well, but the MADBULLS need to get frozen up, really, if they want a chance of maintaining that top spot. Excuse Me, with an opportunity to jump up over them, but severely diminished now, down on 2. Frozen should be resable here for the MADBULLS, and they might want to get him in to this next phase, but how are you going to find your way in? Because NEXUS sit ahead of you, KASIK and Dagestan as well.
Shockwave towards that north side. Can move through it. Again, we've seen how well Shockwave can play from like a north side edge position, slowly working their way into the lobby before finding themselves that really pivotal spot in the lobby. Excuse Me, managed to get into a position but lost 2 players in the process. 5 eliminations though, it's not bad. And it's unlikely that a team from this south side would be able to crash this position or would even want to. I think Game Lord's fairly comfortable in their warehouse down towards that south side. And MADBULLS still have a ways to go. Not a massive amount of vehicles to make it happen, just 2 buggies, which means that players are quite exposed on that rotate. These are not going to take you too far, which means the majority of the push will need to be done on foot.
So excuse me's remaining 2 players as the circle does close in, tightens the belt of the final. Miramar, Black and Beck both just looking to reposition those vehicles, making sure that they have their route out. The remaining duo for MUERTE split Milky Way North, Malloy South on the west side of the circle. And we'll see where it zeroes in. Not quite on the cards just yet, but north side of the road, it's going to be good for Sly, for Dark Project, for Gladiators. And that, I mean, it doesn't really isolate one side, but the oversight that Sly will have, the Gladiators' position as well, is going to be very strong. Shockwave and VIRTUS.PRO, that fight will need to conclude as well.
Yeah, I mean, A's are going down, but you're right. Sly Europe as well as Gladiators both in a really good spot to be able to control this game going forward, John. A's are going down quite far away from the rest of the team, meaning they will have to push over towards VIRTUS.PRO to pick him back up. And that's going to be difficult to accomplish. So Shockwave, they do get the information, but it comes at a cost. Will VIRTUS.PRO finish off Aza, or can he find his way back into a position with the rest of his team?
VIRTUS.PRO have got a little bit of level high ground with the position held by Sly Europe, but both of them are likely having to ascend in the circles to come. ARR, I think, somewhat spotted there. Folly unwilling to go for those full peaks, and the buggy is actually rolling straight on over. Aza is just bleeding out this entire time, and I don't think Shockwave can commit to it just yet, although now they'll get into the party bus and move closer to this. VIRTUS.PRO should hear, but they have more to worry about as ARR step close. Beck goes down. Tapok and Elementrix for ARR now to play nice and close to the VIRTUS.PRO stronghold.
Yeah, VIRTUS.PRO getting crunched in with Aza getting picked up. Like you said, it's only going to get harder. Purple fends off versus ARR, but will get taken down. He just commits to the spray. You got to respect him for that, but does not work out for him.
ARR looking to just heal up at all. They are right on the edge of the circle. Folly spray down towards the bus of Hayes, needs to be ready to receive there, but a little bit too far off the ridge, and Aza and Seiko will back him off. Shockwave playing really quite well here on this push. Nades in hand for Seiko, lobs it on over, a little bit split on the middle there, and it eats a lot of damage from a nade in response. Look at the health bars of Shockwave. They stay alive somehow though, and into ARR. VIRTUS.PRO roll back over this ridgeline. SnowX wants this heal as well, has an M249 and plenty of ammo to back it up. See what he can do there.
Tapok finds Folly in the process. Seiko's also getting involved here. Game Lord doing a lot of damage over towards NEXUS at the moment. As Terminus from Shockwave actually taking a shot over towards Sly Europe. Januru goes for Game Lord. You two heading for Dark Project. Strong position down towards that south side on the road edge. Honestly, could pay off for them. And it has before, actually. I think they've won a game from this position in the past. Tapok looks over towards Terminus himself, and it's a full-on brawl over towards this side. Mandarin finds Malloy, an instant flush as well, but will be quick with it because there is another player from MUERTE in this position.
Milky Way still available. Hang on a minute, Game Lord. Nade over towards MADBULLS as they try and push in from that east side. It seems like the MADBULLS have just been faltering today. We praise them so much for their consistency, Blank. But them and Major Pride, to an extent, have just not had the impact that they did yesterday. And Major Pride are already out. MADBULLS seem to be next on the roster to go.
Sly hits a really disgusting link shot over towards Shockwave and slows that fight down. Will mean that three-way up towards that northeast side will be a bit more difficult. Robs moves in, takes a massive hit from the nade, and then there's another one instantly placed over from Zerich. It's their tournament lives here. I don't think Zerich is going to be able to hold on to it as Game Lord is once again removing the competition.
The claim to the spot in second place behind Major Pride is strong from Game Lord. Zerich falls last, but Game Lord have to move further north, and Nexus are going to have their outpost that way. It's not going to matter, though. Look at that. Victor just immediately turning his attention out as Rob's committed to getting this res. The Gladiators are taking shots down and actually spot out one of Dark Project's players. The crash came from Dagestan, and they're in the compound.
Yeah, they find one of the players right now, though. GameLord equally suffering as NEXUS make their approach. It's only 2 players, though. NEXUS controlling 2 fronts at the moment. Doran gets forward, but remember, he's moving back off this position, which is great to see. He is being much more restrained in his approach, playing alongside Octavian instead of against him.
Sprays over towards Victor. They want to isolate that and get the flush. GameLord bumped down to 2. Dark Project were isolated to the north side of their compound as Dagestan wrested control from the south as Gladiators picked up the point. KASIK team now in the brawl as they try and move down to deal with the duo from NEXUS, but unfortunately for them, they meet more than they bargained for. Ingush down first. Striker and KASIK at the back to a nade for Kapahala. Not quite going to find the damage there, but Unicorn in his smoke might have trouble there as well. They'll have to move off this position, but this is really well played by NEXUS to regroup off their fight with GameLord and re-angle themselves. KASIK down next, and Striker out. Bombardment goes perfectly. Tixi chimes into the fray as well, and KASIK finds nothing.
I mean, Gladiators are actually picking themselves up quite a few limbs just from that position on that top side. It might be only 3, but these are good opportunity eliminations coming from them. Meantime, Sly Europe very close to the Gladiators' position, just tucked away right now. They don't have to leave this high ground just yet, which is sort of their saving grace in this game. Tenchik moves back around over towards the rest of his team. We'll go to support. And depends whether Sly Europe still has some grenades left in the back pocket, because if they do, Gladiators are in for some trouble.
Oh, speaking of nades, there's one in Tixi's back pocket. Tixi's been doing a lot of work here on Miramar, getting a knockover to reflect now. Matic and Meku further towards the side swipe coming through from, I think that's Tenchik and Zashipa for Sly Europe. Reflect quite isolated on this position, as Gladiators can remain indentured on this hillside.
I mean, that's not an easy nade to hit either, coming through from Tixi. That's up top side, and now those 3 eliminations that Gladiators had found is quickly been sent back up to 8 eliminations so far, so a really good result for them. I sees them now in 2nd place quite comfortably. GameLord behind them in 3rd. NEXUS, Exo Machina makes the crossing, and Matic's going to take shots. Remember, they're down to 3 players right now. Circle moves further up towards Gladiators' position too, so now Sly Europe definitely have to remove the Gladiators players from that position if they want to continue having a good strong game here.
This is last chance for NEXUS. They try and roll up, and 2 of them get cut out. Dagestan completely control that rotation. The 3rd to fall, and now it's just Exo Machina in a bus of his own, but be able to get to the ridge line. A lot of bullets expended on his teammates, and if he can hit the deck and find the cover, it'll be good news, but it's not going to last too much longer, you'd imagine. KONINA Power have sightlines. Sly Europe roll straight on down and go a little bit on a rollback there, but nonetheless, Zashipa, Tenchik both find safety there. And look at that, reflect from the top rope onto Meku, leaves the Gladiators on 2. Really nice little rope-a-dope, but it might just be too little too late. The 2 players from Sly up top really not having the impact they want.
Yeah, I mean, Tenchik drops down. I think Mandarin might now be out for them. Actually still just down on the ground. Meku hopped to try and get a little bit of impact for the rest of the team. AAR also around this area, and I think that Sly Europe maybe has to be worried about that. Reflect. Rest of the team looking for maybe a bit more of an advantage here. This could be an amazing nade coming through.
Oh, it might be. Matic places it perfectly. Look at that. Right on the money. No chance of getting away from that. And leaves Sly Europe wanting. 2 players active, but they're both behind on this trail. Matic and Meku close by. Tenchik flushed out. Reflect and Mandarin now for Sly Europe. Need to find their way down. No nade for Reflect. Not too sure about Mandarin, but he's been spotted. Matic, actually it's Fash to get that one dropped down. And there's another player up top, Mandarin. Just needs to heal, try and find something in the next couple of seconds.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they didn't all go for that same push together has caused them huge problems going forward. Gladiators have held on to this spot so well, and the fact that they've held on to the high ground means that all the players have to remain pretty comfortably together, honestly. So it's worked with them, considering that their biggest weakness is the fact that this kind of three-man split do typically get a little bit too far away from each other, but they've been able to work together very nicely. And the next circle moves away from both Dark Project's position, as well as everyone else, pretty much.
Dagestan, the only team with their position currently in the next circle, and even then it's only just. Tapok wants the fight over towards the Gladiators, can't quite get the spray down onto Tixi as Mandarin careens down the hillside, a rolling ball of flame. Is he going to be able to extinguish? It seems like he might, but no meds to speak of. Will be a difficult move forwards. Madness spotted as they try and move up the hill, and I think that's Dark Project taken very, very low, leaving just one player remaining, but it is Wait. Can Latte get back to cover and stay alive as 2 for Dark Project?
Yeah, I mean, I do not think Mandarin's getting much further in this game. Dagestan, do you have to move forward? Dark Project equally suffering right now, John. Tapok looks to put the nades over towards Gladiators.
Ooh, big nade to Meku. Able to get that knock Mandarin with the blue zone right on his heels. A misstep on the cliff will just see you die to full damage here, and instead it's Agorazin to pick it up. KONINA Power have moved across this road bank and are playing so well. Slayer out.
Yeah, it's been a slow push from KONINA Power, but has worked out fantastically. Gladiators looking for some more eliminations on this game. Can get Elementrix, that's one down. Looks for more in Tapok, who steps up, and Tixi, powerhouse coming through from Gladiators, has to win this fight, and he does with the barest limit of health remaining. Up to 6 eliminations and 13 elims, that is huge.
Matic gets flushed away, but Tixi is still going. Dark Project try and move out, but Wait is cut down first, and in 4th place it's Dark Project. KONINA Power from the south side should just have a chokehold on this.
Tixi up top. Will try and move his way down. Any more eliminations now for Tixi is really big. They are slowly but surely closing the gap between them and Major Pride. A 2nd place would be ideal, but versus both Dagestan as well as KONINA Power, 2 4-man and a 3-man team, unlikely. But he can weather the storm from on this high ground for quite a while and most likely force both these teams to fight each other first.
I mean, it would be the first time we've seen a solo take these home. With the smokes on Dagestan's position, there is a path down the mountain for Tixi. He knows that they've left, he knows that they're going to have to play up, but KONINA Power will be watching like a hawk. You need more cover from that angle, and Abolodoi knows exactly what's up. They're not going to let Tixi get out of this.
He's come through, but he can at least confirm the 2nd place if he assists over towards Dagestan. And he knows that. Starts spraying into the smoke himself. Tixi finds a lot of damage. And 15 eliminations found. That's massive here from Tixi.
I thought he was going to get Palucci down there as well, but he's just going to hit the deck. Gladiators are going to lose out on this game, but you don't expect to be able to win that in the position you're in. I think that's fair enough. The Gladiators did so much work from that northern side, but in the end, KONINA Power played it calm, played on the back foot, and just leveraged that south side of the road perfectly.
Yeah, really, really big game from them, man. Like, honestly, a very, very strong matchup coming through from KONINA Power. And they just slowly took that game. They had a nice spot towards the center of the circle. I think Dark Project were considering whether they wanted to take that one, but headed over towards the buildings instead. And they were out in the open, and I think that's the difficulty of KONINA Power's spot, is that they had to really play their cards right, wait for the opportune moment to strike, pick up that chicken dinner. But the real story of this game, it has to be Gladiators. The fact they lose Kitsune so early on, pick up that spot, and essentially just become basically turrets on that hillside. It was a shooting gallery down towards that open field. 15 eliminations, man. 2nd place with, what is that, 6 points on top of that. A really massive game.
Yeah, 21 points to try and jump up, with Major Pride going down very early in that game, with Game Lord and MADBULLS also falling. The Gladiators have put a dent in that gap. We'll see how much more they can close, because there is only 2 more matches to do it, and it is still very much a tall order.
This one, Max, absolutely down to the wire. Not just this game, but the entire overall standings. I mean, Kitsune yesterday said 10 elims per game average, but that might not have been the case this time around or so far. But still, Gladiators, what a performance today, with MADBULLS just kind of not really showing up.
Yeah, and as John and Blank mentioned, unfortunately, they did lose Kitsune pretty early in this match, but if there's anyone you're okay with losing, I would say is the IGL, because he can still bring comms to the team, right? He can still orchestrate what the game plan overall is going to be for the team, and I'm sure he was able to just put 100% of his brain capacity towards IGL and towards his team. And 15 elims. I am surprised they were so controlling of that northern cliff edge, because there were so many teams around them. There was VP, there was Dark Project down south of them, there was Sly just above them, Shockwave coming in a little bit later. It felt like a Jujutsu Kaisen situation where they had the domain expansion. If you get in the AoE of the domain expansion, you're dead. Okay, you're not going further in that game. So strong performance from Gladiators, and once again a game where Major Pride not doing great. MADBULLS only getting 1 point. So Game Lord and Gladiators are racking points at the perfect time too, when the other teams are not doing good.
Absolutely. This is the perfect case scenario that Gladiators can find themselves in. You have your MADBULLS and your Major Prides not showing up. You have other teams struggling to try and get elimination points, and you're just absolutely a shooting gallery, regardless of the fact that you're losing your IGL. 8 elims for Tixi alone, Max. This is insane numbers coming out from the players.
It's been a year that I've been talking about the Tixi supremacy. It's still a thing. If I don't see the chat spamming Tixi supremacy because I'm in the chat every time, okay? And I want to see some Jujutsu Kaisen. Jujutsu Kaisen's also pretty good. I want to see some Tixi supremacy more specifically. But 8 elims on the game, as you already said, for Tixi, an absolute banger of a performance, able to just show up as a solo. And Tapok is just reoccurringly bringing him some damage and some decent points for the side of ARR, keeping him relevant for that race for the championship. And Doran, which I'm happy Doran is still playing. I was scared he was going to be benched, as John and Blank were talking about earlier on Erangel. Like, you got to scare him with the bench, and that's when he's going to perform, it seems.
Yeah, I guess the pressure is really getting to some of these players, because, I mean, that was our third last map. We have 2 more to go after this one. So, but yeah, right, that was the last Miramar. Absolutely correct. We don't have another iteration of that. So it is a lovely way for Gladiators to be saying goodbye to that map specifically. And some of these teams can look back on this VOD and go, okay, we made a couple of mistakes. We can improve moving forward.
Yep, improvements need to be made in these last 2 matches, though MADBULLS, the fact that they were taken down by none other than Game Lord, that's currently competing, potentially even racing for that first place, is massive. Of course, they don't go far in the game, but that still can make a small little impact, a difference that can be huge heading into the last 2 matches of these finals. And NEXUS, I gotta say, I want to praise NEXUS for their play here, because they were hyper aware of that fight between Game Lord and MADBULLS. They go for the third party as a 2-2 split, and then KASIK team tried to backfill coming into the southern eastern edge. And they just like, okay, we can't take the fight to Game Lord anymore because we're currently getting backstabbed on the edge. Let's regroup, eliminate KASIK team, which they end up doing in like 10-15 seconds, I'm pretty sure. So NEXUS, sure, do not go further than that point, but I feel like they made the most out of a tough situation down south.
Yeah, a bit of a tough one, but KONINA Power as well, a team that we said it multiple times. We're like, they have some really good games, and they have some games where they just fall off a little short. But this is one of their really good games, which again, we said it as well. It's really important to get some of these points as much as you can, as quickly as you can, because it's going to be down to that final map to decide which 8 teams are the top 8 teams. So to kind of like lighten the mood a little bit, we're going to have a look at the new skins. I'm just waiting for Max to say something about the tank.
The tank is really cool. I want it. And also, I just paid attention to the Kar 98. Also really cool skin. So I want a Kar 98 while I'm in my tank, and I'd be living the best life. But I need to get them. But yeah, we'll see.
Awesome. We're back to regular program. So we're going to be looking at the overall this time around, just to give you guys a little bit more of an understanding of how dire this situation is looking at the moment for Major Pride, because 221 points, but Gladiators is right back under them with 198, and the fact that they've been consistently getting double eliminations when it comes to these games, I mean, if they have 2 good games max, which are the 2 remaining good games, this is going to be very scary.
It's going to be very scary. I mean, this page has been moving around a lot more than I initially thought. I don't know if you'd agree with that one, Janiro, but like...
No, absolutely.
It's been topsy-turvy all over the place for these teams, and especially Major Pride not being able to get any really strong pop-off performance. That gap has slowly but surely been closing over time. And in 2 matches, you know, that would be enough time for Gladiators to maybe snatch it away, even maybe for your Game Lord or your MADBULLS. So it's not saying we need to see Major Pride, Major Pride?
Major Pride.
Became Australian there for a second, but Major Pride need to get that pop-off game here if they want to secure and lock down their first place, because 2 bad performances and it's open to whoever is willing to take that chance to take the first place and become the champions of Europe.
Yeah, looking at the second page as well, in terms of the teams that are currently placed there, you have your KONINA Power, your Dog Project, the MUERTE, KASIK team. I mean, I admittedly never expected the MUERTE to be all the way down here. Again, it is still down to having 1 or 2 pop-off performances in the last 2 maps that we have going that can genuinely impact and change the standings. These teams have what it takes. They have that opportunity to have those 1 really good games, but when we're looking at the likes of Unicorns of Love, VIRTUS.PRO, SHOCKWAVE, Dagestan, it's looking like a very impossible feat.
I want to bring up a very important point right now, which is around the bubble of KONINA Power, and this is a point that John made in our private Discord. A really cool point, John. That because of the point that Tixi denied away from KONINA Power by dying out to the blue zone, they actually are 1 point behind ARR in 8th. So otherwise, if they actually got their elimination onto Tixi, they would be in 8th position. And we said it could be down to that tiebreaker. It could be down to that 1 point difference. So KONINA Power might look back on that 1 elim that didn't get on Tixi, and that might be the reason why they miss out on the championship. So a scary spot to be in for KONINA Power for sure.
Scary spot to be in indeed, but you know what? It's a good spot to be in, sitting in front of your screen, listening to John and Blank covering the last Sanhok of Spring 2023.
I know, who'd have thought it? The last Sanhok, Blank. We have to say goodbye to it after this one. I know. But it is also very exciting because it is their last chance for a lot of these teams to prove themselves over in the jungle on these tight-knit, close-fought, contested rotations that we've seen time and time again on this map.
For sure, man. I think that when we are looking at Sanhok, it's more becoming a consistent map. If you can find yourself a good position, if you have the gun skill to go for it, you can find yourself a lot of chicken dinners on this map quite consistently now, with some decent rotations coming through. Heading over to the map now, John, and we'll see exactly where this playing path does end up, going from Camp Bravo down towards Camp Alpha.
I think we are going to have, I think that playing path might be cut short. We've just received word that there is going to be a rehost on this game. But from that last game, we were looking at Gladiators, right? They had a massive point gain, 21 points overall, 15 eliminations coming through in that game, 6 placement points as well. They are now only 23 points behind Major Pride. And if Major Pride keep stumbling, Gladiator definitely can do it.
I said that you can make a couple of mistakes when you have a lead like that. You have a buffer, right, to work with. But I think Major Pride's maybe pushing it just a little bit now. Just a little bit, right? You're pushing your luck. I think you need to start popping off, getting these big games going on, and make this one happen, because I think right now, Gladiators are in a position where they're starting to heat up a bit, and they realize how much is on the line for finals, and are looking for a big win. Because even when Kitsune goes down, I think they stayed determined. They stayed focused towards that Miramar and managed to get themselves a game that, realistically, it does not happen very often.
No, it's not something that you can bank on, but it certainly is a possibility, right? It's something that you can keep in the back of your mind as always an ever-present threat. KONINA Power, after that last game as well, they did very, very well, but if they got 1 more point, they'd be inside the bubble right now. They would be in 8th because they would beat out the tiebreaker with ARR.
A lot of these players now realizing how valuable it is to be denying these points towards the end game. It is tactical a lot of times. I think that it's very useful to go for. I think for Tixi, he knows that, like, if this is Major Pride, because they don't know for sure, if it's Major Pride as that 4-man squad, there is no point giving them that 1 point because I am not getting this 1v4. So you got to respect that from Tixi. Although he is quite the aggressive player, he has a huge amount of confidence in him. Even he knows when to lay down the sword and go rest for just a little bit, which is absolutely fine because he was swinging and tearing through the masses in that lobby quite the fair bit. You know, because he pretty much got almost a quarter of the lobby, like with some of his teammates, but I think he ended up with a huge amount of eliminations on that game.
Yeah, it was really quite impressive coming through from Gladiators after losing Kitsune early. They just managed to make it work. They did have quite a good guard from anyone going onto their flank in the form of Sly Europe. I mean, who you predicted as being in a strong position, and they were. I mean, they did very well there.
They did do very well. I think that the issue for Sly Europe was just a bit of miscommunication. They had all the time in the world from that initial stage 4 to start clearing out AAR and VP. And I think if they did that, they had a viable rotate pass towards Shockwave to take that engagement and then fight off versus Gladiators on the eastern side. Instead, they put a little bit too much emphasis over towards that cliffside spot, which you do see a lot of teams go for and a few times. You get caught up in that fact that, you know what, this is a really strong spot, we have to go for it. But more often than not, you do see those circles move off from that high ground and you have to go again. Now we're heading back over towards Sanhok, and I don't think that anyone's really unhappy with this playing path, John, straight across the middle.
Yeah, it's not really going to be too hard to make that one work for pretty much wherever you want to go. Gladiators out early, predictable. It's generally what you're used to be seeing. Shockwave as well, over towards Hutton. Shockwave today have had a nice little stand-up compared to their previous performances, but they are still down in 14th, and it's highly unlikely they're going to make it to that bubble, which is still going to be fairly hotly contested. MUERTE going to break it all the way down towards Sami. And speaking of MUERTE, this is a team that in phase 1 we would have said was a top 3 contender. Right now they are flagging in 12th place, the bottom rung of the ladder when it comes to making it up towards that 8th place. 128 points to the 137 point bubble as it stands. Tournament leaders Major Pride over in Painan, as the circle has yet to pop as well. We know how much they like to guard. They're playing that 4-corner drop onto Painan. No one really stepping too close to anyone else as things start off, but the circle just about to come through. Unicorns of Love have KONINA Power on the east flank of Paradise Resort as well. It's looking fairly kind, and it's another hard north shift to follow it up, Blank.
Absolutely. I think this is another one of these nasty little circles that catches a lot of teams off guard. I think a fair few times we saw towards those previous Sanhok that it was those teams down towards that south side barreling it up towards the northern edge and all getting caught up on that south side. I think we had a lot of focus up towards Tapmock, but it really was that northern edge of Paradise Resort where the majority of the fighting did take place in the end, as teams were forced around on the east and the west side, getting caught up in those traffic jams. So a little bit of a difficult scenario for some of these teams. Gladiators were able to find their way all the way towards that western edge before they do take these risks, and I do like that they take the risks, but it didn't work out this time around. I think that even if they are taking these risks at this point, maybe a safer approach for these last couple of games is required, because there's 10 points off the back of a chicken dinner, with Major Pride not exactly performing up to snuff. If they were to get those 10 points, and then obviously the 8 or 9 eliminations that come with a chicken dinner because you're essentially just cleaning up, this could be the win for Gladiators in the finals.
There is a chance, and there always will be when these 4 players are into the lobby. For me, it feels like Gladiators are almost sort of like a hypercar, right? In that they have got such a high headroom, but they are prone to mechanical faults sometimes and just not quite being able to be as cohesive as they would have liked. But today, it seems like they are tuned and ready to roll around the track as fast as they can.
Yeah, some mechanical engineering has gone into this one. They've had a few touch-ups here and there. The decals look on point, and the engine is running smoothly, purring away. And I think for Gladiators, this is really good news for them, especially as they start to come alive towards the end of the day. That final push sometimes comes at the start of the day, and then you don't really have much gas for those last couple of games. For Gladiators, it feels like they've just got just enough in that bank to really push their way through towards that last game there on Erangel. After this one, we are in the 5th match right now. Final game before we finish things off on Erangel itself. I'm getting nervous. See who comes out on top. We've got a couple of interesting things going on in the lobby, a couple of interesting things happening in the standings, which we'll take a look at shortly.
It's gone pretty interesting on the predictions as well, because there is a very real possibility that Kelaris actually wins out our talent's predictions despite not being here for the finals, because we've had some slightly shocking days over the last couple, but we'll have to wait and see just where those points end up going. Unicorns of Love, 4.2 average on Sanhok. I believe this is just from the finals phase as well. That's a pretty good record for Unicorns.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's definitely not ideal, but you know, it's starting to get a little bit better for this team, which is what you realistically wanted to see overall. I mean, taking a look at these final rankings at the moment, if we're going to take a look down towards 8th place, ARR 137, as you mentioned earlier, John KONINA Power behind that by 136, just 1 point difference. But again, I think all the way down to 12th place, there's still a possibility to jump up for MUERTE, who is a 12th place team. Are they a 12th place team? We'll never know. Maybe they are. We'll see when we finish off Erangel.
We certainly will have to wait and see. Zadira flushed away by Dark Project, all the way out over to the east, just near Camp Bravo. VIRTUS.PRO went very, very quickly up to that northwest side. They thought about their previous rotation. They decided they wanted to do it even faster. And you know what that's going to make happen? Is they're going to go down even faster to Gladiators Outpost from Tixi.
The fact that, you know, Gladiators have changed tactics so quickly between last Sanhok to this one is incredible. You can tell that the machine is just whirring away over on Gladiator's side, figuring out the optimal positions, the optimal outposts, and for Tixi to be able to get a good read onto this one is absolutely huge. The only difficulty is the fact the rest of the team's not with him. We know how strong Tixi can be in a 1v4. But they'll have to just double back just a little bit, waiting for the rest of the team, especially with SHOCKWAVE off in the distance. Excuse me, lose a player to Furia, their actual main man on the squad right now. So that is a bit of an impact towards them, and they'll hurt for the rest of the game for that one. And Beast also coming through with the UMP. Oh, this is unfortunate.
Excuse me, might have already done enough to see themselves safer into those top 8, but they are not out of the woods right now. They started this game in 5th place, 165 points, so they have got about a 30-point lead over the bubble. It's unlikely that that slips entirely away, but going down this early with no points would be devastating.
Yeah, it caused some serious problems for them, especially because you have to have now a massive game on Erangel. Not a massive game, but you have to have a good one. And a lot of times, we say this about teams in the finals on that last day. It's like, you need to have a good game on their last day. Not a great one, but a good one. And that often can really cause problems within the team, because sometimes you don't take the necessary plays, sometimes you don't take the same risks, sometimes you play too safe. And then it doesn't work out and you go down anyway because you're all the way on the edge. So it's very difficult to gauge that last game. For Excuse Me, right now, what they're looking for is certainly a high placing. But with 2 players left alive, it will be slightly more difficult. Luckily, they are towards the center of the circle. MADBULLS currently going up against Major Pride, who have already lost a player to this push. Dino in the grass, down the slope, Effect playing on the corner.
Is this another Tapmock finish, Blank? Are we going to get 2 for 2 on the day? Still a possibility if NEXUS certainly would be happy to see that one after they were able to convert finally on their position. This time around they have KASIK team a little bit closer and more of a threat in direct contestation. More of the VIRTUS.PRO roster spotted by Gladiators, who have regrouped now. They are controlling this very nicely. The flush comes through onto off Hayes, leaving VIRTUS.PRO down at 2. ARR, much more central, see unicorns and handle business.
It's a fairly, I don't know if there's a targeted rotation coming from MADBULLS and Major Pride, or they're just both quite similar teams. I mean, both of them have players from previous rosters on the same side. So maybe they're just going for this alternative rotation that both affect Monkey and Zerich know of. Dino sends a grenade over the top, does a little bit of damage, not a huge amount, and tries to get towards the back end of things. You know, as a solo, he can cause a huge amount of issue towards them. Tulika getting knocked and flushed there. That's from excuse me along the way. Goodness me.
NEXUS handling KASIK early, which is great news for their position in the lumberyard. Dark Project from Cow might need to crash across. Ingush seen, not going to go down to Doran just yet. The smoke blooms. KASIK might be resable if they can get across here, but the pre-fires are still pouring through the smoke.
Doran tries to get the cross. I think as soon as they got that knock over towards Kaz, they understand that they just keep sending bullets that way. Eventually, English is going to have to cross. Unfortunately, they don't find a single bullet through the smoke there that hits into one of the players from KASIK. Here's Dark Project versus Dagestan finding Limbo Boom. A nice nade over the top or back in. Oh, never mind. The replay baited me. I thought that was going to be an incredible nade, and it bounced off the top of the door. Come on, guys.
It just happens sometimes. KASIK got rezzed. Doran not going to let him lie, though. Ingush back into position on the east side of that lumberyard near Tapmok is going to be super important as well moving forwards. Gladiators, they've got across now. Last time on this circle, they took a position split 2 and 2 with the compound to the north of the bridge crossing, but the duo from VIRTUS.PRO currently hold that, and they're more consolidated here for Gladiators.
Yeah, I think that looking at that last game, for Gladiators, what we know is that they have made some big adjustments to this rotation, and it's almost fortuitous that we get to see this same circle again, because we're seeing exactly how Gladiators are quickly making adjustments and improvements. Sometimes they do overthink things, especially on Sanhok early on in this tournament. Paranoia was rife in this squad, but this time around they're a bit more confident in making these decisions, a bit more decisive, and I think that that is great news for Gladiators, and we're already seeing them changing up tact to be able to move in towards this crossroads that moves up towards Tapmok itself and Lumberyard, which is going to be extremely important for their end game. They were a bit too much out of the way over towards that north compound where VIRTUS.PRO are playing, like you said, John, and that was a difficult rotation for them to make over fairly open ground. Circle, again, super similar to what we saw in that last Sanhok. Major Pride now making their way up. MADBULLS still have 3 players.
Are we watching a replay of match 2? Is that what's happening?
I think that's right. It's weird to me that they have 4 players, because I definitely saw Chulika MADBULLS, because I saw Chulika getting knocked by Furia and Flush. Maybe I just misread that elimination feed, but 4 players for MADBULLS is really decent. This fight happens every time, and it looks like Sly Europe's going to let Major Pride in this time and just play around the edges. There's a lot of little adjustments happening, and Major Pride, I don't think they're aware of this one.
It's really great to see, as you said, the demonstration with Gladiators, but the demonstration with everyone at just how strong these IGLs are, adapting on the fly, making the correct decision. It felt like Denchik should have taken that shot. But yeah, they're just going to let them out and go around the edges here for Sly Europe. Try and just keep them corralled into this compound. You know, getting them on the way out is going to be a lot easier than getting them on the way in and trying to fight through those windows.
Yeah, I think for Tenshik, he would have likely taken the shots there onto effect if he knew the team was down at 3. But not taking the shots there, assuming the team is at 4, is probably the best decision you can make. Without anyone else to support him on those shots either, getting through that door is very quick for effect, so doesn't want to go for those shots just yet. So like you say, as they leave, Sly Europe can quickly consolidate forces and take some really good team shots down towards Major Pride, who right now, again, it's not a fantastic game for them and not a fantastic start on a team that had really good games on Sanhok in the past. These Northern Circles have really sent them reeling.
A major difference on this west side, Blank, is that the Gladiators did not fight out with Shockwave. in the earlier game. So now there are two major threats on that western edge. ARR already on this junction compound, and a lot more teams playing a lot safer.
I think Major Pride fairly confident there is a team on the outside edge of here. Just trying to watch all angles, but for Sly Europe, this is fine. They send 2 players forward immediately. Get an outpost towards the front. 2 players in the back can provide that information back across when they leave. Gladiator is currently in what I would call a bit of a trap compound. This is the one where you can comfortably sit here and you will not see much action. And it will be very calm, very chill, but you cannot remain in this spot because it limits the amount of information you can gather. You can see Kitsune already sending out in the buggy to acquire some of that information for the rest of the team because they're not getting much of anything done at the moment. Palucci spots to MUERTE on their run-in, and Milky Way's already down.
Palucci stays covered behind the rock as well, a nade in. The circle shifts out to the west, away a little bit from Tapmok, but keeps Nexus in the slice. Palucci, in the meantime, still handling de MUERTE very nicely as a Bolodoy lines up for a side swipe, perfectly positioned, and this should be Happy J going down as well. I think they know he's on this rock as well. Already a pin pulled here, and Palucci suppresses the angle. Hang on a minute, KASIK are here to play. A Bolodoy goes down, Happy J peeks out, Agorzin nearly bites the dust, but stays alive. And now the East Coast will need to go further in. Major Pride are down.
Yeah, Major Pride eliminated. That was from Sly Europe. That was that trap that they set. And this time it sprung perfectly with Major Pride dangling by one leg from the tree. And they were happy to cut them down and send them back to the lobby. Excuse me now, versus MADBULLS. Chulika, tries to get around the side, but Frozen's already down here.
Wants the flush as well, you can see that. Will take one of the MADBULLS with him. Last player standing, I mean, you just want points where you can get them, so probably wise to go for that flush, and that diminishes MADBULLS' point scoring potential. This still is a chance for Gladiators, if they can get out of their compound, to make a good game work for them. They were sat 23 points behind Major Pride before this game, and Major Pride guaranteed to score 0 on this one.
It's really good stuff. Gladiators don't need to get too many eliminations, but strong placement will be fairly essential for them. Look at this circle right now. KONINA Power coming in from that eastern edge. Nexus happy and Tapmok for the time being. Just trying to close down a lot of these pushes coming from the eastern side will be most likely ideal for Nexus at the moment. Gladiators need to figure out a way out from this compound. And the direction which they take will probably define how they'll be playing the rest of the game. Because if they want to crash on towards ARR, potentially they go for that central play. But it looks like they're going to head further towards the northern edge. And if they can pinch over towards Shockwave and DP, you know, this could be a very interesting game for them to play sweep on that northwest side.
Yeah, Folly is there for VIRTUS.PRO. The Remnants play on that one. It looks like Gladiators might draw short and just try and play this side swipe position over towards the rest of the players there. KASIK team eliminated on the east in the meantime. KONINA Power will be able to handle that. Sly Europe taking heavy punishment from Game Lord and MADBULLS, vice gripping them together. Mandarin and Reflect now last standing. A little bit dangerous here for Robs and Akashi, but yeah, they spot him. Nicely found. Mandarin flushed away. Akashi able to take that one home. As now we get into phase 5. The shift keeps Nexus and ARR inside.
Be happy about this, John, so far. When you're looking at this game, it's going to be pretty difficult to take down a lot of these players. Right now, Nexus have a bit of a run ahead of them, though.
Will be tricky to make their way in. MADBULLS suffering, falling down to Game Lord, who are really pushing them out of the top 3 right now. It is absolutely personal at this point. Game Lord want to take that 3rd place and maybe even the 2nd if the Gladiators slip up. But the Gladiators are in a very strong spot.
Yeah, again, for them, it's really just rely on some of these teams towards that backside, not taking them down. Latte sends a nade over the top, but Aza, once again, this guy is absolutely phenomenal from Shockwave. Unfortunately for him, there is shots coming their way as Gladiators finally look to make this push inwards. Take down the remaining players. Latte has to hit this shot on towards Aza, but he's doing such good work over towards them. Ivaneska looks to pick up some of the players.
What is Matic doing here? Meku and Kitsune are going to move in for some backup. They want to third-party this, and I feel like maybe with 3 of them here, this is the right call now. This northwestern side is absolutely being given the run of at this stage by Gladiators. Meku needs to hit the deck, needs to get cover, needs to find something. Aza's trapped against the blue, and the tree provides sanctuary. Matic close by. The DBS is dangerous, though, and Aza falls, just about cinching it back together. Folly for VIRTUS.PRO could third-party here, and that would be a disaster for Gladiators to lose a player right now.
Yeah, after making such a strong sweep towards this northwest edge, John, for Gladiators, this is now looking like a really good game. We see a lot of time when they start to poise themselves like this, when they get this stance down, it is really hard to knock them over. Again, though, playing in open area, that is the difficulty. And Folly has to crawl a little bit further. The circle's not ticking too hard, though. Matic comes down in the vehicle, does not spot him. 2 picks for ARR, 2 picks for Gladiators. The circle moves over towards their position. They have such good control now in this area. Folly can still cause a big issue, though.
Certainly can. Tixi is completely seen right now from Folly's position. Meku's position should be known. Kitsune also, I mean, that is such a huge opportunity, but Folly just wants to survive for VIRTUS.PRO, seemingly. KONINA Power taking heavy punishment. Victor will go down last for Game Lord, so their strikeout will be a little bit stronger than MADBULLS, but not as powerful as the Gladiators for the time being. Folly spotted. There we go. Okay, the thorn in the side is removed, and now it is very much a Gladiator circle.
Yeah, that's a really big pick-off from Matic. Needed to find that. Folly doesn't take any shots over their way. Will quickly pick up whatever loot he had on board. I think he had 3 HEs, which is going to be really important for the end game for Gladiators. They will have to crest over this ridge side, though. And again, that's pushing in towards Nexus, as well as ARR. Dagestan in the compound of their own. KONINA Power still going strong, though. 4 players still alive, looking to crash onto one of these buildings. Do not spot Unicorn to Love, who is just peeking his head out quite massively.
Nexus getting cut down on the route out of Taprock. The lumberyard will no longer be their safe house. And as soon as they step out, they are burnt down to the charcoal. And Nexus really going to struggle here. So Dagestan as well. ARR looking like they're going to have to leave. KONINA Power parallel on that route out. And sure, you have to play over this ridge line. But who's going to contest you for Gladiators?
Yeah, they have so much space here. Taprock, though, is moving out. A really aggressive push over towards Tixi. And Taprock could quite easily go down here if he's not careful.
Matic going to reposition towards Tixi almost immediately. They do not want to let this one go. The ridgeline's still in the favor of the Gladiators, but I think they've realized that Taprock was there. Shot out. That's Vash actually falling. I thought that was over towards Taprock for a second there, but the Gladiators move down their ridgeline. They isolate the high ground, and they know ARR are going to have to leave. This wall will not be much cover for them in the coming moments. Tixi puts the pin back in. Might go again, but that corner wall is going to be such a good lineup. Elementrix just taking shots. Palucci goes down to a flush.
It feels like ARR has absolutely no idea where Gladiators are currently playing, and they don't. They have no clue.
Taprock around the edge of the wall. Low, needs to be careful. Tixi might be caught at a broadside here if he's not too cautious.
This is
actually
easy.
Rolling down. Okay, yeah, they're not even going to waste any time. They just move out to the only position that they can go. The Molotov in from Tixi. This is bold, this is brash, but it is what you expect from the Gladiators. They want this top spot blank. They'll fight for it. It's a back-to-back chicken dinner, and the Gladiators have another huge game to put them within striking distance of the #1 spot.
Wonderful stuff coming through from Gladiators off the back of that second place in Miramar to this game on Sanhok, picking up the chicken dinner with quite a few eliminations. So difficult to move them off that position as well. I mean, they had so much space, and ARR just had no clue, absolutely no clue. Didn't even think to check that position. And again, I think that is where Gladiators shines the most, is when they're able to control so much ground for themselves on that north side.
Yeah, there was just nothing that either KONINA Power, Nexus, or ARR could do in that scenario. Still good performances there. But what a close to this tournament. It's coming down to the final game to decide the champions. It's coming down to the final game to decide the top 8 that move forwards to the regional stages. And I could not be more excited for an Erangel. I am so hyped up. We're going to have to go over to the desk, though, to set it up.
Guys, before we set up the next map, let's talk about this one specifically, because Max, I can already tell you're very happy with how the results went in that game.
I'm loving it. This competition at the top is great. We were like, oh, Major Pride, they got it in the bag. They don't be having it in the bag anymore. They've been dying out early every single time. The hope is almost lost for them right now, and Gladiators has been sweeping. And as you know, they're very streaky, momentum-based team, and they've been looking hot this second half of the day, Janiro. And are they going to slow down in this final game? Because this is going to be a massive opportunity for them. They needed about 20 points to really close that gap with Major Pride. Job done. Job a good one here in this game. And KONINA Power, sure, getting some points. As you said, this is a very strong team when it comes to Sanhok, so that's going to push them up in that top 8. They were just 1 point behind it. But Gladiators, are they doing the comeback here to become the champions in the final day? It could be happening.
Yeah, well, that's $1 million question. But then we're looking at Major Pride again, one of the games where they haven't actually managed to get a single point. This is very out of character, if I do say so myself, when it comes to Major Pride specifically. Historically, regardless of the fact of getting placement points, they will still get 1 or 2 points in terms of elimination. So that safety net that they have built themselves over the last 2 days seems to have completely been dwindling, and it is in fact going to be coming down to this last final game of Erangel to see how that's going to be playing out, which is a pretty exciting position to be in. But when we're looking at Gladiators and their performance in general, double-digit eliminations once again. This is not the first or the second time today, so that does help them as well in terms of their standings. KONINA Power, I mean, I think you're absolutely correct, Max. We've said it multiple times before, a team that we expect to be showing up on Sanhok. So the fact that they've done so, especially in these kind of very necessary circumstances for the fact that they want to push themselves into the top 8, is definitely a treat. And now it's down to that one final map to see if KONINA Power can hold on to that position, or if it's going to let go and it's going to be a little shuffle.
I think that with the 15 points they just got this game, I would say it's almost sure they will remain in the top 8. I'm not 100% confident saying that, but 15 points at this point of the tournament, and we said it's so close between all those teams in the middle of the pack that I think that might be enough to secure their spot for the championship. But who knows? Maybe the top teams are all going to die instantly, and that means a lot of points are going to be given to the middle of the table. I mean, anything can happen. Already my expectations were thrown out the window in a very few early matches of today. And yeah, and especially what I loved, look, this fight's happening between SHOCKWAVE and Dark Project. It's messy. It's all over the place. And you know which team loves when it's all over the place and messy? Your boys from Gladiators. They're just like, okay, this fight, we're just going to engage on it. We're going to third party, pick up all the eliminations, and then have control of the best position in the circle. Gladiators, I mean, do you have to say anything at this point? Gladiators, that's all you have to say, because they've just been so damn good today. And especially my boy Tixi and Matic in particular have been on fire.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what happened between yesterday and today when it comes to Gladiators, and what switch has been flipped to get these incredibly consistent results here today. But it's been an incredible performance from their end, and it does make everything a little bit more interesting in terms of coming into today. We were like, okay, Major Pride have a bit of a safety. They have quite a cushion. They'll be all right. But Gladiators said, no, guys, you're wrong.
Did he get the elim there? I saw Tixi rush. He really wanted to try and make sure they didn't die to the blue zone, and it cut a little bit too soon, so I'm not 100% sure. But I think there's a chance he might have got it, because the blitz were really close, so maybe he did.
Well, Matic and Doran once again showing up on the MVP reports. I mean, Matic specifically getting 5 elims. I feel like this has been a little bit of a theme that we were seeing with Gladiators. There's always going to be that one member of the team that gets 50% of the eliminations, which is great because it's very, very much heavily carrying the rest of the team for that one specific game.
I love it. We've got like some keywords for every player. You got the Tixi Supremacy, you got the Matic Classic. We need to find one for Meku and Kitsune now. I don't know if you have any ideas to bring to the table, Janiro, but we'll have to think about it.
Cannot put me on the spot like that.
It's fine. You know what? We got a game to find it after that one. But they've been looking absolutely clean these last few days. Even Folly could have played spoilers on them from VIRTUS.PRO, but Matic spots him out from the corner of the eye and just strikes him down almost instantly like Zeus from the heavens. So yeah, impressive from Gladiators as always. And I want to see if they can just climb up in that first place. And I feel like Nexus now, you see that Doran's been popping off. keep him in the game every single time for your future tournaments. Like, this guy has been absolutely on fire and might be the one reason why they qualify for the championship, the fact that he's been playing these matches today. So the best decision so far from Nexus by far.
Yeah, I love how you're making it very poetic, and we're gonna kind of stay within that theme, and we're gonna say that this is gonna be the last Erangel from Spring 2023 for PMPL. So let's have a look at historically which teams have been performing on it quite well, and these are the teams that we're expecting once again Max to be showing up today. I love how Major Pride is still in these performances because yes, they have historically been performed well, but today is just not their day.
The thing is also, I'm looking at these stats, right, and I'm just looking at what's been happening today so far. Major Pride not doing too good. MADBULLS, a little bit better than Major Pride, but still not insane. When I'm thinking about the race to MVP that's been heavily focused on Effect, onto Nomi, onto Zerich, could we have another contender potentially climbing up at the end? Like, maybe I'm thinking of a Gladiators player that just steals the MVP award away. There's so many questions right now I have, Jiniro, about who's going to be in the top 3, who's going to be in first place, who's going to make it in the top 8 to go in the championship, who's going to be MVP. The thing is, it's so close this season right now that I have no idea. You can speculate and have some good idea overall, but it's down to the last game. We've been saying it throughout the last 2 days now, and it's come down to that.
I love how you're saying you can speculate and you can talk about it a little bit, but let's start off with Major Pride up against Gladiators in terms of the differences that we've been seeing. I mean, double their damage, triple their limbs. The survival time is just 4 more minutes as well. Gladiators today have really had a good one.
That's just, I can't believe the production just did this to Major Pride. You can't just put them on the spot like that. Like they're down bad right now.
You know, they put Major Pride on the spot, and that's because they wanted to save you from me putting you on the spot, but I'm still gonna do it because we got some time left, and I'm gonna have to ask you particularly when it comes to those top 3 teams. You said you didn't want to predict. You have a little bit of speculation. Share the speculation because I would love to see what your brain has.
I don't wanna. I'm gonna curse the team, and I'm gonna get blamed for this for like a whole year. It's not gonna work out. Do you really want me to do a prediction right now? Okay, if
to be fair, like that's a really good point. Your predictions for the finals have just kind of like been going down the drain.
I will reveal my prediction. I have one in mind. I will reveal it after the game, and we'll see if it's in line.
Do you think that because you have it in mind that you're already cursing them as well?
The thing is, I haven't spoken into reality, okay? And that's the important part that we need to bring up, is that I haven't brought it up into reality because all right. Just don't say it. It's fine. You know, the curse doesn't take effect, but it's so clear. I'm looking at the rankings right now.
It is really close. It's really scary looking at it and thinking, because if you're currently in the position of Major Pride, you're sitting there and you're thinking, wow, today I woke up and I had it in the bag. And now I'm going into my final game of PMPL Spring 2023, and I don't even know what's going to happen. Is it going to be in the bag? Am I going to be able to get the limbs? Am I going to be able to be the first place? It's a scary place to be in for sure.
Yeah, I think this would be an absolute highway robbery right now if Major Pride don't get it with how many points they had at the start of today, and they've just been taking massive L's every single step of the way. Like, I want to look because right now Major Pride are standing on 221 points. Major Pride started off the day with 207. That is, with the level of play we had from them this entire tournament, that is potentially the worst day they've had this entire tournament so far. On the last day of the finals, that's a rough way to go down.
Yeah, absolutely. But I do want to say thank you to Monster for sponsoring PMPL EU because we've gotten this far. We have the final Erangel of Spring 2023, the game that will definitely decide it all. And who better to close things out with than Blank and John?
Goodness me, it's all come down to this, and who'd have thought that the Gladiators would be able to fight back? This is the PMGC team that came through from the end of last year, denied the glory there, and they don't want to be cut out of it again, Blank.
No, they don't. They want to take this as far as they can. I think they've done an incredibly good job today, honestly. There's been some real good pop-off games coming through from Gladiators, but it all comes down to this now on Erangel. Final match. Can Major Pride hold on to their top spot in first place? Can Gladiators overtake them with another good game? It's a tall task, but I think with the way they're playing, maybe they can pull it off. And can MADBULLS get back up to that third place, remain in that top 3 after their hugely dominant performance in Phase 1 and consistency through Phase 2 and Phase 3? Though I would like to see Game remain in third place. I think that they've had such good adjustments, and coming off the day with their first chicken dinner and remaining up here despite all that, they certainly deserve one of those top 3 spots if they can close it out strong now on Erangel.
It's very much all to play for around those top 3, but as we always say, it's about that bubble in the 8th position, which is the last team that will make it to towards the regional stage, which is going to be the next phase of their progression. ARR currently sit in 8th place, 150 points on their tally. Sly Europe sat in 9th with 145. That is a 5-point difference and very much surmountable in a single game. Dark Project a little bit further behind that with 137. So they currently sit with a 13 points difference behind the bubble, which is a little bit unlikely to be able to close that one, especially when you're looking at the averages accrued. However, Dark Project, 3 chicken dinners so far these finals. They have got the chops for it.
Yeah, I mean, it's so close here on this side of things. I mean, even Sly Europe could be dropped out if they don't perform well in this final game. And I would hate to see the Sly guys not make it to the regional championships. I think that they certainly have a lot more to prove, and with a bit more time scrimming, even just research and practice, I think Sly Europe can be a real force to contend with over in those regional championships. But they have to maintain this position, 7th place. It's a bit scary, 142, only 5 points ahead of ARR in 8th place. But yeah, a lot can change here, so we'll be keeping a close eye on where people end up in this game, where people go down, and what can be done to maybe salvage their position in that leaderboard.
Circle out to the west to see our final phases in this tournament. ARR split around Gatka, wanting to fend off everybody close by. I mean, it's really nice to see there's a team there on the bubble that is just going to have to put that shift in. Major Pride breaking out early, maybe looking to head up towards North George. They've read that Gladiators are very prone to going for their backup drop over towards Ferry Pier. At this point, is it really a backup drop? I'm not even sure.
I do like this position, and I think they think that it's going to give them the most available path in towards the circle. It will give them the most consistent path into the circle as well. North George, as we know, can be quite awkward to make your way out of. Major Pride actually go over towards North George, and maybe this was the reasoning behind it, is the fact that Major Pride were looking to take down Gladiators in that early game. Even if they just caused them casualties, Major Pride, I think they're confident enough to take down 1 or 2 players, and 1 or 2 players is enough to stop them from getting the amount of points that they need during this game to actually overtake them. So what a good read from Gladiators, a necessary read as well.
I mean, the plane path didn't lend itself to North George, and they have been going to Ferry Pier quite a while. You do wonder, though, if Major Pride go in and they find a full roster of Gladiators, what are they expecting here? Dino and Monkey, they weren't going to be looted. They wouldn't have the nades to take that fight close range. And if you go down, you've just given them 2 of the 3 points they need to close the gap between the 2 of you. So, I mean, sure, you can diminish their point scoring total, but I feel like the risk is not worth the reward.
Yeah, well, I mean, in the sense that I think it is, though, right? Because I think Major Pride are definitely confident in their close quarters combat, 100%. And right now, it is a big leap for Gladiators to really consistently put up this performance versus Major Pride. And I think for them, if they took down 1 or 2 players, like I said, you know, that might just be your game done, right? But again, 218 to 221, it is a big risk from Major Pride. But with the way they've been playing today, perhaps they thought that their best bet was just to try and mangle Gladiators as much as possible. And if they get away with the full squad wipe, even better. But yeah, an interesting start to our game. Major Pride's gambit does not pay off, but it does mean they get a lot of good loot over in North George.
I mean, it was unlikely that the Gladiators were going to be there. It might be that they're waiting for the Gladiators to enter this area later on, and they want to have the guard there. They moved to it very, very early, and they would have known what was going on. So it's still a very good loot spot for Major Pride, so they shouldn't be too put out by it. We'll see who's contesting them on the north side. ARR still, well, actually, I was going to say still split on Gatka. No, they're 2-2 now as moving to those compounds to the foothills of Everest that slap bang in the center. A really powerful position to control on circles like this, especially with all the teams coming in from the east.
MUERTE on that eastern side in Lipovka. Around Mansion, Game Lord in Yasnaya and Nexus making that rotation over Kameshki side towards Shockwave at the moment. Fair few teams that we are worried about just slightly. With MUERTE, it's going to be really hard for them to even put up a decent performance going forward. But again, they can show us a nice little ending to their day. KASIK team as well as Sly Europe moving off towards that western side. Not a lot of teams already in the circle. Everyone playing it fairly safe compared to the rest of the day where it's been all guns a-blazing, John.
Certainly has been quite the ringer for all of these teams. Nobody going down just yet. Nobody stepping too close, but KASIK and Sly Europe are now rotating on the same path. 2-2 split for KASIK. As they rotate into vehicles, Sly Europe will be able to cut off that in the middle and maybe look to take some shots here out towards KASIK. Not going to be able to quite land the damage there. And the regroup can come through. However, ARR are at the top of Everest already.
Nexus heads straight over towards Shockwave's position. And I kick him while they're down, I think, here with Nexus taking a fair few shots coming through over towards Shockwave. If they can get a good amount of damage done, get some clean and easy points over to Shockwave, who have not been having a good day so far, with Terminus down as well. This is a good start for Nexus. Solidify their position on the leaderboards. Any free elimination points now is good for them.
Absolutely. You'll take what you can get. 161 points to start off the game. You want to put up 4, that's 165. Highly unlikely that the bubble shifts up that far. So starting off a game like this would be phenomenally useful. Snoix forced back into Severny, and Nexus can start to establish the stranglehold on the position to get the points they need to maintain safety and head over to the regional stages.
So Machina sends off Snoix, drops the stim in. Some fairly decent loot as well. Look at that, level 3 helmet, level 3 vest, a load of utility on board. Exo, that's mean. Don't do that.
Whoa!
Maybe not what they were hoping for. That
Right.
vehicle is busted up though. If a Nexus gets shot out here on Exo Machina at least, then you're considering maybe that vehicle goes up in flames, but they find another one. I can get back on the bike, get it going again. For Nexus, still need to move further over towards that western side. In the meantime, towards the center of the circle, Gladiators move from Furry Pier towards that northern side of Gatka. You can see ARR currently up towards the top side of Everest, holding on, getting as much information as possible. Already KASIK have an outpost in Unicorn.
See how well they can utilize that asset to try and take care of ARR, because it's not going to be easy to take them off the top of Everest. If you even want to at this stage, I mean, ARR keeping their heads down. A zone up towards Georgiapol and the Major Pride rotation. It's looking cleaner by the second.
It pays off here for Major Pride. Not a lot of teams going to be trying to contest this one too early on. They can sit out of dodge for quite some time. Again, you do have to cross over that bridge or head down towards Box Compound and make a crossing down there. Either way, you're going to get caught up in the action. Some of these other teams towards Crates will be a little bit happier as AAR sends the way down off of Everest. Got the scouting done, but realized this is no longer the hot shot position for themselves. KASIK team also close on their heels, just behind them. Gladiators heading up towards Hospital on their rotate. This was that initial couple of shots coming through onto Shockwave as Nexus kind of secure their position in the leaderboards. It won't be a top 3, but it certainly will see them through to the regional championships, and I definitely think they deserve to be there with the kind of improvements they've been making and sudden change in performance, which they have transferred through to the finals now.
And the fact that they've kind of nailed down that roster as well. No swapping for this final day. It'd be good to see more of them this game and in the rest of this season. teams tucking in now to South George. Only 2 teams on the north side. The remnants of SHOCKWAVE, just SnowX there, and Monkey might be able to spot that for Major Pride. NEXUS want to challenge out Major Pride potentially. I mean, if there's a team that's going to take them down, NEXUS is definitely one of them.
Yeah, they are feeling really good today. You can see Gladiators off in the distance there, making their rotate through. They head towards that western side of South George. Pick up some buildings for themselves. Dark Project were still on their rotate on the western road itself, so that's going to be a bit while before they can actually get into position. And this is a nice spot for Gladiators to take nice and early on, get looted up, get some more utility on board. Already, these players are looking fairly good. The pump action shotgun is maybe something that wants to be replaced here from Meku. An M4 or something like that would be desirable.
Oh, he's found something already there. Gets a Scar and a UMP. Fleet K rolls straight on into ARR, who descended Everest and into the warehouses. Aces was traded off, and Tulika gets Vengeance Retribution for Fleet K, but they're still down to 3 over towards Crates. However, they have secured that position and will be able to isolate it. Well, I say secured. Becca still very much causing trouble for ARR, but remember, ARR are our bubble team. There's a lot of R's in one row, but blank, it is all important.
Yeah, if AR go down now, it really opens the floodgates to a lot of these other teams, considering just how volatile it is on that side of the leaderboard. It's very easy for some of these teams to push their way up past them. Becca moves out, takes a massive amount of hits, and actually the smoke causes some problems on his rotate across. Tulika had the nade in hand, but a little bit too late on the send out. Becca takes more damage, but does survive. Now the rest of the team wants to move a little bit closer to circle. Send us up towards Crates. This will be a focal point of the match, and Major Pride most likely will have to make a bridge crossing or just try and bash their way through the Nexus players on the eastern side. I think taking the bridge crossing will be very detrimental to them, so they're going to have to crunch through over towards that crossing just to the north side of Everest. A little bit of a difficult rotation, but certainly one that they can make.
You might just want to bide your time on the north coast as well. I mean, at this stage, you're very, very close to the Gladiators. You just hope that they take a dud fight and go down and try and survive out as long as possible to get some placements if you can, but it is a risk that you won't be able to perform it the same way. Looks like they will post up on that northern shore for the time being. VIRTUS.PRO spotted. Sly Europe picking up a lot of those points. Unicorn's a lover there as well, but Folly goes down. And that's to the scopes of Mandarin from Sly Europe. VIRTUS.PRO eliminated.
Like I said, Sly Europe need to do a little bit better here to secure their position within the lobby, and they know it. They know they're fairly close to a lot of these other teams on the bubble. Not entirely secure. Can be some other teams that do leapfrog them. So 2 eliminations already secured, bagged. That's going to be great for them going forward. High placement should see them safe.
Look at what Gladiators have done here. They've sent out the west side of South George, and they're rotating all the way around, potentially to try and push up towards Everest. KONINA Power still hold the top of it, but there is potential here for the Gladiators to completely change this one up.
Yeah, I think if you go for the Gladiators push right now, which is up towards Everest side, you wonder if there is a team playing up here. MUERTE currently taking shots towards Dagestan. Keep has to drop out. Will fall down. 4 eliminations found. And Dagestan now out of the game, which means Dagestan 13th place. Weren't likely to make it anyway, but that will be as far as they go now.
Yeah, that's 3 teams now locked in to be in the bottom 8. SHOCKWAVE, Dagestan, VIRTUS.PRO, all 3 of them started this game in the bottom 8, and we will no longer be seeing them. I've been impressed today with Dagestan. I feel like they've had some really good pushes. They kept themselves together in the Rorschach we saw earlier and stayed alive. VIRTUS.PRO, I have been disappointed with in general, though. We know that we can expect more from this roster. We'll see more from them, I'm sure. But in the meantime, Meku met with a Gorzin and a Bolodoi repositioning. Kitsune not really in a position to give instant backup, but Tixi has got an off angle here. The next circle not yet closed. And ARR wants more central on this circle blank. Meku gets away.
I think the Gladiators is becoming a bit more of a difficult decision for them to make, because they'll try to hard commit towards Everest, take that position up there, but Matic sends further out up towards where the box compound is. Notices there's another team in this location. So this is a really hard push for Gladiators to make, and I think the best thing then for them to do right now is, with that information passed back from Matic, is potentially prepare for a third party on top of Everest, which is still inside the circle right now. A lot of teams make their way in towards Hospital, around South George, and Major Pride remaining outside at the moment. They are going for the numbers game. They can secure themselves a high placement and just hope that Gladiators do not have a good rotate up from Ferry Pier, where they know they drop. They will most likely stay ahead. And this is really banking off the back that Gladiators don't have a good game.
But Major Pride, if they go across this bridge, Game Lord will have sight onto it. It is treacherous. Game Lord been outperforming themselves in these finals, showing us just what the French are made of. And it is sterner stuff than perhaps we expected coming into this tournament. They had such a strong performance in last year's spring tournament, but fell off in the fall and didn't have a great PMGC. Coming into this one, a lot of people know that they had the power, but didn't really expect much of them. That story has changed.
Major Pride. All group up. Looks like they're getting ready for their push across. Look to loot some more buildings. Hit back in the buggies. And it's going to have to be a speedy rotation across the bridge. You can see them almost hyping one another up, going for the group huddle. This is last chance saloon, and they're all out.
Major Pride, no eliminations so far. Gathering the storm. The charge is on. Across the bridge they go, into the Valley of Death. To guard their top spot, will they find the salvo that they require? Through and through. They slice the terrain, spin out on a buggy, but somehow go backwards into the compound, and Major Pride make the mad dash. Monkey cut out, finally knocked, but does he have the cover? Look at the health bars start to burn as Effect falls next. Monkey's out, and there's a side swipe from the top of Everest. There is no cover, but No Me stays alive. Major Pride, they looked good, but all of a sudden it comes crashing down as KONINA Power curtail them.
That is so sad, because you knew exactly what they were doing. They were looking to cover themselves from crates, so they head towards the backside of the compound. What they do not expect is there is a team, several teams on top of Everest, who all can take shots towards that position. Game Lord sees this and will equally try and make their push out this way. NEXUS have shots, Kapahala take them over towards Game Lord themselves, who are also looking to have a good game here to remain in that top three. They're underneath Everest right now, looking to push their way up, but a little bit directionless at this point in time.
MUERTE trying to move in now, crash KONINA Power off the top of the mountain. They set their differences aside before to take down Major Pride, but that will not last. The peace breaks as MUERTE pull the trigger, and a lovely shot around the side from Discrim. He's got more in the back pocket as well with that DBS. Two of KONINA Power fall, but where are Gladiators? Where's the third party here? Finally, they step up to the back lines, and they will open fire onto KONINA Power, who are getting crunched away. The top of Everest stays in the circle, and everybody is going to have such a tough time trying to move forwards. Palucci goes down next, and the Gladiators can move in towards MUERTE.
This is a really good play from Gladiators. They set this one up perfectly. Matic passing back that information earlier on over towards knowing that MUERTE's on the other side meant they could just wait for this battle to finally commence and then just pick up a beautiful third party off the back of it. I think Gladiators have played this one out really well. And it was difficult to send them off this post side, because they could just sit in the back in relative cover and just force KONINA Power into this engagement between them and MUERTE, instantly roll back up again. And they started moving as soon as they heard those shots, all getting into those vehicles. Albeit a little bit difficult to get across the terrain there in the cars and make it speedy as possible, but they made it fairly fast in towards that spot. Horrible zone to be playing in. If Gladiators can finish off these final couple of members up towards the top side of MUERTE, it is just shooting season for them.
Gladiators now 1 point behind. 1 point behind first place for their chance at the title here. An honor to be sure, and one that they so desperately want and demonstrably deserve. All they need is to stay alive, to get 1 point onto MUERTE, to shut down anyone who tries to move onto them.
Kaz from KASIK. Nades across towards Dark Project. Many of his teammates all starting to falter. Should be a fairly decent nade. Only does a little tickle of damage though, and Dark Project can quite quickly get out of dodge from the back of this one. Game Lord did find themselves a nice little position underneath Everest, kept themselves safe from the overlook ahead, and Dark Project will just fall in their tracks there in a 12th place, 0 eliminations. That's them in 10th, and they'll be going down. They will not be seeing us over in the regional championships, despite the performance here in the finals.
KONINA Power at risk as well. 151 points. They have been eliminated. At the start of this game, it was 151. With the point that they got here, it will be up to 152 points. That is most likely our bubble. ARR are still going with 3, as they're locked into a combat with MADBULLS, who Game Lord are trying to take down. But with Game Lord losing another,
Oh, that's nice.
it's going to be pretty tricky. Major Pride finally out of it. And now it's all gravy for Gladiators. We'll have to see if they can make up that final point. Shots over the top, Tapok forwards, Tuluka down and frozen in the fight. Zerich will be able to get the trade off, but Becca and Elementrix both burn on in, streaking their trail towards the top 8, and the nade is good. It's from the backlines coming through as Nexus want to try and spoil the day.
2 eliminations from MADBULLS opens the door now for Game Lord to stride proudly through in that 3rd place. Not likely to catch them up. Excuse me, do have a chance though. Can they send this game even further? The Game Lord firmly jumping up these rankings each and every time though. 8 teams remaining. ARR takes a massive hit from Nexus.
Becca banks the nade wrong, but unfortunately ARR will fall. Have they done enough to stay safe? They are ahead of KONINA Power on this spot. They are in 7th after that set of eliminations. With 4 points, they have leapfrogged there, which puts them a lot safer. We've gotten rid of 9 teams now, blank.
The thing is, Excuse Me still has a little bit of a way to go, but 7 eliminations on the game so far. If they get more and a pretty decent position on the rankings in this game, you know, there's a serious chance they could hit 3rd place if Game Lord go down soon.
It's so tough to call here, even on the bubble. But the circle wants Gladiators to win this, blank. All day, every day, it's just shrinking onto them time and time again, and MUERTE are happy to stand in their shadow.
Nexus jump out, but immediately there is just a salvo of bullets going their way. Very difficult for them to leave now. A huge amount of oversight. Unicorns of Love causing absolute havoc and mayhem. And Excuse Me is going to try and take down this push coming through from Nexus, but they make it through. Not before Kitsune gets a knock over towards Octavian, though.
Looks like MUERTE might want to pull the trigger here on going for the step up, but Gladiators have consolidated to that east side. You move forwards and it's just such open terrain. Nexus are finding out all about it. Kitsune raining down hell from above as MUERTE join in the fight. They know that of each other's presence up the top here. But do they want to take each other down? Looks like MUERTE might want to go for it. Tixi has fallen first, but he's right at the backstop, and there is a trade-off almost immediately. They say, hang on a minute, that's not what we agreed on. We're going to back you off here. MUERTE playing on with 2. They've got 8 eliminations, and they're still going pretty strong right here. You talked about Excuse Me, with a whole host of points. Sly Europe go down. 5 points on the game, and that will not be enough to see them in. I think that keeps them out in the cold here. And only MUERTE in those bottom spots, along with the Unicorns of Love, are left. Matic getting knocked, and now 1 player down for the Gladiators. Happy J wants to put another nade over, but he's low, and he's just securing his team.
Meku on that top side. Underneath, it's Game Lord. Excuse Me's main competitors here. Have to take them down. They have been so tucked in. One of the only successful rotations underneath Everest so far. 10 eliminations right now coming through from Excuse Me. Happy J almost cresting over towards 1,000 damage so far. And Doran finds at least 1 from Game Lord. Furia moves up.
Excuse me.
In hand.
Excuse Me, we're 21 points behind Game Lord at the start of this game. Game Lord have 3 points on eliminations, and they're up into 5th already. As strong as this performance is from Excuse Me, they might just fall short. But the MADBULLS definitely on the menu.
Gladiators on top side. And MUERTE tried to take it to them, but they're just a bit too strong. And the circle moves away. They'll have to come down the hill now, John. Robs, still alive. I think for excuse me, it's so sad to know that Robs being over in this direction is really the thing causing the most problem. Mickey from Unicorns of Love, in fact, finding him. Meku goes down. Disaster strikes. That's Robs down too.
They've been up here for quite a while, trying to sneak into the back. Kitsune on the deck in the smoke, but a nade might find him. Mihi trying to cook it as well, but he's caught with the pin out. Kitsune doesn't quite get the light up that he was looking for. MUERTE, they can engage onto this now, but they've sent Happy J and Malloy down. That's how they lost the last player of Game Lord. Tixi and Kitsune dodging this ordnance, pouring in from Mihi and Zero. Unicorns of Love with their last hurrah in this tournament. There's no way they make it in, even if they get everything from here on out. Tixi keeping his team safe. More nades over the top. And they'll need to find a way down the hill. At this stage, though, the Gladiators have already done enough. They will take that top spot with the points they've already earned, with the placements that they deserve here.
I mean, again, Gladiators are so quick with their decisions, with their rotations, with their tactics. A beautiful nade comes through from Mickey, but I think Gladiators are still happy with the game that they've had so far. Just one player remaining, it's Matic. He has to go for the classic, but the nade might just do him in, and that'll be them going down.
Discrim stays up there. The Gladiators fall in 4th, but it will be not a worry for them. They have done the work. They've put the shift in. The Unicorns of Love trying to slow MUERTE's roll. MUERTE have had a big game here. They are 3 players, 11 eliminations, make that 12, 0 under threat. They've already gotten down the hillside as well. No, they actually regrouped all the way up to the top as, excuse me, try and cut them out. 12 eliminations with a top spot. Is it the chance for MUERTE to not be knocked out here? I think it would be a miracle to make it work, but it's on the cards. 13 points, and they are just around the corner.
13 points so far. They need one more elimination here to get up to 14, and then with a second place, that'd be 20 points, which would sit them 148. The start of this game would put them ahead of Sly Europe in 8th place.
We'd counted MUERTE out. 14th place, there it is. With the points that were earned by KONINA Power, 152 is the mark. MUERTE spotted, though, by Furia. A massive force to be reckoned with. They need more. They need the chicken dinner here, but it will be denied right at the end. MUERTE try their best, but excuse me, cut them down in the end. They have their bid for the top of the tables, but it's Gladiators making the work look easy. They lift from the top of Everest.
Absolutely. Gladiators emerge from the Coliseum with their heads held high. That is a difficult match to go against, and the Pride Alliance of Major Pride just do not scratch them one bit. They don't lift a finger to them. But it's, excuse me, that's the big surprise here for me. Maybe in the top 3 at the end of the day. And is MUERTE a 12th place team, John?
Only one way to find out. Let's head over to the desk.
Thank you, John and Blank, for covering all these maps today. You guys get a well-deserved break, but Max, we're not going to talk about the MUERTE, okay? We're not going to see if they're a 12th place team because we don't actually know that yet. Instead, what we're going to talk about is, excuse me, having another great game. Question remains, will that be enough to secure themselves a spot in the top 8?
Yeah, I mean, top 8 for excuse me, I think that is definitely going to be the case looking at it, so we'll have to see. But here are the overall rankings, and here are, unfortunately, the teams that will not be going into the championship. And MUERTE just barely missing out. The performance of a lifetime this was for them, Janiro, but the chicken dinner just barely slipping out. How close is it between 9th and 8th? They don't make it. Is so close. That feels bad, man.
That is a feels bad, man, indeed. I mean, you had such a strong phase 1, and then you're coming into it, and it's like, that hurts.
2 points. They're going to be kicking himself down, unfortunately, for MUERTE. But you know what? They'll be back for the full season. Sly Europe just barely surviving into that one. I'm sure Blank will be over the moon to see this team play in the European Championship. ARR Esports, Nexus Gaming, MADBULLS slipping away from that top 3. And excuse me, also in 4th position. High contenders that definitely can represent Europe in a really strong fashion heading into the championship.
Okay, can we just go to the top.
Let's go!
Gladiators! Okay, Max, I know you are absolutely hyped out of your mind for this one. Gladiators have had such an incredible performance, and they're our champions.
Gladiators, let's go. There's a reason why the short version of the name is GG, because they just take in good game after good game at the end here of these finals. And they're such a momentum-based team, Janiro. They just started feeling hot after today, and the moment they started getting those big chicken dinners, those big pointer games, they just were not going to slow down at any step of the way. And look at those averages too, just under 6 average eliminations in the finals here. They've just been looking so strong. And we had Major Pride, MADBULLS looking really strong, but at the end, you do not want to overlook Gladiators. There is a team with so much history when it comes to PUBG mobile esports, and now they're proving once again that they are the true kings of Europe.
Absolutely. I mean, the last couple of days coming through from Gladiators, especially today. Today, I don't know what happened, but after that interview yesterday with Kitsune where he said, we're going to go for 10 average elims per game. I mean, he wasn't joking. He wasn't completely correct either, but the performances that we've seen have been absolutely outstanding. And that combined with the fact that Major Pride had a very quiet day, potentially one of the quietest that we've seen from them throughout the entirety of Spring 2023, it gives them the perfect conditions to thrive and be the ones to walk away as the champions of PMPL EU Spring 2023.
We said it, for Major Pride, the only time where they do not become the champions is if they have a really horrendous day. And you saw even on that final push, they had no option to, like, we got to try and do something, otherwise we're going to go out across the river up on the northern edge. And they almost did, and they try and go for the mad dash and nothing works out. Like, 4 teams are looking at them. MUERTE also on the top of that mountain with KONINA Power just taking shots from above. There's no way they can survive. Major Pride had an impressive season, but in the finals, unfortunately, on the last day, it did not work out, and Gladiators stand up.
Yeah, an absolute fairy tale run from there, and I personally expected them to be ending on the first place at all. Maybe the top 5, but this has been an incredible feat from themselves. Max, you are also like in the analyst kind of mood of things today, so I'm gonna let you do one final illustration for this season.
Thank you so much. And this is pretty much, you can call this the game-winning play for Gladiators that allows them to become the champions of PMPL EU Spring 2023. KONINA Power and MUERTE start initiating that fight on top of Everest, and Gladiators, as always, super aware of these opportunities that arise in front of them. Like, okay, this fight is happening, it's a mess, it's all over the place, and as I said, Gladiators, they love a messy situation. So they just like, okay, we're just going to get closer, third party this fight, gain even more terrain in this fight versus MUERTE and KONINA Power, pick up a few eliminations along the way, and then allows them to get very far in that game in a top 5 position to get just enough points to overtake the team of Major Pride in top 1. So yeah, the IGLing is on point as always, and impressive stuff from Kitsune as always, leading the team in these events.
Yeah, excuse me, this time around, they get that chicken dinner. MUERTE gets so close, 14 elims. This is the game that we really needed from them, that gameplay, the elim points, the placement points. But unfortunately, Max, it was a little too late. 2 points off the mark to be in the top 8. It's a really sad feat from them. They had a phenomenal start to the season in Phase 1. Unfortunately, not able to keep that momentum going into the finals. Unicorns of Love even showing up in this time around, and that's been a while since we've seen Unicorns of Love show up at all. But again, as we said, it's a little too late.
Look, the cool thing about this, right, is that all of these teams are going to come back for the full season. And I really hope that all of these teams that, if you were successful or not so successful this event, are going to come back next season even stronger and improve upon their baseline, right? And I think a lot of teams have that room, have a really high ceiling of potential, and they need to find what works and what suits their playstyle. And hopefully the full season will work out fine for them. Because don't forget, if you're in the full season, you can go in the championship and you can still get yourself some valid points towards that PMGC ranking, and who knows, maybe also qualify through the championship directly if that's a similar system to previous years. But Discrim, it's good. It's been a while since you saw Discrim. It's good to see him step up, but as we already said, Janiro, 2 points shy of a position in the championship.
Yeah, Happy J showing up as well. I mean, MUERTE gave it their all in this final game, and they truly tried to make it work out in their favor, to push the points for as much as they can, but that unfortunately has not been the case. Matic, I mean, Gladiators have had a beautiful performance today. Every single one of these maps went their way, and they had those great conditions, as we said it. If Major Pride hit the snooze button today, that was the perfect condition for Gladiators to thrive. They got that, and coming into it today, Max, you said it, that is the only condition that would allow any other team to overtake Major Pride, and who knew? You spoke it into reality. You didn't actually curse it. I mean, it depends which team you are a fan of, because
I was saying what was the worst case scenario for a team, and that worst case scenario happened. So I didn't curse it. I kind of predicted, but like it's a mix of both.
Yeah. But it wasn't the best prediction.
Okay, you know what? I want to forget about that.
Well. Let's have a look at the daily winners again. I mean, the fact that Gladiators have only gotten one chicken dinner today, but consistently stayed in the top in the podium finishes, consistently got elimination points, does speak volumes to what we've seen from them today. ARR's got a win. We have Game Lords. We have Nexus, KONINA Power, excuse me. This is a very different look, Max, from what we've seen the majority of the season, because usually there would be at least one Major Pride, at least one MADBULL, maybe even one MUERTE in these daily winners, and that does not seem to be the case today.
Just one win would have secured their position in first place.
Yes.
It didn't quite work out. Though I do want to point out also a very important storyline we did witness today. The sole reason why MADBULLS is not in the top 3 is because of Game Lord. I think 2, if not even maybe 3 games, Game Lord eliminate MADBULLS early/mid-game every single time, denying so many points away from MADBULLS. And of course, because they eliminate MADBULLS, they get more points for themselves, allowing to overtake 4th and then 3rd position to be on the podium. So, man, Game Lord 2, big surprise as the Western European teams do rise up to the occasion and really are putting on a really strong show. And I'm hyped to see how all these teams can perform up against the Turkish teams in the championship.
Absolutely. Well, Max, I'm going to have to ask you this question about the tournament MVP. You knew this was coming. I knew this was coming. I want to say maybe Zurich, maybe Effect.
If Effect or Nomi had a really good day today, I would have put Effect for sure. Maybe even Nomi, but they didn't show up, so I don't know who else it is except Zerich. It has to be him. There's no way.
Okay. It's Zerich indeed. So we actually got our predictions right. Look at us. We're making amends for the last couple of days. We have a couple of highlights as well from Zerich because of the phenomenal player that he has been on the side of MADBULLS. A lot of these games, when it came down to the wire, Zurich was the man to show up.
Yeah, Zerich, I mean, we knew exactly the potential of this player playing with Effect back on MADBULLS in the fall season of 2022. And we had question marks going in this tournament. How good is Zerich going to be able to perform with this new roster? Is the synergy going to be there? Is he going to be set up by his team as successfully as he was with Monkey in the past when he was part of the MADBULLS roster with Effect? And I gotta say, this roster has instantly shut down the speculations we initially had in the first phase. They were like, no, we're gonna come out swinging in the spring season of 2023 for PMPL EU, and they just kept fragging every single time. Of course, they had those up and down tendencies, but I gotta say that Zerich has found a team that suits his aggressive playstyle down to a T. And I feel like this is just the first season too, Janiro. Like, this team has so much potential. This can be even more improved upon for the full season of next year. Also the championship, of course. So I would say the potential is there, and I can't wait to see what's coming next for them.
Yeah, absolutely. But Gladiators here, they are the ones to be celebrating. They got that first spot, and it was a rocky phase 1, 2, and 3 from their end of things. You're then coming into the finals. The first day was okay, the second day was okay, the third day was an absolute blast, getting all these right conditions working in their favor as well. So Max, it does bring the question, is the MUERTE a 9th place team?
So I was waiting for it. You would have told me that phase 1, I would say no. From phase 2 and onwards, yes. Unfortunately, we have not seen anything remotely close to their phase 1 performance, which is very unfortunate. But we know the potential is there, and as I said, you're going to have a lot of time now, especially not playing the championship. You have a really, really long period of time to be able to work on your team, try and find some good strategies and game plans approaching for the full season of this year. And they have strong players, right? You're looking at Malloy, you're looking at Discrim. They can pop off. They can be one of the top teams competing with the best of the best in Europe, but sometimes do fumble and stumble a little bit and flat on your face. So unfortunately, it didn't work out this time, but there's still a full season around the corner that I'm sure we'll see more of the MUERTE going forward.
Yeah, the matter of fact is you need to get up regardless of falling flat on your face and figure out how you want to approach things going forward. It feels like Gladiators was one of the teams, Mags, that have actually made quite a big impact today, which brings the question of what exactly was the changes that they've implemented today that have allowed them to be so successful.
I'd say especially the splits. I mean, we had that great interview yesterday with Kitsune talking about what is happening with the splits. You guys are getting punished and then hurt pretty heavily because of them. And as he said, he loves having that control in these late game circles, but also they would sometimes get a little bit hurt by it, so they just need to regroup a little bit sooner, which is pretty much, I would say, Janiro, what we saw in this final game. They're like hyper aware of KONINA Power fighting to MUERTE. They had that 2-2 split, instantly regroup, push onto KONINA Power's position, and then you're pretty much in the race for a podium finish, or at least potentially a chicken dinner if things go well. So yeah, I think that was definitely the improvement we needed to get from them, because we know that when it comes to fragging power, not many teams can contest up to the level of Gladiators, but they started regrouping a little bit earlier and things were going as smooth as butter. So I want to see that Gladiators for the championship. Like, that was peak Gladiators gameplay we saw today.
Well, we have another surprise for you guys, and that is the interview, which is now ready. It should be Kitsune from Gladiators, because this is a winners interview. So hello, welcome back. Congratulations,
Hello,
you guys have secured the win for Spring 2023. I mean, you said it yesterday, you want to average 10 elims per game. Pretty close. So what happened between yesterday and today?
Yeah, I mean, I tried, and but my team actually took this role of like fragging, and yeah, so they were like super confident today, and everything just went pretty well.
Yeah. I'd love to know, because in this final game, it was down to just a few points to make the difference between you and Major Pride. Like, what was the team comms or the mentality during those final moments on that last game?
We tried to focus on like our gameplay, because we knew that we couldn't like hot job them. They were very far away from the playing path. So we focused on our rotations, how to get as many points as we can, like take the best position we can in the zone, control as much area as possible. In case we see the Major Pride fight with someone, we would just suicide in there, just like push and die and whatever.
Yeah.
We just had to get as many points.
Okay. An extra question for you right now, because I feel like we've seen pretty significant improvements from the entire lobby from like the full season of last year and this year. How do you feel about like the European region now in this PMPL season as a whole?
I mean, like last season, like last year, we felt that there are only like 5-6 like really good teams that understand what to do in the game. But in this season, actually, like almost, I mean, all the teams, okay, all the teams understand how to play, and it felt like way more tougher, because like if like 10 teams know how to play, it's still an easy lobby, but like if it's all like 20 teams just know how to play, they get their points, do like smart rotations, it's getting like pretty hard to take positions and pretty hard to take like good fights. So yeah, like all the region improved by a lot. And personally, I think that many European teams like are super underrated, and if they like get to the global stage, they can easily get like top 3, I guess.
I agree. I think there's definitely a lot of potential there for the international stage. I actually have a question of John, so I'm jumping in again with this one. I don't know if you realized during this game, actually, Kitsune, but Major Pride actually rushed right away Northern Georgepol, and I don't know if that was potentially to like fight you guys early on because of your potential drop in Northern Georgepol.
No, we didn't.
If you were up there, like how would that have worked out? Would you have potentially fought them or left? Like what would have been the potential game plan?
I mean, when we see enemies at early game, we try to force the fight, so I don't think that we would just run away. Because it is an isolated fight, we would just think, who could it be? Like, we definitely knew that Major Pride could do this, and we discussed it before the last game, but when we saw the playing path, I mean, it was obvious for us that we just need to go the south side of the map on our like secondary spot and just play from there.
That's some great insight, thank you.
Thank you for that. I mean, this is more of a question looking forward to the future. So you now have to compete on that international stage. The question remains, has been your biggest takeaway from PMPL EU, and are you looking to implement that moving forward?
I mean, PMPL EU is always like a super interesting championship because Turkish teams, I mean, I enjoy playing with them a lot. They're super aggressive. They force like many fights, and we enjoy this type of a play style. We don't like sitting in the compounds. We almost like never do this. We preferably play on the ridges, like on the ground, since like with smokes, etc. We find it like way more interesting, and just like people enjoy it more. And Turkish teams are exactly the same, like most of them, even those who play from the center. And so we will just hope to play from our spots at the European Championship. We'll try to not get away our spots, and I just look forward to take the 5th European Championship in my career, and I hope my team will help me with that.
That is so lovely to hear. But before we close it out, I want to ask you if there's anything you want to share with the fans at home now that you have the title under your belt once again.
Yeah, I mean, thank you everyone who supported us, and I had many messages on my social media yesterday from many people all around the world that were cheering for us. They said let's go, let's take the top one tomorrow. But we knew that it will be hard because Major Pride can also get decent points, and we won't be able to just catch them. But everything went just exactly how it should be, and so I want to thank everyone who supported me yesterday, me especially, and my team. You guys are legends. I mean, you make everything possible, basically.
Well, thank you so much. Enjoy the celebration, and best of luck on the international stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
That is a lovely t-shirt. You know what I also noticed, Max? I literally just noticed there was also a Christmas tree in the background. It's good luck.
Hey, you know what? It's never too early to get prepared for Christmas. I mean, they got a bunch of gifts they can afford now with all this prize money they just got. So
Absolutely.
Well, Kitsune's got everything. He's dripped out with a great t-shirt. Okay, it's early Christmas, and also they get himself the tournament first place. So major W's all around.
Let's see if there's been major W's all around for you, Max, because we're going to be looking at the predictions specifically. I'm sorry, we got to do it to you. I mean, unfortunately for me, I deviated away. But look at John. John's got the crown. He's on top. 107. I mean, only 4 points off, Max. How unlucky are you?
I mean, it's more based on the average points, but
yeah.
Also, I mean, it didn't quite work out for me, unfortunately. Oops. The curse kind of came back in full strength in the finals, which I didn't like. But yeah, John, after he stopped predicting Gladiators all the time, I got to say, he's been having some absolute banger predictions. So, okay, I will bow down. John Allen is the supreme predictor this event.
Aw, well, Max, I just want to say thank you for being on the desk with me for the entirety of PMPL EU. I know I might have made some jokes, but they were all in good faith. And I want to say thank you all as well, those watching at home, for tuning in. Max, before we close it out, do you have any words you want to share?
Thank you everyone who has been watching on the show. I'll be in the chat with everyone. And also, by the way, stop everyone in the chat saying that it is fake Max, man. It's really me. I love chilling out with the boys and checking out the games. So yeah, it's been a great show so far. And I can't wait to see how the championships are going to be going down this time around. Because I really believe the European region has leveled up significantly throughout now the past year. And the potential for the championship is huge. And I also can't wait to see which one team of Europe will go into PMWI 2023.
Yeah, thank you guys for tuning in. Make sure to tune into Turkey as well. That's another region that is going to be live later today. We're going to be heading out. That's it from us for PMPL EU Spring 2023. And I hope you guys take good care. We'll see you around.
Bring the band in. Woo! Well, alright. Yeah, they want me to fit in, but I can't. I'm too different with it. Too advanced to think. You know my intuition. I got bars and ink, but never in a prison. Too far gone, never gonna sit and listen. This is optimism mixed with the best. You get it? What you're seeing is a beast in the flesh. I'm vetted up. I don't need to try to speak for the rest. Always keep it abrupt. They wanna keep it a mess, you know. This is what you get when you're sitting as a vet. But everybody know that you're a threat. With the rest, let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Look, I try to tell you we don't fit in your box. Why you try to box me in? I got the key to unlock. I know the locksmith, optics. Speak of the loss, I'm eating lobster, chopsticks, freaking the boss. You know, I'll never fit in where I go at. Boss talk like I'm Boaz. Why fit in when you know you can stand out still? They remember you more when you hand out deals. Let's go.